The Book's Galaxy.
Ramona. 1. It was sheep shearing time in Southern California, but sheep shearing was late at the Señora Moreno's. The fates had seemed to combine to put it off. In the first place, Felipe Moreno had been ill. He was the Señora's eldest son, and since his father's death had been at the head of his mother's house. Without him, nothing could be done on the ranch, the Señora thought. It had been always, ask Señor Felipe. Go to Señor Felipe will attend to it, ever since Felipe had had the dawning of a beard on his handsome face. In truth, it was not Felipe but the Señora who really decided all questions from greatest to least and managed everything on the place, from the sheep pastures to the artichoke patch, but nobody except the Señora herself knew this. An exceedingly clever woman for her day and generation was Señora Gonzaga Moreno. As for that matter, exceedingly clever for any day and generation, but exceptionally clever for the day and generation to which she belonged. Her life, the mere surface of it if it had been written, would have made a romance to grow hot and cold over, 60 years of the best of old Spain, and the wildest of New Spain, Bay of Biscay, Gulf of Mexico, Pacific Ocean. The waves of them all had tossed destinies for the Señora. The Holy Catholic Church had had its arms round her from first to last, and that was what had brought her safe through, she would have said, if she had ever said anything about herself, which she never did, one of her many wisdoms. So quiet, so reserved, so gentle an exterior never was known to veil such an imperious and passionate nature, brimful of storm, always passing through stress, never thwarted except at peril of those who did it, adored and hated by turns, and each at the hottest. A tremendous force wherever she appeared was Señora Moreno, but no stranger would suspect it. To see her gliding about, in her scanty black gown, with her rosary hanging at her side, her soft dark eyes cast down, and an expression of mingled melancholy and devotion on her face. She looked simply like a sad, spiritual-minded old lady, amiable and indolent, like her race, but sweeter and more thoughtful than their wont. Her voice heightened this mistaken impression. She was never heard to speak either loud or fast. There was at times even a curious hesitancy in her speech, which came near being a stammer, or suggested the measured care with which people speak who have been cured of stammering. It made her often appear as if she did not know her own mind, at which people sometimes took heart, when, if they had only known the truth, they would have known that the speech hesitated solely because the Señora knew her mind so exactly that she was finding it hard to make the words convey it as she desired, or in a way to best attain her ends. About this very sheep shearing there had been, between her and the head shepherd, Juan Canito, called Juan Can for short, and to distinguish him from Juan Jose, the upper herdsman of the cattle, some discussions which would have been hot and angry ones in any other hands than the Señora's. Juan Canito wanted the shearing to begin, even though Señor Felipe were ill in bed, and though that lazy shepherd Luigo had not yet got back with the flock that had been driven up the coast for pasture. There were plenty of sheep on the place to begin with, he said one morning, at least 1,000, and by the time they were done, Luigo would surely be back with the rest. And as for Señor Felipe's being in bed, had not he, Juan Canito, stood at the packing bag and handled the wool, when Señor Felipe was a boy? Why could he not do it again? The Señora did not realize how time was going. There would be no shearers to be hired presently, since the Señora was determined to have none but Indians. Of course, if she would employ Mexicans as all the other ranches in the valley did, it would be different, but she was resolved upon having Indians. God knows why, he interpolated surlily under his breath. I do not quite understand you, Juan, interrupted Señora Moreno at the precise instant the last syllable of this disrespectful ejaculation had escaped Juan's lips. Speak a little louder. I fear I am growing deaf in my old age. What gentle, suave, courteous tones, and the calm dark eyes rested on Juan Canito with a look to the fathoming of which he was as unequal as one of his own sheep would have been. He could not have told why he instantly and involuntarily said, Beg your pardon, Señora. Oh, you need not ask my pardon, Juan, the Señora replied with exquisite gentleness. It is not you who are to blame if I am deaf. I have fancied for a year I did not hear quite as well as I once did. But about the Indians, Juan, did not Señor Felipe tell you that he had positively engaged the same band of shearers we had last autumn? Alessandro's band from Temecula? They will wait until we are ready for them. Senor Felipe will send a messenger for them. He thinks them the best shearers in the country. He will be well enough in a week or two, he thinks, and the poor sheep must bear their loads a few days longer. Are they looking well, do you think, Juan? Will the crop be a good one? General Moreno used to say that you could reckon up the wool crop to £1 while it was on the sheep's backs. Yes, Senora, answered the mollified Juan. The poor beasts look wonderfully well considering the scant feed they have had all winter. We'll not come many pounds short of our last year's crop, if any. Though to be sure, there is no telling in what case that Luigo will bring his flock back. The Senora smiled, in spite of herself, at the pause and gulp with which Juan had filled in the hiatus where he had longed to set a contemptuous epithet before Luigo's name. This was another of the instances where the Senora's will and Juan Canito's had clashed, and he did not dream of it, having set it all down as usual to the score of young Senor Felipe. Encouraged by the Senora's smile, Juan proceeded, Senor Felipe can see no fault in Luigo because they were boys together, but I can tell him he will rue it one of these mornings, when he finds a flock of sheep worse than dead on his hands, and no thanks to anybody but Luigo. While I can have him under my eye, here in the valley, it is all very well, but he is no more fit to take responsibility of a flock than one of the very lambs themselves. He'll drive them off their feet one day, and starve them the next, and I've known him to forget to give them water. When he's in his dreams, the Virgin only knows what he won't do. During this brief and almost unprecedented outburst of Juan's, the Senora's countenance had been slowly growing stern. Juan had not seen it. His eyes had been turned away from her, looking down into the upturned, eager face of his favorite collie, who was leaping and gambolling and barking at his feet. "Down, Capitan, down," he said in a fond tone, gently repulsing him. "Thou makest such a noise the Senora can hear nothing but thy voice." "I heard only too distinctly, Juan Canito," said the Senora in a sweet but icy tone. "It is not well for one servant to backbite another. It gives me great grief to hear such words. And I hope when Father Salvadera comes, next month, you will not forget to confess this sin of which you have been guilty in thus seeking to injure a fellow being. If Senor Felipe listens to you, the poor boy Luigo will be cast out homeless on the world someday. And what sort of a deed would that be, Juan Canito, for one Christian to do to another? I fear the Father will give you penance when he hears what you have said." "Senora, it is not to harm the lad," Juan began, every fiber of his faithful frame thrilling with a sense of the injustice of her reproach. But the Senora had turned her back. Evidently she would hear no more from him then. He stood watching her as she walked away, at her usual slow pace, her head slightly bent forward, her rosary lifted in her left hand, and the fingers of the right hand mechanically slipping the beads. "Prayers, always prayers," thought Juan to himself as his eyes followed her. "If they'll take one to heaven, the Senora'll go by the straight road, that's sure. I'm sorry I vexed her. But what's a man to do if he's the interest of the place at heart, I'd like to know? Is he to stand by and see a lot of idle mooning louts run away with everything? But it was an ill day for the estate when the general died. An ill day. An ill day. And they may scold me as much as they please and set me to confessing my sins to the Father. It's very well for them, they've got me to look after matters. Senor Felipe will do well enough when he's a man, maybe, but a boy like him. Bah!" And the old man stamped his foot with a not wholly unreasonable irritation at the false position in which he felt himself put. "Confess to Father Salvadera, indeed," he muttered aloud. "Aye, that will I. He's a man of sense if he is a priest," at which slip of the tongue the pious Juan hastily crossed himself. "And I'll ask him to give me some good advice as to how I'm to manage between this young boy at the head of everything, and a doting mother who thinks he has the wisdom of a dozen grown men." The father knew the place in the olden time. He knows it's no child's play to look after the estate even now, much smaller as it is. An ill day when the old general died, an ill day indeed, the saints rest his soul. Saying this, Juan shrugged his shoulders and, whistling to Capitan, walked towards the sunny veranda of the south side of the kitchen wing of the house, where it had been for 20-odd years his habit to sit on the long bench and smoke his pipe of a morning. Before he had got halfway across the courtyard, however, a thought struck him. He halted so suddenly that Capitan, with the quick sensitiveness of his breed, thought so sudden a change of purpose could only come from something in connection with sheep, and true to his instinct of duty, pricked up his ears, poised himself for a full run, and looked up in his master's face, waiting for explanation and signal. But Juan did not observe him. "Ha," he said. "Father Salvierderra comes next month, does he? Let's see. Today is the 25th. That's it. The sheep shearing is not to come off till the father gets here. Then each morning it will be mass in the chapel, and each night vespers, and the crowd will be here at least 2 days longer to feed, for the time they will lose by that and by the confessions. That's what Señor Felipe is up to. He's a pious lad. I recollect now it was the same way 2 years ago. Well, it is a good thing for those poor Indian devils to get a bit of religion now and then, and it's like old times to see the chapel full of them kneeling, and more than can get in at the door. I doubt not it warms the Señora's heart to see them all there, as if they belonged to the house as they used to, and now I know when it's to be. I have only to make my arrangements accordingly. It is always in the first week of the month the father gets here." "Yes," she said, "Señor Felipe will be well enough in a week or 2, he thinks. Ha, it will be nearer 10 days or thereabouts. I'll begin the booths next week. A plague on that Luigo for not being back here. He's the best hand I have to cut the willow boughs for the roofs. He knows the difference between 1 year's growth and another's. I'll say that much for him, spite of the silly dreaming head he's got on his shoulders." Juan was so pleased with his clearing up in his mind as to Señor Felipe's purpose about the time of the sheep shearing that it put him in good humor for the day. Good humor with everybody and himself most of all. As he sat on the low bench, his head leaning back against the whitewashed wall, his long legs stretched out nearly across the whole width of the veranda, his pipe firm wedged in the extreme left corner of his mouth, his hands in his pockets, he was the picture of placid content. The troop of youngsters which still swarmed around the kitchen quarters of Señora Moreno's house, almost as numerous and inexplicable as in the grand old days of the general's time, ran back and forth across Juan's legs, fell down between them, and picked themselves up by help of clutches at his leather trousers, all unreproved by Juan, though loudly scolded and warned by their respective mothers from the kitchen. "What's come to Juan Can to be so good-natured today?" saucily asked Margarita, the youngest and prettiest of the maids, popping her head out of a window and twitching Juan's hair. He was so gray and wrinkled that the maids all felt at ease with him. He seemed to them as old as Methuselah, but he was not really so old as they thought, nor they so safe in their tricks. The old man had hot blood in his veins yet, as the under-shepherds could testify. "The sight of your pretty face, Señorita Margarita," answered Juan quickly, cocking his eye at her, rising to his feet, and making a mock bow towards the window. He, Señorita, indeed," chuckled Margarita's mother, old Marta the cook. "Señor Juan Canito is pleased to be merry at the doors of his betters," and she flung a copper saucepan full of not over-clean water so deftly past Juan's head that not a drop touched him, and yet he had the appearance of having been ducked. At which bit of sleight of hand the whole courtyard, young and old, babies, cocks, hens, and turkeys, all set up a shout and a cackle, and dispersed to the 4 corners of the yard as if scattered by a volley of bird-shot. Hearing the racket, the rest of the maids came running. Anita and Maria, the twins, women 40 years old, born on the place the year after General Moreno brought home his handsome young bride. Their 2 daughters, Rosa and Anita the Little, as she was still called, though she outweighed her mother, old Juanita, the oldest woman in the household, of whom even the Señora was said not to know the exact age or history. And she, poor thing, could tell nothing, having been silly for 10 years or more, good for nothing except to shell beans, that she did as fast and well as ever, and was never happy except she was at it. Luckily for her, beans are the one crop never omitted or stinted on a Mexican estate, and for sake of old Juanita they stored every year in the Moreno house, rooms full of beans in the pod, tons of them, one would think, enough to feed an army. But then, it was like a little army even now. The Señora's household, nobody ever knew exactly how many women were in the kitchen, or how many men in the fields. There were always women cousins or brothers' wives or widows or daughters who had come to stay, or men cousins or sisters' husbands or sons who were stopping on their way up or down the valley. When it came to the payroll, Señor Felipe knew to whom he paid wages, but who were fed and lodged under his roof. That was quite another thing. It could not enter into the head of a Mexican gentleman to make either count or account of that. It would be a disgraceful, niggardly thought. To the señora, it seemed as if there were no longer any people about the place. A beggarly handful, she would have said, hardly enough to do the work of the house or of the estate, sadly as the latter had dwindled. In the general's day, it had been a free-handed boast of his that never less than 50 persons. Men, women, and children were fed within his gates each day. How many more, he did not care, nor know. But that time had indeed gone forever. And though a stranger, seeing the sudden rush and muster at door and window, which followed on old Marta's letting fly the water at Juan's head, would have thought, "Good heavens, do all those women, children, and babies belong in that one house?" The señora's sole thought, as she at that moment went past the gate, was, "Poor things, how few there are left of them. I'm afraid old Marta has to work too hard. I must spare Margarita more from the house to help her." And she sighed deeply and unconsciously held her rosary nearer to her heart as she went into the house and entered her son's bedroom. The picture she saw there was one to thrill any mother's heart, and as it met her eye, she paused on the threshold for a second. Only a second, however, and nothing could have astonished Felipe Moreno so much as to have been told that at the very moment when his mother's calm voice was saying to him, "Good morning, my son. I hope you have slept well, and are better," there was welling up in her heart a passionate ejaculation, "Oh, my glorious son! The saints have sent me in him the face of his father. He is fit for a kingdom." The truth is, Felipe Moreno was not fit for a kingdom at all. If he had been, he would not have been so ruled by his mother without ever finding it out. But so far as mere physical beauty goes, there never was a king born whose face, stature, and bearing would set off a crown or a throne, or any of the things of which the outside of royalty is made up, better than would Felipe Moreno's. And it was true, as the señora said, whether the saints had anything to do with it or not, that he had the face of his father. So strong a likeness is seldom seen. When Felipe once, on the occasion of a grand celebration and procession, put on the gold-wrought velvet mantle, gaily embroidered short breeches fastened at the knee with red ribbons, and gold and silver-trimmed sombrero, which his father had worn 25 years before, the señora fainted at her first look at him, fainted and fell, and when she opened her eyes and saw the same splendid, gaily arrayed, dark-bearded man, bending over her in distress, with words of endearment and alarm, she fainted again. "Mother, mother mia," cried Felipe, "I will not wear them if it makes you feel like this. Let me take them off. I will not go to their cursed parade," and he sprang to his feet, and began with trembling fingers to unbuckle the sword belt. "No, no, Felipe," faintly cried the señora, from the ground. "It is my wish that you wear them," and staggering to her feet with a burst of tears, she rebuckled the old sword belt, which her fingers had so many times, never unkissed, buckled, in the days when her husband had bade her farewell and gone forth to the uncertain fates of war. "Wear them," she cried, with gathering fire in her tones and her eyes dry of tears. "Wear them and let the American hounds see what a Mexican officer and gentleman looked like before they had set their base, usurping feet on our necks." And she followed him to the gate and stood erect, bravely waving her handkerchief as he galloped off, till he was out of sight. Then, with a changed face and a bent head, she crept slowly to her room, locked herself in, fell on her knees before the Madonna at the head of her bed, and spent the greater part of the day praying that she might be forgiven, and that all heretics might be discomfited. From which part of these supplications she derived most comfort is easy to imagine. Juan Canito had been right in his sudden surmise that it was for Father Salvierderra's coming that the sheep shearing was being delayed, and not in consequence of Señor Felipe's illness, or by the non-appearance of Luigo and his flock of sheep. Juan would have chuckled to himself still more at his perspicacity, had he overheard the conversation going on between the señora and her son, at the very time when he, half asleep on the veranda, was, as he would have called it, putting two and two together and convincing himself that old Juan was as smart as they were, and not to be kept in the dark by all their reticence and equivocation. "Juan Can is growing very impatient about the sheep shearing," said the señora. "I suppose you are still of the same mind about it, Felipe, that it is better to wait till Father Salvierderra comes? As the only chance those Indians have of seeing him is here, It would seem a Christian duty to so arrange it, if it be possible, but Juan is very restive. He is getting old, and chafes a little, I fancy, under your control. He cannot forget that you were a boy on his knee. Now I, for my part, am like to forget that you were ever anything but a man for me to lean on. Felipe turned his handsome face toward his mother with a beaming smile of filial affection and gratified manly vanity. Indeed, my mother, if I can be sufficient for you to lean on, I will ask nothing more of the saints. And he took his mother's thin and wasted little hands, both at once in his own strong right hand, and carried them to his lips as a lover might have done. You will spoil me, mother, he said. You make me so proud. No, Felipe, it is I who am proud, promptly replied the mother, and I do not call it being proud, only grateful to God for having given me a son wise enough to take his father's place, and guide and protect me through the few remaining years I have to live. I shall die content, seeing you at the head of the estate, and living as a Mexican gentleman should, that is, so far as now remains possible in this unfortunate country. But about the sheep shearing, Felipe, do you wish to have it begun before the father is here? Of course, Alessandro is all ready with his band. It is but 2 days' journey for a messenger to bring him. Father Salvierderra cannot be here before the 10th of the month. He leaves Santa Barbara on the 1st, and he will walk all the way, a good 6 days' journey, for he is old now and feeble. Then he must stop in Ventura for a Sunday, and a day at the Ortega's ranch, and at the Lopez's. There is a christening. Yes, the 10th is the very earliest that he can be here, near 2 weeks from now. So far as your getting up is concerned, it might perhaps be next week. You will be nearly well by that time. Yes, indeed, laughed Felipe, stretching himself out in the bed and giving a kick to the bedclothes that made the high bedposts and the fringed canopy roof shake and creak. I am well now, if it were not for this cursed weakness when I stand on my feet. I believe it would do me good to get out of doors. In truth, Felipe had been hankering for the sheep, shearing himself. It was a brisk, busy, holiday sort of time to him, hard as he worked in it, and 2 weeks looked long to wait. It is always thus after a fever, said his mother. The weakness lasts many weeks. I am not sure that you will be strong enough even in 2 weeks to do the packing, but, as Juan Can said this morning, he stood at the packing bag when you were a boy, and there was no need of waiting for you for that. He said that, did he? Exclaimed Felipe wrathfully. The old man is getting insolent. I'll tell him that nobody will pack the sacks but myself, while I am master here, and I will have the sheep shearing when I please, and not before. I suppose it would not be wise to say that it is not to take place till the father comes, would it? Asked the senora, hesitatingly, as if the thing were evenly balanced in her mind. The father has not that hold on the younger men he used to have, and I have thought that even in Juan himself I have detected a remissness. The spirit of unbelief is spreading in the country since the Americans are running up and down everywhere seeking money, like dogs with their noses to the ground. It might vex Juan if he knew that you were waiting only for the father. What do you think? I think it is enough for him to know that the sheep shearing waits for my pleasure, answered Felipe, still wrathful, and that is the end of it. And so it was, and, moreover, precisely the end which Senora Moreno had had in her own mind from the beginning, but not even Juan Canito himself suspected its being solely her purpose, and not her son's. As for Felipe, if any person had suggested to him that it was his mother, and not he who had decided that the sheep shearing would be better deferred until the arrival of Father Salvierderra from Santa Barbara, and that nothing should be said on the ranch about this being the real reason of the postponing, Felipe would have stared in astonishment, and have thought that person either crazy or a fool. To attain one's ends in this way is the consummate triumph of art. Never to appear as a factor in the situation, to be able to wield other men as instruments, with the same direct and implicit response to will that one gets from a hand or a foot. This is to triumph, indeed, to be as nearly controller and conqueror of fates as fate permits. There have been men prominent in the world's affairs at one time and another, who have sought and studied such a power and have acquired it to a great degree. By it they have manipulated legislators, ambassadors, sovereigns, and have grasped, held, and played with the destinies of empires. But it is to be questioned whether even in these notable instances there has ever been such marvelous completeness of success, as is sometimes seen in the case of a woman in whom the power is an instinct and not an attainment, a passion rather than a purpose. Between the two results, between the two processes, there is just that difference which is always to be seen between the stroke of talent and the stroke of genius. Señora Moreno's was the stroke of genius. 2. The Señora Moreno's house was one of the best specimens to be found in California, of the representative house of the half-barbaric, half-elegant, wholly generous and free-handed life led there by Mexican men and women of degree in the early part of this century, under the rule of the Spanish and Mexican viceroys, when the laws of the Indies were still the law of the land, and its old name, New Spain, was an ever-present link and stimulus to the warmest memories and deepest patriotisms of its people. It was a picturesque life, with more of sentiment and gaiety in it, more also that was truly dramatic, more romance, than will ever be seen again on those sunny shores. The aroma of it all lingers there still. Industries and inventions have not yet slain it. It will last out its century. In fact, it can never be quite lost, so long as there is left standing one such house as the Señora Moreno's. When the house was built, General Moreno owned all the land within a radius of 40 miles. 40 miles westward, down the valley to the sea, 40 miles eastward into the San Fernando Mountains, and good 40 miles more or less along the coast. The boundaries were not very strictly defined. There was no occasion in those happy days to reckon land by inches. It might be asked, perhaps, just how General Moreno owned all this land, and the question might not be easy to answer. It was not, and could not be answered to the satisfaction of the United States Land Commission, which, after the surrender of California, undertook to sift and adjust Mexican land titles, and that was the way it had come about that the Señora Moreno now called herself a poor woman. Tract after tract, her lands had been taken away from her. It looked for a time as if nothing would be left. Every one of the claims based on deeds of gift from Governor Pio Fico, her husband's most intimate friend, was disallowed. They all went by the board in one batch, and took away from the Señora in a day the greater part of her best pasture lands. They were lands which had belonged to the Bonaventura mission, and lay along the coast at the mouth of the valley down which the little stream which ran past her house went to the sea, and it had been a great pride and delight to the Señora, when she was young, to ride that 40 miles by her husband's side, all the way on their own lands, straight from their house to their own strip of shore. No wonder she believed the Americans thieves, and spoke of them always as hounds. The people of the United States have never in the least realized that the taking possession of California was not only a conquering of Mexico, but a conquering of California as well, that the real bitterness of the surrender was not so much to the empire which gave up the country, as to the country itself which was given up. Provinces passed back and forth in that way, helpless in the hands of great powers, have all the ignominy and humiliation of defeat, with none of the dignities or compensations of the transaction. Mexico saved much by her treaty, spite of having to acknowledge herself beaten, but California lost all. Words cannot tell the sting of such a transfer. It is a marvel that a Mexican remained in the country. Probably none did, except those who were absolutely forced to it. Luckily for the Señora Moreno, her title to the lands midway in the valley was better than to those lying to the east and the west, which had once belonged to the missions of San Fernando and Bonaventura, and after all the claims, counterclaims, petitions, appeals, and adjudications were ended, she still was left in undisputed possession of what would have been thought by any newcomer into the country to be a handsome estate, but which seemed to the despoiled and indignant Señora a pitiful fragment of one. Moreover, she declared that she should never feel secure of a foot of even this. Any day, she said, the United States government might send out a new land commission to examine the decrees of the first, and revoke such as they saw fit. Once a thief, always a thief. Nobody need feel himself safe under American rule. There was no knowing what might happen any day, and year by year the lines of sadness, resentment, anxiety, and antagonism deepened on the Señora's fast-aging face. It gave her unspeakable satisfaction when the commissioners, laying out a road down the valley, ran it at the back of her house instead of past the front. "It is well," she said. "Let their travel be where it belongs, behind our kitchens, and no one have sight of the front doors of our houses, except friends who have come to visit us." Her enjoyment of this never flagged. Whenever she saw, passing the place, wagons or carriages belonging to the hated Americans, it gave her a distinct thrill of pleasure to think that the house turned its back on them. She would like always to be able to do the same herself, but whatever she, by policy or in business, might be forced to do, The old house, at any rate, would always keep the attitude of contempt, its face turned away. One other pleasure she provided herself with, soon after this road was opened, a pleasure in which religious devotion and race antagonism were so closely blended that it would have puzzled the subtlest of priests to decide whether her act were a sin or a virtue. She caused to be set up, upon every one of the soft rounded hills which made the beautiful rolling sides of that part of the valley, a large wooden cross, not a hill in sight of her house left without the sacred emblem of her faith, that the heretics may know when they go by that they are on the estate of a good Catholic, she said, and that the faithful may be reminded to pray. There have been miracles of conversion wrought on the most hardened by a sudden sight of the blessed cross. There they stood, summer and winter, rain and shine, the silent, solemn outstretched arms, and became landmarks to many a guideless traveler who had been told that his way would be by the first turn to the left or the right, after passing the last one of the Señora Moreno's crosses, which he couldn't miss seeing. And who shall say that it did not often happen that the crosses bore a sudden message to some idle heart journeying by, and thus justified the pious half of the Señora's impulse? Certain it is that many a good Catholic halted and crossed himself when he first beheld them, in the lonely places, standing out in sudden relief against the blue sky, and if he said a swift short prayer at the sight, was he not so much the better? The house was of adobe, low, with a wide veranda on the three sides of the inner court, and a still broader one across the entire front, which looked to the south. These verandas, especially those on the inner court, were supplementary rooms to the house. The greater part of the family life went on in them. Nobody stayed inside the walls except when it was necessary. All the kitchen work except the actual cooking was done here, in front of the kitchen doors and windows. Babies slept, were washed, sat in the dirt and played on the veranda. The women said their prayers, took their naps, and wove their lace there. Old Juanita shelled her beans there and threw the pods down on the tile floor, till towards night they were sometimes piled up high around her, like corn husks at a husking. The herdsmen and shepherds smoked there, lounged there, trained their dogs there. There the young made love, and the old dozed. The benches, which ran the entire length of the walls, were worn into hollows and shone like satin. The tiled floors also were broken and sunk in places, making little wells which filled up in times of hard rains, and were then an invaluable addition to the children's resources for amusement, and also to the comfort of the dogs, cats, and fowls who picked about among them, taking sips from each. The arched veranda along the front was a delightsome place. It must have been 80 feet long at least, for the doors of 5 large rooms opened on it. The 2 westernmost rooms had been added on, and made 4 steps higher than the others, which gave to that end of the veranda the look of a balcony, or loggia. Here the Señora kept her flowers. Great red water jars, handmade by the Indians of San Luis Obispo Mission, stood in close rows against the walls, and in them were always growing fine geraniums, carnations, and yellow-flowered musk. The Señora's passion for musk she had inherited from her mother. It was so strong that she sometimes wondered at it. And one day, as she sat with Father Salvierderra in the veranda, she picked a handful of the blossoms, and giving them to him said, "I do not know why it is, but it seems to me if I were dead I could be brought to life by the smell of musk." "It is in your blood, Señora," the old monk replied. "When I was last in your father's house in Seville, your mother sent for me to her room, and under her window was a stone balcony full of growing musk, which so filled the room with its odor that I was like to faint. But she said it cured her of diseases, and without it she fell ill. You were a baby then." "Yes," cried the Señora, "but I recollect that balcony. I recollect being lifted up to a window and looking down into a bed of blooming yellow flowers, but I did not know what they were. How strange." "No, not strange, daughter," replied Father Salvierderra. "It would have been stranger if you had not acquired the taste, thus drawing it in with the mother's milk. It would behoove mothers to remember this far more than they do. Besides the geraniums and carnations and musk in the red jars, there were many sorts of climbing vines, some coming from the ground and twining around the pillars of the veranda, some growing in great bowls, swung by cords from the roof of the veranda, or set on shelves against the walls. These bowls were of gray stone, hollowed and polished, shining smooth inside and out. They also had been made by the Indians, nobody knew how many ages ago. scooped and polished by the patient creatures, with only stones for tools. Among these vines, singing from morning till night, hung the Signora's canaries and finches, half a dozen of each, all of different generations raised by the Signora. She was never without a young bird family on hand, and all the way from Bonaventura to Monterey, it was thought a piece of good luck to come into possession of a canary or finch of Signora Moreno's raising. Between the veranda and the river meadows, out on which it looked, all was garden, orange grove, and almond orchard, the orange grove always green, never without snowy bloom or golden fruit, the garden never without flowers, summer or winter, and the almond orchard, in early spring, a fluttering canopy of pink and white petals, which, seen from the hills on the opposite side of the river, looked as if rosy sunrise clouds had fallen and become tangled in the treetops. On either hand stretched away other orchards, peach, apricot, pear, apple, pomegranate, and beyond these vineyards, nothing was to be seen but verdure or bloom or fruit at whatever time of year you sat on the Signora's south veranda. A wide straight walk shaded by a trellis so knotted and twisted with grapevines that little was to be seen of the trellis woodwork led straight down from the veranda steps, through the middle of the garden, to a little brook at the foot of it. Across this brook, in the shade of a dozen gnarled old willow trees, were set the broad flat stone washboards on which was done all the family washing. No long dawdling and no running away from work on the part of the maids, thus close to the eye of the Signora at the upper end of the garden, and if they had known how picturesque they looked there, kneeling on the grass, lifting the dripping linen out of the water, rubbing it back and forth on the stones, sousing it, wringing it, splashing the clear water in each other's faces, they would have been content to stay at the washing day in and day out, for there was always somebody to look on from above. Hardly a day passed that the Signora had not visitors. She was still a person of note, her house the natural resting place for all who journeyed through the valley, and whoever came spent all of his time, when not eating, sleeping, or walking over the place, sitting with the Signora on the sunny veranda. Few days in winter were cold enough, and in summer the day must be hot indeed to drive the Signora and her friends indoors. There stood on the veranda 3 carved oaken chairs and a carved bench, also of oak, which had been brought to the Signora for safekeeping by the faithful old sacristan of San Luis Rey at the time of the occupation of that mission by the United States troops soon after the conquest of California. Aghast at the sacrilegious acts of the soldiers who were quartered in the very church itself, and amused themselves by making targets of the eyes and noses of the saints' statues, the sacristan, stealthily, day by day and night after night, bore out of the church all that he dared to remove, burying some articles in cottonwood copses, hiding others in his own poor little hovel, until he had wagon loads of sacred treasures. Then, still more stealthily, he carried them, a few at a time, concealed in the bottom of a cart, under a load of hay or of brush, to the house of the Signora, who felt herself deeply honored by his confidence, and received everything as a sacred trust, to be given back into the hands of the Church again, whenever the missions should be restored, of which at that time all Catholics had good hope. And so it had come about that no bedroom in the Signora's house was without a picture or a statue of a saint or of the Madonna, and some had 2. And in the little chapel in the garden the altar was surrounded by a really imposing row of holy and apostolic figures, which had looked down on the splendid ceremonies of the San Luis Rey mission. In Father Perry's time, no more benignly than they now did on the humbler worship of the Signora's family in its diminished estate. That one had lost an eye, another an arm, that the once brilliant colors of the drapery were now faded and shabby, only enhanced the tender reverence with which the Signora knelt before them, her eyes filling with indignant tears at thought of the heretic hands which had wrought such defilement. Even the crumbling wreaths which had been placed on some of the statues' heads at the time of the last ceremonial at which they had figured in the mission had been brought away with them by the devout sacristan, and the Signora had replaced each one, holding it only a degree less sacred than the statue itself. This chapel was dearer to the Signora than her house. It had been built by the general in the 2nd year of their married life. In it her 4 children had been christened, and from it all but one, her handsome Felipe, had been buried while they were yet infants. In the general's time, while the estate was at its best, and hundreds of Indians living within its borders, there was many a Sunday when the scene to be witnessed there was like the scenes at the missions, the chapel full of kneeling men and women, those who could not find room inside kneeling on the garden walks outside, Father Salvierderra, in gorgeous vestments, coming at close of the services, slowly down the aisle, the close-packed rows of worshippers parting to right and left to let him through, all looking up eagerly for his blessing, women giving him offerings of fruit or flowers, and holding up their babies that he might lay his hands on their heads. No one but Father Salvierderra had ever officiated in the Moreno chapel, or heard the confession of a Moreno. He was a Franciscan, one of the few now left in the country, so revered and beloved by all who had come under his influence, that they would wait long months without the offices of the church, rather than confess their sins or confide their perplexities to anyone else. From this deep-seated attachment on the part of the Indians and the older Mexican families in the country to the Franciscan order, there had grown up, not unnaturally, some jealousy of them in the minds of the later-come secular priests, and the position of the few monks left was not wholly a pleasant one. It had even been rumored that they were to be forbidden to continue longer their practice of going up and down the country, ministering everywhere, were to be compelled to restrict their labors to their own colleges at Santa Barbara and Santa Ynez. When something to this effect was one day said in the Señora Moreno's presence, 2 scarlet spots sprang on her cheeks, and before she bethought herself she exclaimed, "That day I burned down my chapel." Luckily, nobody but Felipe heard the rash threat, and his exclamation of unbounded astonishment recalled the Señora to herself. "I spoke rashly, my son," she said. "The church is to be obeyed always, but the Franciscan fathers are responsible to no one but the superior of their own order, and there is no one in this land who has the authority to forbid their journeying and ministering to whoever desires their offices. As for these Catalan priests who are coming in here, I cannot abide them. No Catalan but has bad blood in his veins." There was every reason in the world why the Señora should be thus warmly attached to the Franciscan order. From her earliest recollections, the gray gown and cowl had been familiar to her eyes, and had represented the things which she was taught to hold most sacred and dear. Father Salvierderra himself had come from Mexico to Monterrey in the same ship which had brought her father to be the Comandante of the Santa Barbara Presidio, and her best beloved uncle, her father's eldest brother, was at that time the superior of the Santa Barbara mission. The sentiment and romance of her youth were almost equally divided between the gaieties, excitements, adornments of the life at the Presidio, and the ceremonies and devotions of the life at the mission. She was famed as the most beautiful girl in the country. Men of the army, men of the navy, and men of the church alike adored her. Her name was a toast from Monterrey to San Diego. When at last she was wooed and won by Felipe Moreno, one of the most distinguished of the Mexican generals, her wedding ceremonies were the most splendid ever seen in the country. The right tower of the mission church at Santa Barbara had been just completed, and it was arranged that the consecration of this tower should take place at the time of her wedding, and that her wedding feast should be spread in the long outside corridor of the mission building. The whole country, far and near, was bid. The feast lasted 3 days, open tables to everybody, singing, dancing, eating, drinking, and making merry. At that time there were long streets of Indian houses stretching eastward from the mission. Before each of these houses was built a booth of green boughs. The Indians, as well as the fathers from all the other missions, were invited to come. The Indians came in bands, singing songs and bringing gifts. As they appeared, the Santa Barbara Indians went out to meet them, also singing, bearing gifts and strewing seeds on the ground in token of welcome. The young Señora and her bridegroom, splendidly clothed, were seen of all, and greeted, whenever they appeared, by showers of seeds and grains and blossoms. On the 3rd day, still in their wedding attire, and bearing lighted candles in their hands, they walked with the monks in a procession, round and round the new tower, the monks chanting and sprinkling incense and holy water on its walls, the ceremony seeming to all devout beholders to give a blessed consecration to the union of the young pair, as well as to the newly completed tower. After this they journeyed in state, accompanied by several of the general's aides and officers, and by 2 Franciscan fathers, up to Monterrey, stopping on their way at all the missions, and being warmly welcomed and entertained at each. General Moreno was much beloved by both army and church. In many of the frequent clashings between the military and the ecclesiastical powers, he, being as devout and enthusiastic a Catholic as he was zealous and enthusiastic a soldier, had had the good fortune to be of material assistance to each party. The Indians also knew his name well, having heard it many times mentioned with public thanksgivings in the mission churches, after some signal service he had rendered to the fathers either in Mexico or Monterey. And now, by taking as his bride the daughter of a distinguished officer and the niece of the Santa Barbara superior, he had linked himself anew to the two dominant powers and interests of the country. When they reached San Luis Obispo, the whole Indian population turned out to meet them, the padre walking at the head. As they approached the mission doors, the Indians swarmed closer and closer, and still closer, took the general's horse by the head, and finally, almost by actual force, compelled him to allow himself to be lifted into a blanket, held high up by 20 strong men. And thus he was borne up the steps, across the corridor, and into the padre's room. It was a position ludicrously undignified in itself, but the general submitted to it good-naturedly. "Oh, let them do it, if they like," he cried, laughingly, to Padre Martinez, who was endeavoring to quiet the Indians and hold them back. "Let them do it. It pleases the poor creatures." On the morning of their departure, the good padre, having exhausted all his resources for entertaining his distinguished guests, caused to be driven past the corridors, for their inspection, all the poultry belonging to the mission. The procession took an hour to pass. For music there was the squeaking, cackling, hissing, gobbling, crowing, quacking of the fowls, combined with the screaming, scolding, and whip-cracking of the excited Indian marshals of the lines. First came the turkeys, then the roosters, then the white hens, then the black, and then the yellow, next the ducks, and at the tail of the spectacle long files of geese, some strutting, some half flying and hissing in resentment and terror at the unwanted coercions to which they were subjected. The Indians had been hard at work all night capturing, sorting, assorting, and guarding the rank and file of their novel pageant. It would be safe to say that a droller sight never was seen, and never will be, on the Pacific coast or any other. Before it was done with, the general and his bride had nearly died with laughter, and the general could never allude to it without laughing almost as heartily again. At Monterey they were more magnificently feted, at the Presidio, at the mission, on board Spanish, Mexican, and Russian ships lying in harbor, balls, dances, bullfights, dinners, all that the country knew of festivity was lavished on the beautiful and winning young bride. The belles of the coast, from San Diego up, had all gathered at Monterey for these gaieties, but not one of them could be for a moment compared to her. This was the beginning of the señora's life as a married woman. She was then just 20. A close observer would have seen even then, underneath the joyous smile, the laughing eye, the merry voice, a look thoughtful, tender, earnest, at times enthusiastic. This look was the reflection of those qualities in her, then hardly aroused, which made her, as years developed her character and stormy fates thickened around her life, the unflinching comrade of her soldier husband, the passionate adherent of the Church. Through wars, insurrections, revolutions, downfalls, Spanish, Mexican, civil, ecclesiastical, her standpoint, her poise remained the same. She simply grew more and more proudly, passionately, a Spaniard and a Moreno, more and more stanchly and fiercely a Catholic, and a lover of the Franciscans. During the height of the despoiling and plundering of the missions, under the Secularization Act, she was for a few years almost beside herself. More than once she journeyed alone, when the journey was by no means without danger, to Monterey, to stir up the prefect of the missions to more energetic action, to implore the governmental authorities to interfere and protect the Church's property. It was largely in consequence of her eloquent entreaties that Governor Micheltorena issued his bootless order, restoring to the Church all the missions south of San Luis Obispo. But this order cost Micheltorena his political head, and General Moreno was severely wounded in one of the skirmishes of the insurrection which drove Micheltorena out of the country. In silence and bitter humiliation, the señora nursed her husband back to health again, and resolved to meddle no more in the affairs of her unhappy country, and still more unhappy Church. As year by year she saw the ruin of the missions steadily going on, their vast properties melting away, like dew before the sun, in the hands of dishonest administrators and politicians, the Church powerless to contend with the unprincipled greed in high places, her beloved Franciscan fathers driven from the country or dying of starvation at their posts, she submitted herself to what she was forced to admit seemed to be the inscrutable will of God for the discipline and humiliation of the Church. In a sort of bewildered resignation, she waited to see what further sufferings were to come, to fill up the measure of the punishment which, for some mysterious purpose, the faithful must endure. But when close upon all this discomfiture and humiliation of her church, followed the discomfiture and humiliation of her country in war, and the near and evident danger of an English-speaking people's possessing the land, all the smothered fire of the Signora's nature broke out afresh. With unfaltering hands she buckled on her husband's sword, and with dry eyes saw him go forth to fight. She had but one regret, that she was not the mother of sons to fight also. "Would thou wert a man, Felipe," she exclaimed again and again in tones the child never forgot. "Would thou wert a man, that thou might go also to fight these foreigners." Any race under the sun would have been to the Señora less hateful than the American. She had scorned them in her girlhood. When they came trading to post after post, she scorned them still. The idea of being forced to wage a war with peddlers was to her too monstrous to be believed. In the outset, she had no doubt that the Mexicans would win in the contest. "What?" she cried. "Shall we who won independence from Spain be beaten by these traitors? It is impossible." When her husband was brought home to her dead, killed in the last fight the Mexican forces made, she said icily, he would have chosen to die rather than to have been forced to see his country in the hands of the enemy, and she was almost frightened at herself to see how this thought, as it dwelt in her mind, slew the grief in her heart. She had believed she could not live if her husband were to be taken away from her, but she found herself often glad that he was dead, glad that he was spared the sight and the knowledge of the things which happened, and even the yearning tenderness with which her imagination pictured him among the saints was often turned into a fierce wondering whether indignation did not fill his soul, even in heaven, at the way things were going in the land for whose sake he had died. Out of such throes as these had been born the second nature which made Señora Moreno the silent, reserved, stern, implacable woman they knew, who knew her first when she was 60. Of the gay, tender, sentimental girl who danced and laughed with the officers, and prayed and confessed with the fathers 40 years before, there was small trace left now, in the low-voiced, white-haired, aged woman, silent, unsmiling, placid-faced, who maneuvered with her son and her head shepherd alike, to bring it about that a handful of Indians might once more confess their sins to a Franciscan monk in the Moreno chapel. 3. Juan Canito and Señor Felipe were not the only members of the Señora's family who were impatient for the sheep shearing. There was also Ramona. Ramona was, to the world at large, a far more important person than the Señora herself. The Señora was of the past, Ramona was of the present. For one eye that could see the significant, at times solemn beauty of the Señora's pale and shadowed countenance, there were 100 that flashed with eager pleasure at the barest glimpse of Ramona's face. The shepherds, the herdsmen, the maids, the babies, the dogs, the poultry, all loved the sight of Ramona, all loved her, except the Señora. The Señora loved her not, never had loved her, never could love her, and yet she had stood in the place of mother to the girl ever since her childhood, and never once during the whole 16 years of her life had shown her any unkindness in act. She had promised to be a mother to her, and with all the inalienable stanchness of her nature she fulfilled the letter of her promise. More than the bond lay in the bond, but that was not the Señora's fault. The story of Ramona the Señora never told. To most of the Señora's acquaintances now, Ramona was a mystery. They did not know, and no one ever asked a prying question of the Señora Moreno, who Ramona's parents were, whether they were living or dead, or why Ramona, her name not being Moreno, lived always in the Señora's house as a daughter, tended and attended equally with the adored Felipe. A few gray-haired men and women here and there in the country could have told the strange story of Ramona, but its beginning was more than a half-century back, and much had happened since then. They seldom thought of the child. They knew she was in the Señora Moreno's keeping, and that was enough. The affairs of the generation just going out were not the business of the young people coming in. They would have tragedies enough of their own presently. What was the use of passing down the old ones? Yet the story was not one to be forgotten, and now and then it was told in the twilight of a summer evening, or in the shadows of vines on a lingering afternoon, and all young men and maidens thrilled who heard it. It was an elder sister of the Señora's, a sister old enough to be wooed and won while the Señora was yet at play, who had been promised in marriage to a young Scotchman named Angus Fale. She was a beautiful woman, And Angus Fale, from the day that he first saw her standing in the Presidio gate, became so madly her lover that he was like a man bereft of his senses. This was the only excuse ever to be made for Ramona Gonzaga's deed. It could never be denied by her bitterest accusers that, at the first and indeed for many months, she told Angus she did not love him and could not marry him, and that it was only after his stormy and ceaseless entreaties that she did finally promise to become his wife. Then, almost immediately, she went away to Monterey, and Angus set sail for San Blas. He was the owner of the richest line of ships which traded along the coast at that time. The richest stuffs, carvings, woods, pearls, and jewels which came into the country came in his ships. The arrival of one of them was always an event, and Angus himself, having been well born in Scotland and being wonderfully well-mannered for a seafaring man, was made welcome in all the best houses, wherever his ships went into harbor, from Monterey to San Diego. The Señorita Ramona Gonzaga sailed for Monterey the same day and hour her lover sailed for San Blas. They stood on the decks waving signals to each other as one sailed away to the south, the other to the north. It was remembered afterward by those who were in the ship with the Señorita that she ceased to wave her signals and had turned her face away, long before her lover's ship was out of sight. But the men of the San Jose said that Angus Fale stood immovable, gazing northward, till nightfall shut from his sight even the horizon line at which the Monterey ship had long before disappeared from view. This was to be his last voyage. He went on this only because his honor was pledged to do so. Also, he comforted himself by thinking that he would bring back for his bride, and for the home he meant to give her, treasures of all sorts, which none could select so well as he. Through the long weeks of the voyage he sat on deck, gazing dreamily at the waves, and letting his imagination feed on pictures of jewels, satins, velvets, laces, which would best deck his wife's form and face. When he could not longer bear the vivid fancy's heat in his blood, he would pace the deck, swifter and swifter, till his steps were like those of one flying in fear. At such times the men heard him muttering and whispering to himself, "Ramona, Ramona." Mad with love from the first to the last was Angus Fale, and there were many who believed that if he had ever seen the hour when he called Ramona Gonzaga his own, his reason would have fled forever at that moment, and he would have killed either her or himself, as men thus mad have been known to do. But that hour never came. When 8 months later the San Jose sailed into the Santa Barbara harbor, and Angus Fale leaped breathless on shore, the second man he met, no friend of his, looking him maliciously in the face, said, "So, ho, you're just too late for the wedding. Your sweetheart, the handsome Gonzaga girl, was married here, yesterday, to a fine young officer of the Monterey Presidio." Angus reeled, struck the man a blow full in the face, and fell on the ground, foaming at the mouth. He was lifted and carried into a house, and, speedily recovering, burst with the strength of a giant from the hands of those who were holding him, sprang out of the door and ran bareheaded up the road toward the Presidio. At the gate he was stopped by the guard who knew him. "Is it true?" gasped Angus. "Yes, senor," replied the man, who said afterward that his knees shook under him with terror at the look on the Scotchman's face. He feared he would strike him dead for his reply. But, instead, Angus burst into a maudlin laugh, and turning away went staggering down the street, singing and laughing. The next that was known of him was in a low drinking place, where he was seen lying on the floor, dead drunk. And from that day he sank lower and lower, till one of the commonest sights to be seen in Santa Barbara was Angus Fale reeling about, tipsy, coarse, loud, profane, dangerous. "See what the señorita escaped," said the thoughtless. She was quite right not to have married such a drunken wretch. In the rare intervals when he was partially sober, he sold all he possessed, ship after ship sold for a song, and the proceeds squandered in drinking or worse. He never had a sight of his lost bride. He did not seek it, and she, terrified, took every precaution to avoid it, and soon returned with her husband to Monterey. Finally, Angus disappeared, and after a time the news came up from Los Angeles that he was there, had gone out to the San Gabriel mission, and was living with the Indians. Some years later came the still more surprising news that he had married a squaw with several Indian children, had been legally married by the priest in the San Gabriel Mission Church. And that was the last that the faithless Ramona Gonzaga ever heard of her lover, until 25 years after her marriage, when one day he suddenly appeared in her presence. How he had gained admittance to the house was never known, but there he stood before her, bearing in his arms a beautiful babe, asleep. Drawing himself up to the utmost of his 6 feet of height, and looking at her sternly, with eyes blue like steel, he said, "Senora Ortegna, you once did me a great wrong. You sinned and the Lord has punished you. He has denied you children. I also have done a wrong. I have sinned and the Lord has punished me. He has given me a child. I ask once more at your hands a boon. Will you take this child of mine and bring it up as a child of yours, or of mine, ought to be brought up?" The tears were rolling down the Senora Ortegna's cheeks. The Lord had indeed punished her in more ways than Angus Fale knew. Her childlessness, bitter as that had been, was the least of them. Speechless, she rose and stretched out her arms for the child. He placed it in them. Still the child slept on, undisturbed. "I do not know if I will be permitted," she said falteringly. "My husband, Father Salvierderra, will command it." "I have seen him," replied Angus. The Signora's face brightened. "If that be so, I hope it can be as you wish," she said. Then a strange embarrassment came upon her, and looking down upon the infant, she said inquiringly, "But the child's mother?" Angus's face turned swarthy red. Perhaps face to face with this gentle and still lovely woman he had once so loved, he first realized to the full how wickedly he had thrown away his life. With a quick wave of his hand which spoke volumes, he said, "That is nothing. She has other children of her own blood. This is mine, my only one, my daughter. I wish her to be yours, otherwise she will be taken by the church." With each second that she felt the little warm body's tender weight in her arms, Ramona Ortegna's heart had more and more yearned towards the infant. At these words she bent her face down and kissed its cheek. "Oh no, not to the church. I will love it as my own," she said. Angus Fale's face quivered. Feelings long dead within him stirred in their graves. He gazed at the sad and altered face, once so beautiful, so dear. "I should hardly have known you, Senora," burst from him involuntarily. She smiled piteously, with no resentment. "That is not strange. I hardly know myself," she whispered. "Life has dealt very hardly with me. I should not have known you either, Angus." She pronounced his name hesitatingly, half appealingly. At the sound of the familiar syllables, so long unheard, the man's heart broke down. He buried his face in his hands and sobbed out, "Oh, Ramona, forgive me. I brought the child here, not wholly in love, partly in vengeance, but I am melted now. Are you sure you wish to keep her? I will take her away if you are not." "Never so long as I live, Angus," replied Senora Ortegna. "Already I feel that she is a mercy from the Lord. If my husband sees no offense in her presence, she will be a joy in my life. Has she been christened?" Angus cast his eyes down. A sudden fear smote him. "Before I had thought of bringing her to you," he stammered. "At first I had only the thought of giving her to the church. I had had her christened by," the words refused to leave his lips. "The name, can you not guess, Senora, what name she bears?" The Senora knew. "My own?" she said. Angus bowed his head. "The only woman's name that my lips ever spoke with love," he said, reassured, "was the name my daughter should bear." "It is well," replied the Senora. Then a great silence fell between them. Each studied the other's face, tenderly, bewilderedly. Then by a simultaneous impulse they drew nearer. Angus stretched out both his arms with a gesture of infinite love and despair, bent down and kissed the hands which lovingly held his sleeping child. "God bless you, Ramona. Farewell. You will never see me more," he cried, and was gone. In a moment more he reappeared on the threshold of the door, but only to say in a low tone, "There is no need to be alarmed if the child does not wake for some hours yet. She has had a safe sleeping potion given her. It will not harm her." One more long, lingering look into each other's faces, and the two lovers, so strangely parted, still more strangely met, had parted again, forever. The quarter of a century which had lain between them had been bridged in both their hearts as if it were but a day. In the heart of the man it was the old passionate, adoring love reawakening, a resurrection of the buried dead, to full life, with lineaments unchanged. In the woman it was not that. There was no buried love to come to such resurrection in her heart, for she had never loved Angus Fail. But long unloved, ill-treated, heartbroken, she woke at that moment to the realization of what manner of love it had been which she had thrown away in her youth. Her whole being yearned for it now, and Angus was avenged. When Francis Ortegna, late that night, reeled, half-tipsy, into his wife's room, he was suddenly sobered by the sight which met his eyes, his wife kneeling by the side of the cradle, in which lay, smiling in its sleep, a beautiful infant. "What in the devil's name?" he began. Then recollecting, he muttered, "Oh, the Indian brat! I see. I wish you joy, Senora Ortegna, of your first child," and with a mock bow and cruel sneer he staggered by, giving the cradle an angry thrust with his foot as he passed. The brutal taunt did not much wound the Senora. The time had long since passed when unkind words from her husband could give her keen pain. But it was a warning not lost upon her newborn mother instinct, and from that day the little Ramona was carefully kept and tended in apartments where there was no danger of her being seen by the man to whom the sight of her baby face was only a signal for anger and indecency. Hitherto Ramona Ortegna had, so far as was possible, carefully concealed from her family the unhappiness of her married life. Ortegna's character was indeed well known. His neglect of his wife, his shameful dissipations of all sorts, were notorious in every port in the country. But from the wife herself no one had even heard so much as a syllable of complaint. She was a Gonzaga, and she knew how to suffer in silence. But now she saw a reason for taking her sister into her confidence. It was plain to her that she had not many years to live. And what then would become of the child? Left to the tender mercies of Ortegna, it was only too certain what would become of her. Long sad hours of perplexity the lonely woman passed, with the little laughing babe in her arms, vainly endeavoring to forecast her future. The near chance of her own death had not occurred to her mind when she accepted the trust. Before the little Ramona was a year old, Angus Fail died. An Indian messenger from San Gabriel brought the news to Senora Ortegna. He brought her also a box and a letter given to him by Angus the day before his death. The box contained jewels of value, of fashions a quarter of a century old. They were the jewels which Angus had bought for his bride. These alone remained of all his fortune. Even in the lowest depths of his degradation, a certain sentiment had restrained him from parting with them. The letter contained only these words: "I send you all I have to leave my daughter. I meant to bring them myself this year. I wish to kiss your hands and hers once more, but I am dying. Farewell." After these jewels were in her possession, Senora Ortegna rested not till she had persuaded Senora Moreno to journey to Monterey, and had put the box into her keeping as a sacred trust. She also won from her a solemn promise that at her own death she would adopt the little Ramona. This promise came hard from Senora Moreno. Except for Father Salvierderra's influence, she had not given it. She did not wish any dealings with such alien and mongrel blood. "If the child were pure Indian, I would like it better," she said. "I like not these crosses. It is the worst and not the best of each that remains." But the promise once given, Senora Ortegna was content. Well she knew that her sister would not lie, nor evade a trust. The little Ramona's future was assured. During the last years of the unhappy woman's life, the child was her only comfort. Ortegna's conduct had become so openly and defiantly infamous that he even flaunted his illegitimate relations in his wife's presence, subjecting her to gross insults, spite of her helpless invalidism. This last outrage was too much for the Gonzaga blood to endure. The Senora never afterward left her apartment or spoke to her husband. Once more she sent for her sister to come, this time, to see her die. Every valuable she possessed, jewels, laces, brocades, and damasks, she gave into her sister's charge, to save them from falling into the hands of the base creature that she knew only too well would stand in her place as soon as the funeral services had been said over her dead body. Stealthily, as if she had been a thief, the sorrowing Senora Moreno conveyed her sister's wardrobe, article by article, out of the house, to be sent to her own home. It was the wardrobe of a princess. The Ortegnas lavished money always on the women whose hearts they broke, and never ceased to demand of them that they should sit superbly arrayed in their lonely wretchedness. 1 hour after the funeral, with a scant and icy ceremony of farewell to her dead sister's husband, Senora Moreno, leading the little 4-year-old Ramona by the hand, left the house and early the next morning set sail for home. When Ortegna discovered that his wife's jewels and valuables of all kinds were gone, he fell into a great rage and sent a messenger off, post-haste, with an insulting letter to the Señora Moreno, demanding their return. For answer, he got a copy of his wife's memoranda of instructions to her sister, giving all the said valuables to her in trust for Ramona, also a letter from Father Salvierderra, upon reading which he sank into a fit of despondency that lasted a day or two, and gave his infamous associates considerable alarm, lest they had lost their comrade. But he soon shook off the influence, whatever it was, and settled back into his old gait on the same old high road to the devil. Father Salvierderra could alarm him, but not save him. And this was the mystery of Ramona. No wonder the Señora Moreno never told the story. No wonder, perhaps, that she never loved the child. It was a sad legacy, indissolubly linked with memories which had in them nothing but bitterness, shame, and sorrow from first to last. How much of all this the young Ramona knew or suspected was locked in her own breast. Her Indian blood had as much proud reserve in it as was ever infused into the haughtiest Gonzaga's veins. While she was yet a little child, she had one day said to the Señora Moreno, "Señora, why did my mother give me to the Señora Ortegna?" Taken unawares, the Señora replied hastily, "Your mother had nothing whatever to do with it. It was your father." "Was my mother dead?" continued the child. Too late the Señora saw her mistake. "I do not know," she replied, which was literally true, but had the spirit of a lie in it. "I never saw your mother." "Did the Señora Ortegna ever see her?" persisted Ramona. "No, never," answered the Señora, coldly, the old wounds burning at the innocent child's unconscious touch. Ramona felt the chill and was silent for a time, her face sad and her eyes tearful. At last she said, "I wish I knew if my mother was dead." "Why?" asked the Señora. "Because if she is not dead, I would ask her why she did not want me to stay with her." The gentle piteousness of this reply smote the Señora's conscience. Taking the child in her arms, she said, "Who has been talking to you of these things, Ramona?" "Juan Can," she replied. "What did he say?" asked the Señora, with a look in her eye which boded no good to Juan Canito. "It was not to me he said it. It was to Luigo. But I heard him," answered Ramona, speaking slowly, as if collecting her various reminiscences on the subject. "Twice I heard him. He said that my mother was no good, and that my father was bad too," and the tears rolled down the child's cheeks. The Señora's sense of justice stood her well in place of tenderness. Now, caressing the little orphan as she had never before done, she said with an earnestness which sank deep into the child's mind, "Ramona must not believe any such thing as that. Juan Can is a bad man to say it. He never saw either your father or your mother, and so he could know nothing about them. I knew your father very well. He was not a bad man. He was my friend, and the friend of the Señora Ortegna. And that was the reason he gave you to the Señora Ortegna, because she had no child of her own. And I think your mother had a good many." "Oh," said Ramona, relieved for the moment, at this new view of the situation, that the gift had been not as a charity to her, but to the Señora Ortegna. Did the Señora Ortegna want a little daughter very much? "Yes, very much indeed," said the Señora, heartily and with fervor. She had grieved many years because she had no child. Silence again for a brief space, during which the little lonely heart, grappling with its vague instinct of loss and wrong, made wide thrusts into the perplexities hedging it about, and presently electrified the Señora by saying in a half-whisper, "Why did not my father bring me to you first? Did he know you did not want any daughter?" The Señora was dumb for a second, then recovering herself, she said, "Your father was the Señora Ortegna's friend more than he was mine. I was only a child then. Of course you did not need any daughter when you had Felipe," continued Ramona, pursuing her original line of inquiry and reflection without noticing the Señora's reply. "A son is more than a daughter, but most people have both," eyeing the Señora keenly to see what response this would bring. But the Señora was weary and uncomfortable with the talk. At the very mention of Felipe, a swift flash of consciousness of her inability to love Ramona had swept through her mind. "Ramona," she said firmly, "while you are a little girl, you cannot understand any of these things. When you are a woman, I will tell you all that I know myself about your father and your mother. It is very little. Your father died when you were only 2 years old. All that you have to do is to be a good child, and say your prayers, and when Father Salvierderra comes, he will be pleased with you, and he will not be pleased if you ask troublesome questions. Don't ever speak to me again about this. When the proper time comes, I will tell you myself." This was when Ramona was 10. She was now 19. She had never again asked the Señora a question bearing on the forbidden subject. She had been a good child and said her prayers, and Father Salvierderra had been always pleased with her, growing more and more deeply attached to her year by year. But the proper time had not yet come for the Señora to tell her anything more about her father and mother. There were few mornings on which the girl did not think, "Perhaps it may be today that she will tell me." But she would not ask. Every word of that conversation was as vivid in her mind as it had been the day it occurred. And it would hardly be an exaggeration to say that during every day of the whole 9 years had deepened in her heart the conviction which had prompted the child's question, "Did he know that you did not want any daughter?" A nature less gentle than Ramona's would have been embittered, or at least hardened, by this consciousness. But Ramona's was not. She never put it in words to herself. She accepted it, as those born deformed seem sometimes to accept the pain and isolation caused by their deformity, with an unquestioning acceptance, which is as far above resignation, as resignation is above rebellious repining. No one would have known from Ramona's face, manner, or habitual conduct that she had ever experienced a sorrow or had a care. Her face was sunny, she had a joyous voice, and never was seen to pass a human being without a cheerful greeting, to highest and lowest the same. Her industry was tireless. She had had 2 years at school, in the convent of the Sacred Heart at Los Angeles, where the Señora had placed her at much personal sacrifice, during one of the hardest times the Moreno estate had ever seen. Here she had won the affection of all the sisters, who spoke of her habitually as the blessed child. They had taught her all the dainty arts of lace-weaving, embroidery, and simple fashions of painting and drawing which they knew, not overmuch learning out of books, but enough to make her a passionate lover of verse and romance. For serious study or for deep thought she had no vocation. She was a simple, joyous, gentle, clinging, faithful nature, like a clear brook rippling along in the sun, a nature as unlike as possible to the Señora's, with its mysterious depths and stormy hidden currents. Of these Ramona was dimly conscious, and at times had a tender, sorrowful pity for the Señora, which she dared not show and could only express by renewed industry and tireless endeavor to fulfill every duty possible in the house. This gentle faithfulness was not wholly lost on Señora Moreno, though its source she never suspected, and it won no new recognition from her for Ramona, no increase of love. But there was one on whom not an act, not a look, not a smile of all this graciousness was thrown away. That one was Felipe. Daily more and more he wondered at his mother's lack of affection for Ramona. Nobody knew so well as he how far short she stopped of loving her. Felipe knew what it meant, how it felt, to be loved by the Señora Moreno. But Felipe had learned while he was a boy that one sure way to displease his mother was to appear to be aware that she did not treat Ramona as she treated him. And long before he had become a man, he had acquired the habit of keeping to himself most of the things he thought and felt about his little playmate sister, a dangerous habit out of which were slowly ripening bitter fruits for the Señora's gathering in later years. 4. It was longer even than the Señora had thought it would be before Father Salvierderra arrived. The old man had grown feeble during the year that she had not seen him, and it was a very short day's journey that he could make now without too great fatigue. It was not only his body that had failed. He had lost heart, and the miles which would have been nothing to him, had he walked in the companionship of hopeful and happy thoughts, stretched out wearily as he brooded over sad memories and still sadder anticipations, the downfall of the missions, the loss of their vast estates, and the growing power of the ungodly in the land. The final decision of the United States government in regard to the mission lands had been a terrible blow to him. He had devoutly believed that ultimate restoration of these great estates to the Church was inevitable. In the long vigils which he always kept when at home at the Franciscan monastery in Santa Barbara, kneeling on the stone pavement in the church, and praying ceaselessly from midnight till dawn, he had often had visions vouchsafed him of a new dispensation, in which the mission establishments should be reinstated in all their old splendor and prosperity, and their Indian converts again numbered by tens of thousands. Long after everyone knew that this was impossible, he would narrate these visions with the faith of an old Bible seer and declare that they must come true and that it was a sin to despond. But as year after year he journeyed up and down the country, seeing at mission after mission the buildings crumbling into ruin, the lands all taken, sold, resold, and settled by greedy speculators, the Indian converts disappearing, driven back to their original wildernesses, the last traces of the noble work of his order being rapidly swept away, his courage faltered, his faith died out. Changes in the manners and customs of his order itself also were giving him deep pain. He was a Franciscan of the same type as Francis of Assisi. To wear a shoe in place of a sandal, to take money in a purse for a journey, above all to lay aside the gray gown and cowl for any sort of secular garment, seemed to him wicked. To own comfortable clothes while there were others suffering for want of them, and there were always such, seemed to him a sin for which one might not undeservedly be smitten with sudden and terrible punishment. In vain the brothers again and again supplied him with a warm cloak. He gave it away to the first beggar he met. And as for food, the refectory would have been left bare, and the whole brotherhood starving, if the supplies had not been carefully hidden and locked, so that Father Salvierderra could not give them all away. He was fast becoming that most tragic yet often sublime sight, a man who has survived not only his own time, but the ideas and ideals of it. Earth holds no sharper loneliness. The bitterness of exile, the anguish of friendlessness at their utmost are in it, and yet it is so much greater than they, that even they seem small part of it. It was with thoughts such as these that Father Salvierderra drew near the home of the Señora Moreno late in the afternoon of one of those midsummer days of which Southern California has so many in spring. The almonds had bloomed and the blossoms fallen, the apricots also, and the peaches and pears. On all the orchards of these fruits had come a filmy tint of green, so light it was hardly more than a shadow on the gray. The willows were vivid light green, and the orange groves dark and glossy like laurel. The billowy hills on either side the valley were covered with verdure and bloom, myriads of low-blossoming plants, so close to the earth that their tints lapped and overlapped on each other, and on the green of the grass as feathers in fine plumage overlap each other and blend into a changeful color. The countless curves, hollows, and crests of the coast hills in Southern California heighten these chameleon effects of the spring verdure. They are like nothing in nature except the glitter of a brilliant lizard in the sun or the iridescent sheen of a peacock's neck. Father Salvierderra paused many times to gaze at the beautiful picture. Flowers were always dear to the Franciscans. St. Francis himself permitted all decorations which could be made of flowers. He classed them with his brothers and sisters, the sun, moon, and stars, all members of the sacred choir praising God. It was melancholy to see how, after each one of these pauses, each fresh drinking in of the beauty of the landscape and the balmy air, the old man resumed his slow pace, with a long sigh and his eyes cast down. The fairer this beautiful land, the sadder to know it lost to the church. Alien hands reaping its fullness, establishing new customs, new laws. All the way down the coast from Santa Barbara he had seen, at every stopping place, new tokens of the settling up of the country. Farms opening, towns growing, the Americans pouring in at all points to reap the advantages of their new possessions. It was this which had made his journey heavy-hearted, and made him feel, in approaching the Señora Moreno's, as if he were coming to one of the last sure strongholds of the Catholic faith left in the country. When he was within 2 miles of the house, he struck off from the highway into a narrow path that he recollected led by a short cut through the hills, and saved nearly a third of the distance. It was more than a year since he had trod this path, and as he found it growing fainter and fainter, and more overgrown with the wild mustard, he said to himself, "I think no one can have passed through here this year." As he proceeded, he found the mustard thicker and thicker. The wild mustard in Southern California is like that spoken of in the New Testament, in the branches of which the birds of the air may rest. Coming up out of the earth, so slender a stem that dozens can find starting point in an inch, it darts up, a slender straight shoot, 5, 10, 20 feet, with hundreds of fine feathery branches locking and interlocking with all the other hundreds around it, till it is an inextricable network like lace. Then it bursts into yellow blooms still finer, more feathery and lace-like. The stems are so infinitesimally small and of so dark a green that at a short distance they do not show, and the cloud of blossom seems floating in the air. At times it looks like golden dust. With a clear blue sky behind it, as it is often seen, it looks like a golden snowstorm. The plant is a tyrant and a nuisance, the terror of the farmer. It takes riotous possession of a whole field in a season. Once in, never out. For one plant this year, a million the next, but it is impossible to wish that the land were freed from it. Its gold is as distinct a value to the eye as the nugget gold is in the pocket. Father Salvierderra soon found himself in a veritable thicket of these delicate branches, high above his head, and so interlaced that he could make headway only by slowly and patiently disentangling them, as one would disentangle a skein of silk. It was a fantastic sort of dilemma, and not unpleasing. Except that the father was in haste to reach his journey's end, he would have enjoyed threading his way through the golden meshes. Suddenly he heard faint notes of singing. He paused, listened. It was the voice of a woman. It was slowly drawing nearer, apparently from the direction in which he was going. At intervals it ceased abruptly, then began again, as if by a sudden but brief interruption, like that made by question and answer. Then, peering ahead through the mustard blossoms, he saw them waving and bending and heard sounds as if they were being broken. Evidently someone entering on the path from the opposite end had been caught in the fragrant thicket as he was. The notes grew clearer, though still low and sweet as the twilight notes of the thrush. The mustard branches waved more and more violently. Light steps were now to be heard. Father Salvierderra stood still as one in a dream, his eyes straining forward into the golden mist of blossoms. In a moment more came, distinct and clear to his ear, the beautiful words of the second stanza of St. Francis's inimitable lyric, the Canticle of the Sun. Praise be to thee, O Lord, for all thy creatures, and especially for our brother the sun, who illuminates the day, and by his beauty and splendor shadows forth unto us thine. Ramona, exclaimed the father, his thin cheeks flushing with pleasure. The blessed child! And as he spoke, her face came into sight, set in a swaying frame of the blossoms, as she parted them lightly to right and left with her hands, and half crept, half danced through the loophole openings thus made. Father Salvierderra was past 80, but his blood was not too old to move quicker at the sight of this picture. A man must be dead not to thrill at it. Ramona's beauty was of the sort to be best enhanced by the waving gold which now framed her face. She had just enough of olive tint in her complexion to underlie and enrich her skin without making it swarthy. Her hair was like her Indian mother's, heavy and black, but her eyes were like her father's, steel blue. Only those who came very near to Ramona knew, however, that her eyes were blue, for the heavy black eyebrows and long black lashes so shaded and shadowed them that they looked black as night. At the same instant that Father Salvierderra first caught sight of her face, Ramona also saw him, and crying out joyfully, "Ah, Father, I knew you would come by this path, and something told me you were near." She sprang forward and sank on her knees before him, bowing her head for his blessing. In silence he laid his hands on her brow. It would not have been easy for him to speak to her at that first moment. She had looked to the devout old monk as she sprang through the cloud of golden flowers, the sun falling on her bared head, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining, more like an apparition of an angel or saint than like the flesh and blood maiden whom he had carried in his arms when she was a babe. "We have been waiting, waiting. Oh, so long for you, Father," she said, rising. "We began to fear that you might be ill. The shearers have been sent for and will be here tonight, and that was the reason I felt so sure you would come. I knew the Virgin would bring you in time for Mass in the chapel on the first morning." The monk smiled half sadly. "Would there were more with such faith as yours, daughter," he said. "Are all well on the place?" "Yes, Father, all well," she answered. "Felipe has been ill with a fever, but he is out now these 10 days, and fretting for your coming." Ramona had liked to have said the literal truth, fretting for the sheep shearing, but recollected herself in time. "And the Signora?" said the father. "She is well, answered Ramona, gently, but with a slight change of tone, so slight as to be almost imperceptible, but an acute observer would have always detected it in the girl's tone whenever she spoke of the Señora Moreno. "And you? Are you well yourself, father?" she asked affectionately, noting with her quick, loving eye how feebly the old man walked, and that he carried what she had never before seen in his hand, a stout staff to steady his steps. "You must be very tired with the long journey on foot." "Ay, Ramona, I am tired," he replied. "Old age is conquering me. It will not be many times more that I shall see this place." "Oh, do not say that, father," cried Ramona. "You can ride when it tires you too much to walk. The señora said only the other day that she wished you would let her give you a horse, that it was not right for you to take these long journeys on foot. You know we have hundreds of horses. It is nothing, one horse," she added, seeing the father slowly shake his head. "No," he said, "it is not that. I could not refuse anything at the hands of the señora, but it was the rule of our order to go on foot. We must deny the flesh. Look at our beloved master in this land, Father Junipero, when he was past 80, walking from San Diego to Monterrey, and all the while a running ulcer in one of his legs, for which most men would have taken to a bed, to be healed. It is a sinful fashion that is coming in, for monks to take their ease doing God's work. I can no longer walk swiftly, but I must walk all the more diligently." While they were talking, they had been slowly moving forward, Ramona slightly in advance, gracefully bending the mustard branches and holding them down till the father had followed in her steps. As they came out from the thicket, she exclaimed, laughing, "There is Felipe in the willows. I told him I was coming to meet you and he laughed at me. Now he will see I was right." Astonished enough, Felipe, hearing voices, looked up and saw Ramona and the father approaching. Throwing down the knife with which he had been cutting the willows, he hastened to meet them and dropped on his knees as Ramona had done, for the monk's blessing. As he knelt there, the wind blowing his hair loosely off his brow, his large brown eyes lifted in gentle reverence to the father's face, and his face full of affectionate welcome, Ramona thought to herself, as she had thought hundreds of times since she became a woman, "How beautiful Felipe is. No wonder the señora loves him so much. If I had been beautiful like that, she would have liked me better." Never was a little child more unconscious of her own beauty than Ramona still was. All the admiration which was expressed to her in word and look she took for simple kindness and goodwill. Her face, as she herself saw it in her glass, did not please her. She compared her straight, massive black eyebrows with Felipe's arched and delicately penciled, and found her own ugly. The expression of gentle repose which her countenance wore seemed to her an expression of stupidity. "Felipe looks so bright," she thought, as she noted his mobile changing face, never for 2 successive seconds the same. "There is nobody like Felipe." And when his brown eyes were fixed on her, as they so often were, in a long, lingering gaze, she looked steadily back into their velvet depths with an abstracted sort of intensity, which profoundly puzzled Felipe. It was this look, more than any other one thing, which had for 2 years held Felipe's tongue in leash, as it were, and made it impossible for him to say to Ramona any of the loving things of which his heart had been full ever since he could remember. The boy had spoken them unhesitatingly, unconsciously, but the man found himself suddenly afraid. "What is it she thinks when she looks into my eyes so?" he wondered. If he had known that the thing she was usually thinking was simply, "How much handsomer brown eyes are than blue. I wish my eyes were the color of Felipe's," he would have perceived perhaps what would have saved him sorrow if he had known it, that a girl who looked at a man thus would be hard to win to look at him as a lover. But being a lover, he could not see this. He saw only enough to perplex and deter him. As they drew near the house, Ramona saw Margarita standing at the gate of the garden. She was holding something white in her hands, looking down at it and crying piteously. As she perceived Ramona, she made an eager leap forward and then shrank back again, making dumb signals of distress to her. Her whole attitude was one of misery and entreaty. Margarita was, of all the maids, most beloved by Ramona. Though they were nearly of the same age, it had been Margarita who first had charge of Ramona. The nurse and her charge had played together, grown up together, become women together, and were now, although Margarita never presumed on the relation or forgot to address Ramona as señorita, more like friends than like mistress and maid. Pardon me, father, said Ramona. I see that Margarita there is in trouble. I will leave Felipe to go with you to the house. I will be with you again in a few moments. And kissing his hand, she flew rather than ran across the field to the foot of the garden. Before she reached the spot, Margarita had dropped on the ground and buried her face in her hands. A mass of crumpled and stained linen lay at her feet. What is it? What has happened, Margarita mia? Cried Ramona, in the affectionate Spanish phrase. For answer, Margarita removed one wet hand from her eyes and pointed with a gesture of despair to the crumpled linen. Sobs choked her voice, and she buried her face again in her hands. Ramona stooped and lifted one corner of the linen. An involuntary cry of dismay broke from her, at which Margarita's sobs redoubled, and she gasped out, "Yes, señorita, it is totally ruined. It can never be mended, and it will be needed for the Mass tomorrow morning. When I saw the Father coming by your side, I prayed to the Virgin to let me die. The Señora will never forgive me." It was indeed a sorry sight. The white linen altar cloth, the cloth which the Señora Moreno had with her own hands made into one solid front of beautiful lace of the Mexican fashion, by drawing out part of the threads and sewing the remainder into intricate patterns, the cloth which had always been on the altar, when Mass was said, since Margarita's and Ramona's earliest recollections, there it lay, torn, stained, as if it had been dragged through muddy brambles. In silence, aghast, Ramona opened it out and held it up. "How did it happen, Margarita?" she whispered, glancing in terror up towards the house. "Oh, that is the worst of it, señorita," sobbed the girl. "That is the worst of it. If it were not for that, I would not be so afraid. If it had happened any other way, the señora might have forgiven me, but she never will. I would rather die than tell her," and she shook from head to foot. "Stop crying, Margarita," said Ramona firmly, "and tell me all about it. It isn't so bad as it looks. I think I can mend it." "Oh, the saints bless you," cried Margarita, looking up for the first time. "Do you really think you can mend it, señorita? If you will mend that lace, I'll go on my knees for you all the rest of my life." Ramona laughed in spite of herself. "You'll serve me better by keeping on your feet," she said merrily, at which Margarita laughed too through her tears. They were both young. "Oh, but señorita," Margarita began again in a tone of anguish, her tears flowing afresh. "There is not time. It must be washed and ironed tonight, for the Mass tomorrow morning, and I have to help at the supper. Anita and Rosa are both ill in bed, you know, and Maria has gone away for a week. The señora said if the Father came tonight, I must help Mother, and must wait on table. It cannot be done. I was just going to iron it now, and I found it. So, it was in the artichoke patch, and Capitan, the beast, had been tossing it among the sharp pricks of the old last year's seeds." "In the artichoke patch?" ejaculated Ramona. "How under heavens did it get there?" "Oh, that was what I meant, señorita, when I said she never would forgive me. She has forbidden me many times to hang anything to dry on the fence there, and if I had only washed it when she first told me, 2 days ago, all would have been well. But I forgot it till this afternoon, and there was no sun in the court to dry it, and you know how the sun lies on the artichoke patch, and I put a strong cloth over the fence, so that the wood should not pierce the lace, and I did not leave it more than half an hour, just while I said a few words to Luigo, and there was no wind. And I believe the saints must have fetched it down to the ground to punish me for my disobedience." Ramona had been all this time carefully smoothing out the torn places. "It is not so bad as it looks," she said. "If it were not for the hurry, there would be no trouble in mending it. But I will do it the best I can so that it will not show. For tomorrow and then, after the Father is gone, I can repair it at leisure and make it just as good as new. I think I can mend it and wash it before dark." And she glanced at the sun. "Oh yes, there are good 3 hours of daylight yet. I can do it. You put the irons on the fire, to have them hot, to iron it as soon as it is partly dried. You will see it will not show that anything has happened to it." "Will the señora know?" asked poor Margarita, calmed and reassured, but still in mortal terror. Ramona turned her steady glance full on Margarita's face. "You would not be any happier if she were deceived, do you think?" she said gravely. "Oh, señorita, after it is mended, if it really does not show?" pleaded the girl. "I will tell her myself, "And not till after it is mended," said Ramona, but she did not smile. "Ah, señorita," said Margarita, deprecatingly, "you do not know what it is to have the señora displeased with one." "Nothing can be so bad as to be displeased with oneself," retorted Ramona, as she walked swiftly away to her room with the linen rolled up under her arm. Luckily for Margarita's cause, she met no one on the way. The señora had welcomed Father Salvierderra at the foot of the veranda steps, and had immediately closeted herself with him. She had much to say to him, much about which she wished his help and counsel, and much which she wished to learn from him as to affairs in the church, and in the country generally. Felipe had gone off at once to find Juan Canito, to see if everything were ready for the sheep shearing to begin on the next day, if the shearers arrived in time, and there was very good chance of their coming in by sundown this day, Felipe thought, for he had privately instructed his messenger to make all possible haste, and to impress on the Indians the urgent need of their losing no time on the road. It had been a great concession on the señora's part to allow the messenger to be sent off before she had positive intelligence as to the father's movements. But as day after day passed and no news came, even she perceived that it would not do to put off the sheep shearing much longer, or, as Juan Canito said, forever. The father might have fallen ill, and if that were so, it might very easily be weeks before they heard of it. So scanty were the means of communication between the remote places on his route of visitation. The messenger had therefore been sent to summon the Temecula shearers, and Señora had resigned herself to the inevitable, piously praying, however, morning and night, and at odd moments in the day that the father might arrive before the Indians did. When she saw him coming up the garden walk, leaning on the arm of her Felipe, on the afternoon of the very day which was the earliest possible day for the Indians to arrive, it was not strange that she felt, mingled with the joy of her greeting to her long-loved friend and confessor, a triumphant exultation that the saints had heard her prayers. In the kitchen all was bustle and stir. The coming of any guest into the house was a signal for unwanted activities there. Even the coming of Father Salvierderra, who never knew whether the soup had force-meat balls in it or not, old Marta said, and that was to her the last extreme of indifference to good things of the flesh. "But if he will not eat, he can see," she said, and her pride for herself and for the house was enlisted in setting forth as goodly an array of viands as her larder afforded. She grew suddenly fastidious over the size and color of the cabbages to go into the beef pot, and threw away one whole saucepan full of rice, because Margarita had put only one onion in instead of two. "Have I not told you again and again that for the father it is always 2 onions?" she exclaimed. "It is the dish he most favors of all, and it is a pity too, old as he is. It makes him no blood. It is good beef he should take now." The dining room was on the opposite side of the courtyard from the kitchen, and there was a perpetual procession of small messengers going back and forth between the rooms. It was the highest ambition of each child to be allowed to fetch and carry dishes in the preparation of the meals at all times, but when by so doing they could perchance get a glimpse through the dining room door, open on the veranda, of strangers and guests, their restless rivalry became unmanageable. Poor Margarita, between her own private anxieties and her multiplied duties of helping in the kitchen and setting the table, restraining and overseeing her army of infant volunteers, was nearly distraught. Not so distraught, however, but that she remembered and found time to seize a lighted candle in the kitchen, run and set it before the statue of St. Francis of Paula in her bedroom, hurriedly whispering a prayer that the lace might be made whole like new. Several times before the afternoon had waned, she snatched a moment to fling herself down at the statue's feet and pray her foolish little prayer over again. We think we are quite sure that it is a foolish little prayer when people pray to have torn lace made whole. But it would be hard to show the odds between asking that and asking that it may rain, or that the sick may get well. As the grand old Russian says, what men usually ask for when they pray to God is that 2 and 2 may not make 4. All the same, he is to be pitied who prays not. It was only the thought of that candle at St. Francis's feet which enabled Margarita to struggle through this anxious and unhappy afternoon and evening. At last supper was ready, a great dish of spiced beef and cabbage in the center of the table, a tureen of thick soup with force-meat balls and red peppers in it, 2 red earthen platters heaped, one with the boiled rice and onions, the other with the delicious frijoles, beans, so dear to all Mexican hearts, cut glass dishes filled with hot stewed pears or preserved quinces or grape jelly, plates of frosted cakes of various sorts, and a steaming silver tea kettle, from which went up an aroma of tea such as had never been bought or sold in all California, the señora's one extravagance and passion. "Where is Ramona?" asked the señora, surprised and displeased, as she entered the dining room. "Margarita, go tell the señorita that we are waiting for her." Margarita started tremblingly, with flushed face towards the door. What would happen now? "Oh, St. Francis," she inwardly prayed, "help us this once." "Stay," said Felipe. "Do not call Señorita Ramona." Then, turning to his mother, "Ramona cannot come. She is not in the house. She has a duty to perform for tomorrow," he said, and he looked meaningfully at his mother, adding, "We will not wait for her." Much bewildered, the señora took her seat at the head of the table in a mechanical way, and began. But Felipe, seeing that questions were to follow, interrupted her. "I have just spoken with her. It is impossible for her to come." And turning to Father Salvierderra, he at once engaged him in conversation, and left the baffled señora to bear her unsatisfied curiosity as best she could. Margarita looked at Felipe with an expression of profound gratitude, which he did not observe and would not in the least have understood, for Ramona had not confided to him any details of the disaster. Seeing him under her window, she had called cautiously to him and said, "Dear Felipe, do you think you can save me from having to come to supper? A dreadful accident has happened to the altar cloth, and I must mend it and wash it, and there is barely time before dark. Don't let them call me. I shall be down at the brook, and they will not find me, and your mother will be displeased." This wise precaution of Ramona's was the salvation of everything, so far as the altar cloth was concerned. The rents had proved far less serious than she had feared. The daylight held out till the last of them was skillfully mended, and just as the red beams of the sinking sun came streaming through the willow trees at the foot of the garden, Ramona, darting down the garden, had reached the brook, and kneeling on the grass, had dipped the linen into the water. Her hurried working over the lace and her anxiety had made her cheeks scarlet. As she ran down the garden, her comb had loosened and her hair fallen to her waist. Stopping only to pick up the comb and thrust it in her pocket, she had sped on, as it would soon be too dark for her to see the stains on the linen, and it was going to be no small trouble to get them out without fraying the lace. Her hair in disorder, her sleeves pinned loosely on her shoulders, her whole face aglow with the earnestness of her task, she bent low over the stones, rinsing the altar cloth up and down in the water, anxiously scanning it, then plunging it in again. The sunset beams played around her hair like a halo. The whole place was aglow with red light, and her face was kindled into transcendent beauty. A sound arrested her attention. She looked up. Forms, dusky black against the fiery western sky, were coming down the valley. It was the band of Indian shearers. They turned to the left and went towards the sheep sheds and booths. But there was one of them that Ramona did not see. He had been standing for some minutes, concealed behind a large willow tree a few rods from the place where Ramona was kneeling. It was Alessandro, son of Pablo Asis, captain of the shearing band. Walking slowly along in advance of his men, he had felt a light, as from a mirror held in the sun, smite his eyes. It was the red sunbeam on the glittering water where Ramona knelt. In the same second he saw Ramona. He halted, as wild creatures of the forest halt at a sound, gazed, walked abruptly away from his men, who kept on, not noticing his disappearance. Cautiously he moved a few steps nearer, into the shelter of a gnarled old willow, from behind which he could gaze unperceived on the beautiful vision, for so it seemed to him. As he gazed, his senses seemed leaving him, and unconsciously he spoke aloud. "Christ, what shall I do?" 5. The room in which Father Salvierderra always slept when at the Señora Moreno's house was the southeast corner room. It had a window to the south and one to the east. When the first glow of dawn came in the sky, this eastern window was lit up as by a fire. The father was always on watch for it, having usually been at prayer for hours. As the first ray reached the window, he would throw the casement wide open, and standing there with bared head, strike up the melody of the sunrise hymn sung in all devout Mexican families. It was a beautiful custom, not yet wholly abandoned. At the first dawn of light, the oldest member of the family arose and began singing some hymn familiar to the household. It was the duty of each person hearing it to immediately rise, or at least sit up in bed, and join in the singing. In a few moments the whole family would be singing, and the joyous sounds pouring out from the house like the music of the birds in the fields at dawn. The hymns were usually invocations to the Virgin, or to the saint of the day, and the melodies were sweet and simple. On this morning there was another watcher for the dawn besides Father Salvierderra. It was Alessandro, who had been restlessly wandering about since midnight, and had finally seated himself under the willow trees by the brook, at the spot where he had seen Ramona the evening before. He recollected this custom of the sunrise hymn when he and his band were at the Signora's the last year, and he had chanced then to learn that the father slept in the southeast room. From the spot where he sat, he could see the south window of this room. He could also see the low eastern horizon, at which a faint luminous line already showed. The sky was like amber, a few stars still shone faintly in the zenith. There was not a sound. It was one of those rare moments in which one can without difficulty realize the noiseless spinning of the earth through space. Alessandro knew nothing of this. He could not have been made to believe that the earth was moving. He thought the sun was coming up apace, and the earth was standing still. A belief just as grand, just as thrilling, so far as all that goes, as the other. Men worshipped the sun long before they found out that it stood still. Not the most reverent astronomer, with the mathematics of the heavens at his tongue's end, could have had more delight in the wondrous phenomenon of the dawn than did this simple-minded, unlearned man. His eyes wandered from the horizon line of slowly increasing light to the windows of the house, yet dark and still. Which window is hers? Will she open it when the song begins? He thought. Is it on this side of the house? Who can she be? She was not here last year. Saw the saints ever so beautiful a creature? At last came the full red ray across the meadow. Alessandro sprang to his feet. In the next second, Father Salvierderra flung up his south window, and leaning out, his cowl thrown off, his thin gray locks streaming back, began in a feeble but not unmelodious voice to sing, "O beautiful Queen, Princess of Heaven." Before he had finished the second line, a half-dozen voices had joined in. The Signora, from her room at the west end of the veranda, beyond the flowers, Felipe from the adjoining room, Ramona from hers, the next, and Margarita and other of the maids already astir in the wings of the house. As the volume of melody swelled, the canaries waked, and the finches and the linnets in the veranda roof. The tiles of this roof were laid on bundles of tulle reeds, in which the linnets delighted to build their nests. The roof was alive with them, scores and scores, nay hundreds, tame as chickens. Their tiny shrill twitter was like the tuning of myriads of violins. Singers at dawn from the heavens above people all regions, gladly we too sing, continued the hymn, the birds corroborating the stanza. Then men's voices joined in, Juan and Luigo, and a dozen more walking slowly up from the sheepfolds. The hymn was a favorite one, known to all. "Come, O sinners, come, and we will sing tender hymns to our refuge," was the chorus, repeated after each of the 5 verses of the hymn. Alessandro also knew the hymn well. His father, Chief Pablo, had been the leader of the choir at the San Luis Rey mission in the last years of its splendor, and had brought away with him much of the old choir music. Some of the books had been written by his own hand on parchment. He not only sang well, but was a good player on the violin. There was not at any of the missions so fine a band of performers on stringed instruments as at San Luis Rey. Father Perry was passionately fond of music, and spared no pains in training all the neophytes under his charge who showed any special talent in that direction. Chief Pablo, after the breaking up of the mission, had settled at Temecula with a small band of his Indians, and endeavored, so far as was in his power, to keep up the old religious services. The music in the little chapel of the Temecula Indians was a surprise to all who heard it. Alessandro had inherited his father's love and talent for music, and knew all the old mission music by heart. This hymn to the beautiful Queen, Princess of Heaven, was one of his special favorites, and as he heard verse after verse rising, he could not forbear striking in. At the first notes of this rich new voice, Ramona's voice ceased in surprise, and throwing up her window she leaned out, eagerly looking in all directions to see who it could be. Alessandro saw her, and sang no more. What could it have been? Did I dream it? Thought Ramona, drew in her head and began to sing again. With the next stanza of the chorus, the same rich baritone notes. They seemed to float in under all the rest, and bear them along as a great wave bears a boat. Ramona had never heard such a voice. Felipe had a good tenor, and she liked to sing with him, or to hear him, but this was from another world, this sound. Ramona felt every note of it penetrating her consciousness with a subtle thrill, almost like pain. When the hymn ended, she listened eagerly, hoping Father Salvierderra would strike up a second hymn, as he often did. But he did not this morning. There was too much to be done. Everybody was in a hurry to be at work. Windows shut, doors opened, the sounds of voices from all directions, ordering, questioning, answering, began to be heard. The sun rose and let a flood of workaday light on the whole place. Margarita ran and unlocked the chapel door, putting up a heartfelt thanksgiving to St. Francis and the Señorita, as she saw the snowy altar cloth in its place, looking, from that distance at least, as good as new. The Indians and the shepherds, and laborers of all sorts, were coming towards the chapel. The Señora, with her best black silk handkerchief bound tight around her forehead, the ends hanging down each side of her face, making her look like an Assyrian priestess, was descending the veranda steps, Felipe at her side. And Father Salvierderra had already entered the chapel before Ramona appeared. Or Alessandro stirred from his vantage post of observation at the willows. When Ramona came out from the door, she bore in her hands a high silver urn filled with ferns. She had been for many days gathering and hoarding these. They were hard to find, growing only in one place in a rocky canon, several miles away. As she stepped from the veranda to the ground, Alessandro walked slowly up the garden walk, facing her. She met his eyes and, without knowing why, thought, that must be the Indian who sang. As she turned to the right and entered the chapel, Alessandro followed her hurriedly and knelt on the stones close to the chapel door. He would be near when she came out. As he looked in at the door, he saw her glide up the aisle, place the ferns on the reading desk, and then kneel down by Felipe in front of the altar. Felipe turned towards her, smiling slightly, with a look as of secret intelligence. Ah, Señor Felipe has married. She is his wife, thought Alessandro, and a strange pain seized him. He did not analyze it, hardly knew what it meant. He was only 21. He had not thought much about women. He was a distant, cold boy. His own people of the Temecula village said it had come, they believed, of learning to read, which was always bad. Chief Pablo had not done his son any good by trying to make him like white men. If the fathers could have stayed, and the life at the mission have gone on, why, Alessandro could have had work to do for the fathers, as his father had before him. Pablo had been Father Perry's right-hand man at the mission, had kept all the accounts about the cattle, paid the wages, handled thousands of dollars of gold every month. But that was in the time of the king. It was very different now. The Americans would not let an Indian do anything but plow and sow and herd cattle. A man need not read and write to do that. Even Pablo sometimes doubted whether he had done wisely in teaching Alessandro all he knew himself. Pablo was, for one of his race, wise and far-seeing. He perceived the danger threatening his people on all sides. Father Perry, before he left the country, had said to him, "Pablo, your people will be driven like sheep to the slaughter, unless you keep them together. Knit firm bonds between them, band them into pueblos, make them work, and above all, keep peace with the whites. It is your only chance." Most strenuously, Pablo had striven to obey Father Perry's directions. He had set his people the example of constant industry, working steadily in his fields and caring well for his herds. He had built a chapel in his little village, and kept up forms of religious service there. Whenever there were troubles with the whites, or rumors of them, he went from house to house, urging, persuading, commanding his people to keep the peace. At one time, when there was an insurrection of some of the Indian tribes farther south, and for a few days it looked as if there would be a general Indian war, he removed the greater part of his band, men, women, and children, driving their flocks and herds with them, to Los Angeles, and camped there for several days. that they might be identified with the whites in case hostilities became serious. But his labors did not receive the reward that they deserved. With every day that the intercourse between his people and the whites increased, he saw the whites gaining, his people surely losing ground, and his anxieties deepened. The Mexican owner of the Temecula Valley, a friend of Father Perry's, and a good friend also of Pablo's, had returned to Mexico in disgust with the state of affairs in California, and was reported to be lying at the point of death. This man's promise to Pablo, that he and his people should always live in the valley undisturbed, was all the title Pablo had to the village lands. In the days when the promise was given, it was all that was necessary. The lines marking off the Indians' lands were surveyed and put on the map of the estate. No Mexican proprietor ever broke faith with an Indian family or village, thus placed on his lands. But Pablo had heard rumors which greatly disquieted him, that such pledges and surveyed lines as these were coming to be held as of no value, not binding on purchasers of grants. He was intelligent enough to see that if this were so, he and his people were ruined. All these perplexities and fears he confided to Alessandro. Long, anxious hours the father and son spent together, walking back and forth in the village, or sitting in front of their little adobe house, discussing what could be done. There was always the same ending to the discussion, a long sigh, and, "We must wait, we can do nothing." No wonder Alessandro seemed, to the more ignorant and thoughtless young men and women of his village, a cold and distant lad. He was made old before his time. He was carrying in his heart burdens of which they knew nothing. So long as the wheat fields came up well, and there was no drought, and the horses and sheep had good pasture, in plenty, on the hills, the Temecula people could be merry, go day by day to their easy work, play games at sunset, and sleep sound all night. But Alessandro and his father looked beyond. And this was the one great reason why Alessandro had not yet thought about women, in way of love. This, and also the fact that even the little education he had received was sufficient to raise a slight barrier, of which he was unconsciously aware, between him and the maidens of the village. If a quick, warm fancy for any one of them ever stirred in his veins, he found himself soon, he knew not how, cured of it. For a dance or a game, or a friendly chat, for the trips into the mountains after acorns, or to the marshes for grasses and reeds, he was their good comrade, and they were his, but never had the desire to take one of them for his wife, entered into Alessandro's mind. The vista of the future, for him, was filled full by thoughts which left no room for love's dreaming. One purpose and one fear filled it, the purpose to be his father's worthy successor, for Pablo was old now and very feeble, the fear that exile and ruin were in store for them all. It was of these things he had been thinking as he walked alone, in advance of his men on the previous night, when he first saw Ramona kneeling at the brook. Between that moment and the present, it seemed to Alessandro that some strange miracle must have happened to him. The purposes and the fears had alike gone. A face replaced them. A vague wonder, pain, joy, he knew not what, filled him so to overflowing that he was bewildered. If he had been what the world calls a civilized man, he would have known instantly and would have been capable of weighing, analyzing, and reflecting on his sensations at leisure. But he was not a civilized man. He had to bring to bear on his present situation only simple, primitive, uneducated instincts and impulses. If Ramona had been a maiden of his own people or race, he would have drawn near to her as quickly as iron to the magnet. But now, if he had gone so far as to even think of her in such a way, she would have been, to his view, as far removed from him as was the morning star beneath whose radiance he had that morning watched, hoping for sight of her at her window. He did not, however, go so far as to thus think of her. Even that would have been impossible. He only knelt on the stones outside the chapel door, mechanically repeating the prayers with the rest, waiting for her to reappear. He had no doubt now that she was Señor Felipe's wife. All the same, he wished to kneel there till she came out, that he might see her face again. His vista of purpose, fear, hope, had narrowed now down to that. Just one more sight of her. Ever so civilized, he could hardly have worshipped a woman better. The Mass seemed to him endlessly long, until near the last he forgot to sing. Then, in the closing of the final hymn, he suddenly remembered, and the clear, deep-toned voice pealed out, as before, like the undertone of a great sea wave sweeping along. Ramona heard the first note and felt again the same thrill. She was as much a musician born as Alessandro himself. As she rose from her knees, she whispered to Felipe, "Felipe, do find out which one of the Indians it is has that superb voice. I never heard anything like it." "Oh, that is Alessandro," replied Felipe, "old Pablo's son. He is a splendid fellow. Don't you recollect his singing 2 years ago?" "I was not here," replied Ramona. "You forget." "Ah, yes, so you were away. I had forgotten," said Felipe. "Well, he was here. They made him captain of the shearing band, though he was only 20, and he managed the men splendidly. They saved nearly all their money to carry home, and I never knew them do such a thing before. Father Salvadero was here, which might have had something to do with it, but I think it was quite as much Alessandro. He plays the violin beautifully. I hope he has brought it along. He plays the old San Luis Rey music. His father was bandmaster there." Ramona's eyes kindled with pleasure. "Does your mother like it, to have him play?" she asked. Felipe nodded. "We'll have him up on the veranda tonight," he said. While this whispered colloquy was going on, the chapel had emptied, the Indians and Mexicans all hurrying out to set about the day's work. Alessandro lingered at the doorway as long as he dared, till he was sharply called by Juan Canito, looking back. "What are you gaping at there, you Alessandro? Hurry now, and get your men to work. After waiting till near midsummer for this shearing, we'll make as quick work of it as we can. Have you got your best shearers here?" "Aye, that I have," answered Alessandro. "Not a man of them but can shear his 100 in a day. There is not such a band as ours in all San Diego County, and we don't turn out the sheep all bleeding either. You'll see scarce a scratch on their sides." "Humph," retorted Juan Can. "'Tis a poor shearer indeed that draws blood to speak of. I've sheared many 1,000 sheep in my day, and never a red stain on the shears, but the Mexicans have always been famed for good shearers." Juan's invidious emphasis on the word Mexicans did not escape Alessandro. "And we Indians also," he answered, good-naturedly, betraying no annoyance. "But as for these Americans, I saw one at work the other day, that man Lomax, who settled near Temecula, and upon my faith, Juan Can, I thought it was a slaughter pen, and not a shearing. The poor beasts limped off with the blood running." Juan did not see his way clear at the moment to any fitting rejoinder to this easy assumption, on Alessandro's part, of the equal superiority of Indians and Mexicans in the sheep-shearing art. So, much vexed, with another humph, he walked away so fast that he lost the sight of a smile on Alessandro's face, which would have vexed him still further. At the sheep-shearing sheds and pens all was stir and bustle. The shearing shed was a huge caricature of a summer house. A long, narrow structure, 60 feet long by 20 or 30 wide, all roof and pillars, no walls, the supports, slender rough posts, as far apart as was safe, for the upholding of the roof, which was of rough planks loosely laid from beam to beam. On 3 sides of this were the sheep pens filled with sheep and lambs. A few rods away stood the booths in which the shearers' food was to be cooked and the shearers fed. These were mere temporary affairs, roofed only by willow boughs with the leaves left on. Near these, the Indians had already arranged their camp. A hut or two of green boughs had been built, but for the most part they would sleep rolled up in their blankets on the ground. There was a brisk wind, and the gay-colored wings of the windmill blew furiously round and round, pumping out into the tank below a stream of water so swift and strong that as the men crowded around, whetting and sharpening their knives, they got well spattered and had much merriment, pushing and elbowing each other into the spray. A high 4-posted frame stood close to the shed. In this, swung from the 4 corners, hung one of the great sacking bags in which the fleeces were to be packed. A big pile of bags lay on the ground at the foot of the posts. Juan Can eyed them with a chuckle. "We'll fill more than those before night, Señor Felipe," he said. He was in his element, Juan Can, at shearing times. Then came his reward for the somewhat monotonous and stupid year's work. The world held no better feast for his eyes than the sight of a long row of big bales of fleece, tied, stamped with the Moreno brand, ready to be drawn away to the mills. "Now there is something substantial," he thought. "No chance of wool going amiss in market." If a year's crop were good, Juan's happiness was assured for the next 6 months. If it proved poor, he turned devout immediately. and spent the next 6 months calling on the saints for better luck and redoubling his exertions with the sheep. On one of the posts of the shed, short projecting slats were nailed, like half-rounds of a ladder. Lightly as a rope walker, Felipe ran up these, to the roof, and took his stand there, ready to take the fleeces and pack them in the bag as fast as they should be tossed up from below. Luigo, with a big leathern wallet fastened in front of him, filled with 5-cent pieces, took his stand in the center of the shed. The 30 shearers, running into the nearest pen, dragged each his sheep into the shed. In a twinkling of an eye had the creature between his knees, helpless, immovable, and the sharp sound of the shears set in. The sheep shearing had begun. No rest now. Not a second's silence from the bleating, baaing, opening and shutting, clicking, sharpening of shears, flying of fleeces through the air to the roof, pressing and stamping them down in the bales. Not a second's intermission, except the hour of rest at noon from sunrise till sunset, till the whole 8,000 of the Señora Moreno's sheep were shorn. It was a dramatic spectacle. As soon as a sheep was shorn, the shearer ran with the fleece in his hand to Luigo, threw it down on a table, received his 5-cent piece, dropped it in his pocket, ran to the pen, dragged out another sheep, and in less than 5 minutes was back again with a second fleece. The shorn sheep, released, bounded off into another pen, where, light in the head no doubt from being 3 to 5 pounds lighter on their legs, they trotted round bewilderedly for a moment, then flung up their heels and capered for joy. It was warm work. The dust from the fleeces and the trampling feet filled the air. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the sweat poured off the men's faces, and Felipe, standing without shelter on the roof, found out very soon that he had by no means yet got back his full strength since the fever. Long before noon, except for sheer pride, and for the recollection of Juan Canito's speech, he would have come down and yielded his place to the old man. But he was resolved not to give up, and he worked on, though his face was purple and his head throbbing. After the bag of fleeces is half full, the packer stands in it, jumping with his full weight on the wool as he throws in the fleeces, to compress them as much as possible. When Felipe began to do this, he found that he had indeed overrated his strength. As the first cloud of the sickening dust came up, enveloping his head, choking his breath, he turned suddenly dizzy, and calling faintly, "Juan, I am ill," sank helpless down in the wool. He had fainted. At Juan Canito's scream of dismay, a great hubbub and outcry arose. All saw instantly what had happened. Felipe's head was hanging limp over the edge of the bag, Juan in vain endeavoring to get sufficient foothold by his side to lift him. One after another the men rushed up the ladder, until they were all standing, a helpless, excited crowd on the roof, one proposing one thing, one another. Only Luigo had had the presence of mind to run to the house for help. The Señora was away from home. She had gone with Father Salvierderra to a friend's house, a half-day's journey off. But Ramona was there. Snatching all she could think of in way of restoratives, she came flying back with Luigo, followed by every servant of the establishment, all talking, groaning, gesticulating, suggesting, wringing their hands, as disheartening a babble as ever made bad matters worse. Reaching the shed, Ramona looked up to the roof, bewildered. "Where is he?" she cried. The next instant she saw his head, held in Juan Canito's arms, just above the edge of the wool bag. She groaned, "Oh, how will he ever be lifted out?" "I will lift him, Señora," cried Alessandro, coming to the front. "I am very strong. Do not be afraid, I will bring him safe down." And swinging himself down the ladder, he ran swiftly to the camp, and returned, bringing in his hands' blankets. Springing quickly to the roof again, he knotted the blankets firmly together, and tying them at the middle around his waist, threw the ends to his men, telling them to hold him firm. He spoke in the Indian tongue as he was hurriedly doing this, and Ramona did not at first understand his plan. But when she saw the Indians move a little back from the edge of the roof, holding the blankets firm grasped, while Alessandro stepped out on one of the narrow crossbeams from which the bag swung, she saw what he meant to do. She held her breath. Felipe was a slender man. Alessandro was much heavier and many inches taller. Still, could any man carry such a burden safely on that narrow beam? Ramona looked away and shut her eyes through the silence which followed. It was only a few moments, but it seemed an eternity before a glad murmur of voices told her that it was done, and looking up, she saw Felipe lying on the roof, unconscious, his face white, his eyes shut. At this sight, all the servants broke out afresh, weeping and wailing. "He is dead! He is dead!" Ramona stood motionless, her eyes fixed on Felipe's face. She too believed him dead, but her thought was of the señora. "He is not dead!" cried Juan Canito, who had thrust his hand under Felipe's shirt. "He is not dead. It is only a faint." At this, the first tears rolled down Ramona's face. She looked piteously at the ladder up and down which she had seen Alessandro run as if it were an easy indoor staircase. "If I could only get up there," she said, looking from one to another. "I think I can," and she put one foot on the lower round. "Holy Virgin," cried Juan Can, seeing her movement. "Señorita? Señorita, do not attempt it. It is not too easy for a man. You will break your neck. He is fast coming to his senses." Alessandro caught the words. Spite of all the confusion and terror of the scene, his heart heard the word, "Señorita." Ramona was not the wife of Felipe, or of any man. Yet Alessandro recollected that he had addressed her as Señora, and she did not seem surprised. Coming to the front of the group, he said, bending forward, "Señorita." There must have been something in the tone which made Ramona start. The simple word could not have done it. "Señorita," said Alessandro, "it will be nothing to bring Señor Felipe down the ladder. He is, in my arms, no more than one of the lambs yonder. I will bring him down as soon as he is recovered. He is better here till then. He will very soon be himself again." It was only the heat. Seeing that the expression of anxious distress did not grow less on Ramona's face, he continued, in a tone still more earnest, "Will not the señorita trust me to bring him safe down?" Ramona smiled faintly through her tears. "Yes," she said, "I will trust you. You are Alessandro, are you not?" "Yes, señorita," he answered, greatly surprised. "I am Alessandro." 6. A bad beginning did not make a good ending of the Señora Moreno's sheep shearing this year. One as superstitiously prejudiced against Roman Catholic rule as she was in favor of it, would have found, in the way things fell out, ample reason for a belief that the Señora was being punished for having let all the affairs of her place come to a standstill, to await the coming of an old monk. But the pious Señora, looking at the other side of the shield, was filled with gratitude that, since all this ill luck was to befall her, she had the good Father Salvierderra at her side to give her comfort and counsel. It was not yet quite noon of the first day, when Felipe fainted and fell in the wool, and it was only a little past noon of the third, when Juan Canito, who, not without some secret exultation, had taken Señor Felipe's place at the packing, fell from the crossbeam to the ground and broke his right leg, a bad break near the knee, and Juan Canito's bones were much too old for fresh knitting. He would never again be able to do more than hobble about on crutches, dragging along the useless leg. It was a cruel blow to the old man. He could not be resigned to it. He lost faith in his saints, and privately indulged in blasphemous beratings and reproaches of them, which would have filled the Señora with terror, had she known that such blasphemies were being committed under her roof. "As many times as I have crossed that plank, in my day," cried Juan. "Only the fiends themselves could have made me trip. And there was that whole box of candles I paid for with my own money last month, and burned to St. Francis in the chapel for this very sheep shearing. He may sit in the dark, for all me, to the end of time. He is no saint at all. What are they for, if not to keep us from harm when we pray to them? I'll pray no more. I believe the Americans are right, who laugh at us. From morning till night, and nearly from night till morning, for the leg ached so he slept little. Poor Juan groaned and grumbled and swore and grumbled and groaned. Taking care of him was enough, Margarita said, to wear out the patience of the Madonna herself. There was no pleasing him, whatever you did, and his tongue was never still a minute. For her part, she believed that it must be as he said, that the fiends had pushed him off the plank, and that the saints had had their reasons for leaving him to his fate. A coldness and suspicion gradually grew up in the minds of all the servants towards him. His own reckless language, combined with Margarita's reports, gave the superstitious fair ground for believing that something had gone mysteriously wrong, and that the devil was in a fair way to get his soul, which was very hard for the old man, in addition to all the rest he had to bear. The only alleviation he had for his torments was in having his fellow servants, men and women, drop in, sit by his pallet and chat with him, telling him all that was going on, and when by degrees they dropped off, coming more and more seldom, and one by one leaving off coming altogether, it was the one drop that overflowed his cup of misery, and he turned his face to the wall, left off grumbling, and spoke only when he must. This phase frightened Margarita even more than the first. Now, she thought, surely the dumb terror and remorse of one who belongs to the devil had seized him, and her hands trembled as she went through the needful ministrations for him each day. 3 months at least the doctor, who had come from Ventura to set the leg, had said he must lie still in bed and be thus tended. 3 months, sighed Margarita. If I be not dead or gone crazy myself before the end of that become. The Señora was too busy with Felipe to pay attention or to give thought to Juan. Felipe's fainting had been the symptom and beginning of a fierce relapse of the fever, and he was lying in his bed, tossing and raving in delirium, always about the wool. Throw them faster, faster. That's a good fleece, 5 pounds more, a round ton in those bales. Juan Alessandro, Captain, Jesus, how this sun burns my head. Several times he had called Alessandro so earnestly that Father Salvierderra advised bringing Alessandro into the room to see if by any chance there might have been something in his mind that he wished to say to him. But when Alessandro stood by the bedside, Felipe gazed at him vacantly, as he did at all the others, still repeating, however, Alessandro. Alessandro. I think perhaps he wants Alessandro to play on his violin, sobbed out Ramona. He was telling me how beautifully Alessandro played, and said he would have him up on the veranda in the evening to play to us. We might try it, said Father Salvierderra. Have you your violin here, Alessandro? Alas, no, Father, replied Alessandro. I did not bring it. Perhaps it would do him good if you were to sing then, said Ramona. He was speaking of your voice also. Oh, try, said the señorita, turning to Alessandro. Sing something low and soft. Alessandro walked from the bed to the open window, and after thinking for a moment, began a slow strain from one of the masses. At the first note, Felipe became suddenly quiet, evidently listening. An expression of pleasure spread over his feverish face. He turned his head to one side, put his hand under his cheek and closed his eyes. The 3 watching him looked at each other in astonishment. It is a miracle, said Father Salvierderra. He will sleep. It was what he wanted, whispered Ramona. The Señora spoke not, but buried her face in the bedclothes for a second. Then lifting it, she gazed at Alessandro as if she were praying to a saint. He too saw the change in Felipe, and sang lower and lower, till the notes sounded as if they came from afar, lower and lower, slower. Finally they ceased, as if they died away, lost in distance. As they ceased, Felipe opened his eyes. Oh, go on, the Señora implored in a whisper shrill with anxiety. Do not stop. Alessandro repeated the strain, slow, solemn, his voice trembled. The air in the room seemed stifling. Spite of the open window, he felt something like terror as he saw Felipe evidently sinking to sleep by reason of the notes of his voice. There had been nothing in Alessandro's healthy outdoor experience to enable him to understand such a phenomenon. Felipe breathed more and more slowly, softly, regularly. Soon he was in a deep sleep. The singing stopped. Felipe did not stir. Can I go? Whispered Alessandro. No, replied the Señora, impatiently. He may wake any minute. Alessandro looked troubled, but bowed his head submissively, and remained standing by the window. Father Salvierderra was kneeling on one side of the bed, the Señora at the other, Ramona at the foot, all praying. The silence was so great that the slight sounds of the rosary beads slipping against each other seemed loud. In a niche in the wall at the head of the bed stood a statue of the Madonna, on the other side a picture of Santa Barbara. Candles were burning before each. The long wicks smoldered and died down, sputtering, then flared up again as the ends fell into the melted wax. The Señora's eyes were fixed on the Madonna. The Father's were closed. Ramona gazed at Felipe with tears streaming down her face as she mechanically told her beads. She is his betrothed, no doubt, thought Alessandro. The saints will not let him die. And Alessandro also prayed. but the oppression of the scene was too much for him. Laying his hand on the low windowsill, he vaulted over it, saying to Ramona, who turned her head at the sound, "I will not go away, señorita. I will be close under the window if he awakes." Once in the open air, he drew a long breath and gazed bewilderedly about him, like one just recovering consciousness after a faint. Then he threw himself on the ground under the window and lay looking up into the sky. Capitan came up, and with a low whine stretched himself out at full length by his side. The dog knew as well as any other one of the house that danger and anguish were there. 1 hour passed, 2, 3, still no sound from Felipe's room. Alessandro rose and looked in at the window. The father and the señora had not changed their attitudes. Their lips were yet moving in prayer. But Ramona had yielded to her fatigue, slipped from her knees into a sitting posture, with her head leaning against the post of the bedstead, and fallen asleep. Her face was swollen and discolored by weeping, and heavy circles under her eyes told how tired she was. For 3 days and nights she had scarcely rested, so constant were the demands on her. Between Felipe's illness and Juan Can's, there was not a moment without something to be done, or some perplexing question to be settled, and above all, and through all, the terrible sorrow. Ramona was broken down with grief at the thought of Felipe's death. She had never known till she saw him lying there delirious, and as she in her inexperience thought, dying, how her whole life was entwined with his. But now, at the very thought of what it would be to live without him, her heart sickened. "When he is buried, I will ask Father Salvierderra to take me away. I never can live here alone," she said to herself, never for a moment perceiving that the word alone was a strange one to have come into her mind in the connection. The thought of the señora did not enter into her imaginations of the future which so smote her with terror. In the señora's presence, Ramona always felt herself alone. Alessandro stood at the window, his arms folded, leaning on the sill, his eyes fixed on Ramona's face and form. To any other than a lover's eyes she had not looked beautiful now, but to Alessandro she looked more beautiful than the picture of Santa Barbara on the wall beyond. With a lover's instinct he knew the thoughts which had written such lines on her face in the last 3 days. "It will kill her if he dies," he thought. "If these 3 days have made her look like that." And Alessandro threw himself on the ground again, his face down. He did not know whether it were an hour or a day that he had lain there, when he heard Father Salvierderra's voice speaking his name. He sprang up, to see the old monk standing in the window, tears running down his cheeks. "God be praised," he said. "The Señor Felipe will get well. A sweat has broken out on his skin. He still sleeps, but when he wakes he will be in his right mind. The strength of the fever is broken. But, Alessandro, we know not how to spare you. Can you not let the men go without you and remain here? The señora would like to have you remain in Juan Can's place till he is about. She will give you the same wages he had. Would it not be a good thing for you, Alessandro? You cannot be sure of earning so much as that for the next 3 months, can you?" While the father was speaking, a tumult had been going on in Alessandro's breast. He did not know by name any of the impulses which were warring there, tearing him in twain, as it were by their pulling in opposite directions, one saying stay, and the other saying go. He would not have known what anyone meant, who had said to him, "It is danger to stay, it is safety to fly." All the same, he felt as if he could do neither. "There is another shearing yet, father," he began. "At the Ortega's ranch. I had promised to go to them as soon as I had finished here, and they have been wroth enough with us for the delay already. It will not do to break the promise, father." Father Salvierderra's face fell. "No, my son, certainly not," he said, "but could no one else take your place with the band?" Hearing these words, Ramona came to the window and leaning out whispered, "Are you talking about Alessandro's staying? Let me come and talk to him. He must not go." And running swiftly through the hall, across the veranda, and down the steps, she stood by Alessandro's side in a moment. Looking up in his face pleadingly, she said, "We can't let you go, Alessandro. The señor will pay wages to some other to go in your place with the shearers. We want you to stay here in Juan Can's place till he is well. Don't say you can't stay. Felipe may need you to sing again, and what would we do then? Can't you stay?" "Yes, I can stay, señorita," answered Alessandro gravely. "I will stay so long as you need me." "Oh, thank you, Alessandro," Ramona cried. You are good to stay. The Senora will see that it is no loss to you," and she flew back to the house. "It is not for the wages, Señorita," Alessandro began, but Ramona was gone. She did not hear him, and he turned away with a sense of humiliation. "I don't want the Señorita to think that it was the money kept me," he said, turning to Father Salvierderra. "I would not leave the band for money. It is to help, because they are in trouble, Father." Yes, son, I understand that," replied the monk, who had known Alessandro since he was a little fellow playing in the corridors of San Luis Rey, the pet of all the brothers there. "That is quite right of you, and the Signora will not be insensible of it. It is not for such things that money can pay. They are indeed in great trouble now, and only the 2 women in the house, and I must soon be going on my way north again." "Is it sure that Signor Felipe will get well?" asked Alessandro. "I think so," replied Father Salvierderra. "These relapses are always worse than the first attack, but I have never known one to die after he had the natural sweat to break from the skin and got good sleep. I doubt not he will be in his bed, though, for many days, and there will be much to be seen to. It was an ill luck to have Juan Can laid up too just at this time. I must go and see him. I hear he is in most rebellious frame of mind, and blasphemes impiously." "That does he," said Alessandro. "He swears the saints gave him over to the fiends to push him off the plank, and he'll have none of them from this out. I told him to beware, or they might bring him to worse things yet if he did not mend his speech of them." Sighing deeply as they walked along, the monk said, "It is but a sign of the times. Blasphemers are on the highway. The people are being corrupted. Keeps your father the worship in the chapel still, and does a priest come often to the village?" "Only twice a year," replied Alessandro, "and sometimes for a funeral, if there is money enough to pay for the Mass. But my father has the chapel open, and each Sunday we sing what we know of the Mass, and the people are often there praying." Aye, ever for money," groaned Father Salvierderra, not heeding the latter part of the sentence. "Ever for money. It is a shame, but that it were sure to be held as a trespass, I would go myself to Temecula once in 3 months, but I may not. The priests do not love our order." "Oh, if you could, Father," exclaimed Alessandro, "it would make my father very glad. He speaks often to me of the difference he sees between the words of the Church now and in the days of the mission. He is very sad, Father, and in great fear about our village. They say the Americans, when they buy the Mexicans' lands, drive the Indians away as if they were dogs. They say we have no right to our lands. Do you think that can be so, Father, when we have always lived on them, and the owners promised them to us forever?" Father Salvierderra was silent a long time before replying, and Alessandro watched his face anxiously. He seemed to be hesitating for words to convey his meaning. At last he said, "Got your father any notice, at any time since the Americans took the country, notice to appear before a court, or anything about a title to the land?" "No, Father," replied Alessandro. "There has to be some such paper as I understand their laws," continued the monk. "Some notice before any steps can be taken to remove Indians from an estate. It must be done according to the law, in the courts. If you have had no such notice, you are not in danger." "But Father," persisted Alessandro, "how could there be a law to take away from us the land which the Signor Valdez gave us forever?" "Gave he to you any paper, any writing to show it?" No paper, but it is marked in red lines on the map. It was marked off by Jose Ramirez of Los Angeles, when they marked all the boundaries of Señor Valdez's estate. They had many instruments of brass and wood to measure with, and a long chain, very heavy, which I helped them carry. I myself saw it marked on the map. They all slept in my father's house, Señor Valdez and Ramirez, and the man who made the measures. He hired one of our men to carry his instruments, and I went to help, for I wished to see how it was done, but I could understand nothing, and Jose told me a man must study many years to learn the way of it. It seemed to me our way, by the stones, was much better. But I know it is all marked on the map, for it was with a red line, and my father understood it, and Jose Ramirez and Señor Valdez both pointed to it with their finger, and they said, 'All this here is your land, Pablo, always.' I do not think my father need fear, do you?" "I hope not," replied Father Salvierderra, cautiously. But since the way that all the lands of the missions have been taken away, I have small faith in the honesty of the Americans. I think they will take all that they can. The church has suffered terrible loss at their hands. That is what my father says, replied Alessandro. He says, look at San Luis Rey, nothing but the garden and orchard left, of all their vast lands where they used to pasture 30,000 sheep. If the church and the fathers could not keep their lands, what can we Indians do? That is what my father says. True, true, said the monk, as he turned into the door of the room where Juan can lay on his narrow bed, longing yet fearing to see Father Salvierderra's face coming in. We are all alike helpless in their hands, Alessandro. They possess the country, and can make what laws they please. We can only say, God's will be done, and he crossed himself devoutly, repeating the words twice. Alessandro did the same, and with a truly devout spirit, for he was full of veneration for the fathers and their teachings. But as he walked on towards the shearing shed, he thought, then again, how can it be God's will that wrong be done? It cannot be God's will that one man should steal from another all he has. That would make God no better than a thief, it looks to me. But how can it happen, if it is not God's will? It does not need that one be educated to see the logic in this formula. Generations of the oppressed and despoiled, before Alessandro, had grappled with the problem in one shape or another. At the shearing shed, Alessandro found his men in confusion and ill humor. The shearing had been over and done by 10 in the morning, and why were they not on their way to the Ortegas, waiting all day? It was now near sunset, with nothing to do, and still worse, with not much of anything to eat, had made them all cross, and no wonder. The economical Juan Can, finding that the work would be done by 10, and supposing they would be off before noon, had ordered only 2 sheep killed for them the day before, and the mutton was all gone. And old Marta, getting her cue from Juan, had cooked no more frijoles than the family needed themselves, so the poor shearers had indeed had a sorry day of it, in no wise alleviated either by the reports brought from time to time that their captain was lying on the ground, face down under Signor Felipe's window, and must not be spoken to. It was not a propitious moment for Alessandro to make the announcement of his purpose to leave the band, but he made a clean breast of it in few words, and diplomatically diverted all resentment from himself by setting them immediately to voting for a new captain to take his place for the remainder of the season. Very well, they said hotly. Captain for this year, captain for next too. It wasn't so easy to step out and in again of the captaincy of the shearers. All right, said Alessandro, please yourselves, it is all the same to me. But here I am going to stay for the present. Father Salvierderra wishes it. Oh, if the father wishes it, that is different. Ah, that alters the case. Alessandro is right, came up in confused murmur from the appeased crowd. They were all good Catholics, every one of the Temecula men, and would never think of going against the father's orders. But when they understood that Alessandro's intention was to remain until Juan Canito's leg should be well enough for him to go about again, fresh grumblings began. That would not do. It would be all summer. Alessandro must be at home for the St. Juan's Day fete in midsummer. No doing anything without Alessandro then. What was he thinking of? Not of the midsummer fete, that was certain, when he promised to stay as long as the Señorita Ramona should need him. Alessandro had remembered nothing except the señorita's voice, while she was speaking to him. If he had had 100 engagements for the summer, he would have forgotten them all. Now that he was reminded of the midsummer fete, it must be confessed he was for a moment dismayed at the recollection, for that was a time when, as he well knew, his father could not do without his help. There were sometimes 1,000 Indians at this fete, and disorderly whites took advantage of the occasion to sell whiskey and encourage all sorts of license and disturbance. Yes, Alessandro's clear path of duty lay at Temecula when that fete came off. That was certain. I will manage to be at home then, he said. If I am not through here by that time, I will at least come for the fete. That you may depend on. The voting for the new captain did not take long. There was, in fact, but one man in the band fit for the office. That was Fernando, the only old man in the band. All the rest were young men under 30, or boys. Fernando had been captain for several years, but had himself begged, 2 years ago, that the band would elect Alessandro in his place. He was getting old and he did not like to have to sit up and walk about the first half of every night. To see that the shearers were not gambling away all their money at cards. He preferred to roll himself up in his blanket at sunset and sleep till dawn the next morning. But just for these few remaining weeks, he had no objection to taking the office again. And Alessandro was right, entirely right, in remaining. They ought all to see that, Fernando said, and his word had great weight with the men. The Señora Moreno, he reminded them, had always been a good friend of theirs, and had said that so long as she had sheep to shear, the Temecula shearers should do it, and it would be very ungrateful now if they did not do all they could to help her in her need. The blankets were rolled up, the saddles collected, the ponies caught and driven up to the shed, when Ramona and Margarita were seen coming at full speed from the house. "Alessandro, Alessandro," cried Ramona, out of breath. "I have only just now heard that the men have had no dinner today. I am ashamed, but you know it would not have happened except for the sickness in the house. Everybody thought they were going away this morning. Now they must have a good supper before they go. It is already cooking. Tell them to wait." Those of the men who understood the Spanish language in which Ramona spoke translated it to those who did not, and there was a cordial outburst of thanks to the señorita from all lips. All were only too ready to wait for the supper. Their haste to begin on the Ortega sheep shearing had suddenly faded from their minds. Only Alessandro hesitated. "It is a good 6 hours' ride to Ortega's," he said to the men. "You'll be late in if you do not start now." "Supper will be ready in an hour," said Ramona. "Please let them stay. 1 hour can't make any difference." Alessandro smiled. "It will take nearer 2, señorita, before they are off," he said, "but it shall be as you wish, and many thanks to you, señorita, for thinking of it." "Oh, I did not think of it myself," said Ramona. "It was Margarita here who came and told me. She knew we would be ashamed to have the shearers go away hungry. I am afraid they are very hungry indeed," she added ruefully. "It must be dreadful to go a whole day without anything to eat. They had their breakfast soon after sunrise, did they not?" "Yes, señorita," answered Alessandro. "But that is not long. One can do without food very well for 1 day. I often do." "Often," exclaimed Ramona. "But why should you do that?" Then suddenly bethinking herself, she said in her heart, "Oh, what a thoughtless question. Can it be they are so poor as that?" And to save Alessandro from replying, she set off on a run for the house, saying, "Come, come, Margarita, we must go and help at the supper." "Will the señorita let me help too?" asked Alessandro, wondering at his own boldness. "If there is anything I can do?" "Oh no," she cried, "there is not. Yes, there is too. You can help carry the things down to the booth, for we are short of hands now, with Juan Can in bed, and Luigo gone to Ventura for the doctor. You and some of your men might carry all the supper over. I'll call you when we are ready." The men sat down in a group and waited contentedly, smoking, chatting, and laughing. Alessandro walked up and down between the kitchen and the shed. He could hear the sounds of rattling dishes, jingling spoons, frying, pouring water. Savory smells began to be wafted out. Evidently old Marta meant to atone for the shortcoming of the noon. Juan Can in his bed also heard and smelled what was going on. "May the fiends get me," he growled, "if that wasteful old hussy isn't getting up a feast for those beasts of Indians. There's mutton and onions and peppers stewing, and potatoes, I'll be bound, and God knows what else, for beggars that are only too thankful to get a handful of roasted wheat or a bowl of acorn porridge at home. Well, they'll have to say they were well feasted at the Morenos. That's one comfort. I wonder if Margarita'll think I'm worthy of tasting that stew, San Jose, but it smells well. Margarita, Margarita," he called at top of his lungs, but Margarita did not hear. She was absorbed in her duties in the kitchen, and having already taken Juan at sundown a bowl of the good broth which the doctor had said was the only sort of food he must eat for 2 weeks, she had dismissed him from her mind for the night. Moreover, Margarita was absent-minded tonight. She was more than half in love with the handsome Alessandro, who, when he had been on the ranch the year before, had danced with her, and said many a light pleasant word to her, evenings as a young man may, and what ailed him now, that he seemed, when he saw her, as if she were no more than a transparent shade, through which he stared at the sky behind her, she did not know. Señor Felipe's illness, she thought. and the general misery and confusion had perhaps put everything else out of his head. But now he was going to stay, and it would be good fun having him there if only Señor Felipe got well, which he seemed likely to do. And as Margarita flew about, here, there, and everywhere, she cast frequent glances at the tall, straight figure pacing up and down in the dusk outside. Alessandro did not see her. He did not see anything. He was looking off at the sunset and listening. Ramona had said, "I will call you when we are ready," but she did not do as she said. She told Margarita to call. "Run, Margarita," she said. "All is ready now. See if Alessandro is in sight. Call him to come and take the things." So it was Margarita's voice, and not Ramona's, that called Alessandro. "Alessandro, the supper is ready." But it was Ramona who, when Alessandro reached the doorway, stood there holding in her arms a huge smoking platter of the stew which had so roused poor Juan Can's longings, and it was Ramona who said, as she gave it into Alessandro's hands, "Take care, Alessandro, it is very full. The gravy will run over if you are not careful. You are not used to waiting on table." And as she said it, she smiled full into Alessandro's eyes, a little flitting, gentle, friendly smile, which went near to making him drop the platter, mutton, gravy, and all then and there at her feet. The men ate fast and greedily, and it was not, after all, much more than an hour, when, full fed and happy, they were mounting their horses to set off. At the last moment, Alessandro drew one of them aside. "Jose," he said, "whose horse is the faster, yours or Antonio's?" "Mine," promptly replied Jose. "Mine by a great deal. I will run Antonio any day he likes." Alessandro knew this as well before asking as after. But Alessandro was learning a great many things in these days, among other things a little diplomacy. He wanted a man to ride at the swiftest to Temecula and back. He knew that Jose's pony could go like the wind. He also knew that there was a perpetual feud of rivalry between him and Antonio, in matter of the fleetness of their respective ponies. So, having chosen Jose for his messenger, he went thus to work to make sure that he would urge his horse to its utmost speed. Whispering in Jose's ear a few words, he said, "Will you go? I will pay you for the time, all you could earn at the shearing." "I will go," said Jose, elated. "You will see me back tomorrow by sundown." "Not earlier?" asked Alessandro. "I thought by noon." "Well, by noon be it then," said Jose. "The horse can do it." "Have great care," said Alessandro. "That will I," replied Jose, and giving his horse's sides a sharp punch with his knees, set off at full gallop westward. "I have sent Jose with a message to Temecula," said Alessandro, walking up to Fernando. "He will be back here tomorrow noon, and join you at the Ortega's the next morning." "Back here by noon tomorrow," exclaimed Fernando. "Not unless he kills his horse." "That was what he said," replied Alessandro, nonchalantly. "Easy enough too," cried Antonio, riding up on his little dun mare. "I'd go in less time than that, on this mare. Jose's is no match for her, and never was. Why did you not send me, Alessandro?" "Is your horse really faster than Jose's?" said Alessandro. "Then I wish I had sent you. I'll send you next time." 7. It was strange to see how quickly and naturally Alessandro fitted into his place in the household, how tangles straightened out, and rough places became smooth, as he quietly took matters in hand. Luckily, old Juan Can had always liked him, and felt a great sense of relief at the news of his staying on. Not a wholly unselfish relief, perhaps, for since his accident Juan had not been without fears that he might lose his place altogether. There was a Mexican he knew, who had long been scheming to get the situation, and had once openly boasted at a fandango where he was dancing with Anita, that as soon as that superannuated old fool, Juan Canito, was out of the way, he meant to be the Señora Moreno's head shepherd himself. To have seen this man in authority on the place would have driven Juan out of his mind. But the gentle Alessandro, only an Indian, and of course the Señora would never think of putting an Indian permanently in so responsible a position on the estate. It was exactly as Juan would have wished, and he fraternized with Alessandro heartily from the outset, kept him in his room by the hour, giving him hundreds of long-winded directions and explanations about things which, if only he had known it, Alessandro understood far better than he did. Alessandro's father had managed the mission flocks and herds at San Luis Rey for 20 years. Few were as skillful as he. He himself owned nearly as many sheep as the Señora Moreno, but this Juan did not know. Neither did he realize that Alessandro, as Chief Pablo's son, had a position of his own not without dignity and authority. To Juan, an Indian was an Indian, and that was the end of it. The gentle courteousness of Alessandro's manner, his quiet behavior, were all set down in Juan's mind to the score of the boy's native amiability and sweetness. If Juan had been told that the Señor Felipe himself had not been more carefully trained in all precepts of kindliness, honorable dealing and polite usage by the Señora, his mother, than had Alessandro by his father, he would have opened his eyes wide. The standards of the two parents were different, to be sure, but the advantage could not be shown to be entirely on the Señora's side. There were many things that Felipe knew of which Alessandro was profoundly ignorant, but there were others in which Alessandro could have taught Felipe, and when it came to the things of the soul and of honor, Alessandro's plane was the higher of the two. Felipe was a fair-minded, honorable man as men go, but circumstances and opportunity would have a hold on him. They could never get on Alessandro. Alessandro would not lie. Felipe might. Alessandro was by nature full of veneration and the religious instinct. Felipe had been trained into being a good Catholic. But they were both singularly pure-minded, open-hearted, generous-souled young men, and destined, by the strange chance which had thus brought them into familiar relations, to become strongly attached to each other. After the day on which the madness of Felipe's fever had been so miraculously soothed and controlled by Alessandro's singing, he was never again wildly delirious. When he waked in the night from that first long sleep, he was, as Father Salvierderra had predicted, in his right mind, knew everyone, and asked rational questions, but the overheated and excited brain did not for some time wholly resume normal action. At intervals he wandered, especially when just arousing from sleep, and strangely enough, it was always for Alessandro that he called at these times, and it seemed always to be music that he craved. He recollected Alessandro's having sung to him that first night. "I was not so crazy as you all thought," he said. "I knew a great many of the things I said, but I couldn't help saying them, and I heard Ramona ask Alessandro to sing, and when he began, I remember I thought the Virgin had reached down and put her hand on my head and cooled it." On the second evening, the first after the shearers had left, Alessandro, seeing Ramona in the veranda, went to the foot of the steps and said, "Señorita, would Señor Felipe like to have me play on the violin to him tonight?" "Why, whose violin have you got?" exclaimed Ramona, astonished. "My own, señorita." "Your own? I thought you said you did not bring it." "Yes, señorita, that is true, but I sent for it last night, and it is here." "Sent to Temecula and back already?" cried Ramona. "Yes, señorita. Our ponies are swift and strong. They can go 100 miles in a day and not suffer. It was José brought it, and he is at the Ortegas by this time." Ramona's eyes glistened. "I wish I could have thanked him," she said. "You should have let me know. He ought to have been paid for going." "I paid him, señorita. He went for me," said Alessandro, with a shade of wounded pride in the tone which Ramona should have perceived, but did not, and went on hurting the lover's heart still more. "But it was for us that you sent for it. Alessandro, the señora would rather pay the messenger herself." "It is paid, señorita. It is nothing. If the Señor Felipe wishes to hear the violin, I will play," and Alessandro walked slowly away. Ramona gazed after him. For the first time she looked at him with no thought of his being an Indian, a thought there had surely been no need of her having, since his skin was not a shade darker than Felipe's, but so strong was the race feeling that never till that moment had she forgotten it. "What a superb head, and what a walk," she thought. Then, looking more observantly, she said, "He walks as if he were offended. He did not like my offering to pay for the messenger. He wanted to do it for dear Felipe. I will tell Felipe, and we will give him some present when he goes away." "Isn't he splendid, señorita?" came in a light, laughing tone from Margarita's lips close to her ear, in the fond freedom of their relation. "Isn't he splendid? And oh, señorita, you can't think how he dances. Last year I danced with him every night. He has wings on his feet, for all he is so tall and big." There was a coquettish consciousness in the girl's tone that was suddenly, for some unexplained reason, exceedingly displeasing to Ramona. Drawing herself away, she spoke to Margarita in a tone she had never before in her life used. "It is not fitting to speak like that about young men. The Signora would be displeased if she heard you," she said, and walked swiftly away, leaving poor Margarita as astounded as if she had got a box on the ear. She looked after Ramona's retreating figure, then after Alessandro's. She had heard them talking together just before she came up. Thoroughly bewildered and puzzled, she stood motionless for several seconds, reflecting. Then, shaking her head, she ran away, trying to dismiss the harsh speech from her mind. "Alessandro must have vexed the señorita," she thought, "to make her speak like that to me." But the incident was not so easily dismissed from Margarita's thoughts. Many times in the day it recurred to her, still a bewilderment and a puzzle, as far from solution as ever. It was a tiny seed whose name she did not dream of, but it was dropped in soil where it would grow some day, forcing house soil, and a bitter seed. And when it blossomed, Ramona would have an enemy. All unconscious, equally of Margarita's heart and her own, Ramona proceeded to Felipe's room. Felipe was sleeping, the Signora sitting by his side as she had sat for days and nights, her dark face looking thinner and more drawn each day, her hair looking even whiter, if that could be, and her voice growing hollow from faintness and sorrow. "Dear Signora," whispered Ramona, "do go out for a few moments while he sleeps, and let me watch, just on the walk in front of the veranda. The sun is still lying there bright and warm. You will be ill if you do not have air." The Signora shook her head. "My place is here," she answered, speaking in a dry, hard tone. Sympathy was hateful to the Signora Moreno. She wished neither to give it nor take it. "I shall not leave him. I do not need the air." Ramona had a cloth of gold rose in her hand. The veranda eaves were now shaded with them, hanging down like a thick fringe of golden tassels. It was the rose Felipe loved best. Stooping, she laid it on the bed, near Felipe's head. "He will like to see it when he wakes," she said. The Signora seized it and flung it far out in the room. "Take it away. Flowers are poison when one is ill," she said coldly. "Have I never told you that?" "No, Signora," replied Ramona meekly, and she glanced involuntarily at the saucer of musk which the Signora kept on the table close to Felipe's pillow. "The musk is different," said the Signora, seeing the glance. "Musk is a medicine, it revives." Ramona knew, but she would have never dared to say that Felipe hated musk. Many times he had said to her how he hated the odor, but his mother was so fond of it that it must always be that the veranda and the house would be full of it. Ramona hated it too. At times it made her faint, with a deadly faintness. But neither she nor Felipe would have confessed as much to the Signora, and if they had, she would have thought it all a fancy. "Shall I stay?" asked Ramona gently. "As you please," replied the Signora. The simple presence of Ramona irked her now with a feeling she did not pretend to analyze, and would have been terrified at if she had. She would not have dared to say to herself in plain words, "Why is that girl well and strong, and my Felipe lying here like to die? If Felipe dies, I cannot bear the sight of her. What is she, to be preserved of the saints?" But that, or something like it, was what she felt whenever Ramona entered the room, still more, whenever she assisted in ministering to Felipe. If it had been possible, the Signora would have had no hands but her own do aught for her boy. Even tears from Ramona sometimes irritated her. What does she know about loving Felipe? He is nothing to her, thought the Signora, strangely mistaken, strangely blind, strangely forgetting how feeble is the tie of blood in the veins by the side of love in the heart. If into this fiery soul of the Signora's could have been dropped 1 second's knowledge of the relative positions she and Ramona already occupied in Felipe's heart, she would, on the spot, have either died herself or have slain Ramona, one or the other. But no such knowledge was possible. No such idea could have found entrance into the Signora's mind. A revelation from heaven of it could hardly have reached even her ears. So impenetrable are the veils which, fortunately for us all, are forever held by viewless hands between us and the nearest and closest of our daily companions. At twilight of this day, Felipe was restless and feverish again. He had dozed at intervals all day long, but had had no refreshing sleep. "Send for Alessandro," he said. "Let him come and sing to me. He has his violin now, he can play, if you would like that better," said Ramona. And she related what Alessandro had told her of the messengers having ridden to Temecula and back in a night and half a day, to bring it. "I wanted to pay the man," she said. "I knew of course your mother would wish to reward him. But I fancy Alessandro was offended. He answered me shortly that it was paid, and it was nothing." "You couldn't have offended him more," said Felipe. "What a pity. He is as proud as Lucifer himself, that Alessandro. You know his father has always been the head of their band. In fact, he has authority over several bands. General, they call it now, since they got the title from the Americans. They used to call it chief, and until Father Perry left San Luis Rey, Pablo was in charge of all the sheep and general steward and paymaster. Father Perry trusted him with everything. I've heard he would leave boxes full of uncounted gold in Pablo's charge to pay off the Indians. Pablo reads and writes and is very well off. He has as many sheep as we have, I fancy."
"What?"
exclaimed Ramona, astonished. "They all look as if they were poor." "Oh, well, so they are," replied Felipe, "compared with us. But one reason is, they share everything with each other. Old Pablo feeds and supports half his village, they say. So long as he has anything, he will never see one of his Indians hungry." "How generous!" warmly exclaimed Ramona. "I think they are better than we are, Felipe." "I think so too," said Felipe. "That's what I have always said. The Indians are the most generous people in the world. Of course they have learned it partly from us, but they were very much so when the fathers first came here. You ask Father Salvadera someday. He has read all Father Junipero's and Father Crespi's diaries, and he says it is wonderful how the wild savages gave food to everyone who came." "Felipe, you are talking too much," said the Señora's voice in the doorway, and as she spoke she looked reproachfully at Ramona. If she had said in words, "See how unfit you are to be trusted with Felipe. No wonder I do not leave the room except when I must," her meaning could not have been plainer. Ramona felt it keenly, and not without some misgiving that it was deserved. "Oh, dear Felipe, has it hurt you?" she said timidly. And to the Señora, "Indeed, Señora, he has been speaking but a very few moments, very low." "Go call Alessandro, Ramona, will you?" said Felipe. "Tell him to bring his violin. I think I will go to sleep if he plays." A long search Ramona had for Alessandro. Everybody had seen him a few minutes ago, but nobody knew where he was now. Kitchens, sheepfolds, vineyards, orchards, Juan Can's bedchamber. Ramona searched them all in vain. At last, standing at the foot of the veranda steps, and looking down the garden, she thought she saw figures moving under the willows by the washing stones. "Can he be there?" she said. "What can he be doing there? Who is it with him?" And she walked down the path, calling, "Alessandro, Alessandro." At the first sound, Alessandro sprang from the side of his companion, and almost before the second syllables had been said, was standing face to face with Ramona. "Here I am, señorita. Does Señor Felipe want me? I have my violin here. I thought perhaps he would like to have me play to him in the twilight." "Yes," replied Ramona, "he wishes to hear you. I have been looking everywhere for you." As she spoke, she was half unconsciously peering beyond into the dusk, to see whose figure it was, slowly moving by the brook. Nothing escaped Alessandro's notice where Ramona was concerned. "It is Margarita," he said instantly. "Does the señorita want her? Shall I run and call her?" "No," said Ramona, again displeased. She knew not why, nor in fact knew she was displeased. "No, I was not looking for her. What is she doing there?" "She is washing," replied Alessandro innocently. "Washing at this time of day," thought Ramona, severely. "A mere pretext. I shall watch Margarita. The Señora would never allow this sort of thing." And as she walked back to the house by Alessandro's side, she meditated whether or no she would herself speak to Margarita on the subject in the morning. Margarita, in the meantime, was also having her season of reflections not the pleasantest. As she soused her aprons up and down in the water, she said to herself, I may as well finish them now I am here. How provoking. I've no more than got a word with him than she must come, calling him away, and he flies as if he was shot on an arrow at the first word. I'd like to know what's come over the man, to be so different. If I could ever get a good half-hour with him alone, I'd soon find out. Oh, but his eyes go through me, through and through me. I know he's an Indian, but what do I care for that? He's a million times handsomer than Señor Felipe. And Juan José said the other day he'd make enough better head shepherd than old Juan can, if Señor Felipe'd only see it. And why shouldn't he get to see it, if Alessandro's here all summer? And before the aprons were done, Margarita had a fine air castle up, herself and Alessandro married, a nice little house, children playing in the sunshine below the artichoke patch, she herself still working for the señora. And the señorita will perhaps marry Señor Felipe, she added, her thoughts moving more hesitatingly. He worships the ground she walks on. Anybody with quarter of a blind eye can see that, but maybe the señora would not let him. Anyhow, Señor Felipe is sure to have a wife, and so and so. It was an innocent, girlish castle, built of sweet and natural longings, for which no maiden high or low need blush, but its foundations were laid in sand, on which would presently beat such winds and floods as poor little Margarita never dreamed of. The next day Margarita and Ramona both went about their day's business with a secret purpose in their hearts. Margarita had made up her mind that before night she would, by fair means or foul, have a good long talk with Alessandro. He was fond enough of me last year, I know, she said to herself, recalling some of the dances and the good-night leave-takings at that time. It's because he is so put upon by everybody now. What with one can in one bed sending for him to prate to him about the sheep, and Señor Felipe in another sending for him to fiddle him to sleep, and all the care of the sheep, it's a wonder he's not out of his mind altogether. But I'll find a chance, or make one, before this day's sun sets. If I can once get a half-hour with him, I'm not afraid after that. I know the way it is with men, said the confident Margarita, who, truth being told, it must be admitted, did indeed know a great deal about the way it is with men, and could be safely backed, in a fair field, with a fair start, against any girl of her age and station in the country. So much for Margarita's purpose, at the outset of a day destined to be an eventful one in her life. Ramona's purpose was no less clear. She had decided, after some reflection, that she would not speak to the señora about Margarita's having been under the willows with Alessandro in the previous evening, but would watch her carefully and see whether there were any farther signs of her attempting to have clandestine interviews with him. This course she adopted, she thought, chiefly because of her affection for Margarita and her unwillingness to expose her to the señora's displeasure, which would be great and terrible to bear. She was also aware of an unwillingness to bring anything to light which would reflect ever so lightly upon Alessandro in the señora's estimation. And he is not really to blame, thought Ramona. If a girl follows him about and makes free with him, she must have seen him at the willows and gone down there on purpose to meet him, making a pretext of the washing. For she never in this world would have gone to wash in the dark, as he must have known, if he were not a fool. He is not the sort of person, it seems to me, to be fooling with maids. He seems as full of grave thought as Father Salvierderra. If I see anything amiss in Margarita today, I shall speak to her myself, kindly but firmly, and tell her to conduct herself more discreetly. Then, as the other maidens had done, Ramona's thoughts, being concentrated on Alessandro, altered a little from their first key and grew softer and more imaginative, strangely enough taking some of the phrases, as it were, out of the other maiden's mouth. I never saw such eyes as Alessandro has, she said. I wonder any girl should make free with him. Even I myself, when he fixes his eyes on me, feel a constraint. There is something in them like the eyes of a saint, so solemn, yet so mild. I am sure he is very good. And so the day opened, and if there were abroad in the valley that day a demon of mischief, let loose to tangle the skeins of human affairs, things could not have fallen out better for his purpose than they did, for it was not yet 10 o'clock of the morning, when Ramona, sitting at her embroidery in the veranda, half hid behind the vines, saw Alessandro going with his pruning knife in his hand towards the artichoke patch at the east of the garden, and joining the almond orchard. I wonder what he is going to do there, she thought. He can't be going to cut willows, and her eyes followed him till he disappeared among the trees. Ramona was not the only one who saw this. Margarita, looking from the east window of Father Salvierderra's room, saw the same thing. "Now's my chance," she said, and throwing a white rebozo coquettishly over her head, she slipped around the corner of the house. She ran swiftly in the direction in which Alessandro had gone. The sound of her steps reached Ramona, who, lifting her eyes, took in the whole situation at a glance. There was no possible duty, no possible message which would take Margarita there. Ramona's cheeks blazed with a disproportionate indignation, but she bethought herself. The signora may have sent her to call Alessandro. She rose, went to the door of Felipe's room and looked in. The signora was sitting in the chair by Felipe's bed, with her eyes closed. Felipe was dozing. The signora opened her eyes and looked inquiringly at Ramona. "Do you know where Margarita is?" said Ramona. "In Father Salvierderra's room, or else in the kitchen helping Marta," replied the signora in a whisper. "I told her to help Marta with the peppers this morning." Ramona nodded, returned to the veranda, and sat down to decide on her course of action. Then she rose again, and going to Father Salvierderra's room, looked in. The room was still in disorder. Margarita had left her work there unfinished. The color deepened on Ramona's cheeks. It was strange how accurately she divined each process of the incident. "She saw him from this window," said Ramona, "and has run after him. It is shameful. I will go and call her back, and let her see that I saw it all. It is high time that this was stopped." But once back in the veranda, Ramona halted and seated herself in her chair again. The idea of seeming to spy was revolting to her. "I will wait here till she comes back," she said, and took up her embroidery. But she could not work. As the minutes went slowly by, she sat with her eyes fixed on the almond orchard, where first Alessandro and then Margarita had disappeared. At last she could bear it no longer. It seemed to her already a very long time. It was not in reality very long, a half hour or so perhaps, but it was long enough for Margarita to have made great headway, as she thought, in her talk with Alessandro, and for things to have reached just the worst possible crisis at which they could have been surprised, when Ramona suddenly appeared at the orchard gate, saying in a stern tone, "Margarita, you are wanted in the house." At a bad crisis, indeed, for everybody concerned. The picture which Ramona had seen as she reached the gate was this: Alessandro, standing with his back against the fence, his right hand hanging listlessly down, with the pruning knife in it, his left hand in the hand of Margarita, who stood close to him, looking up in his face, with a half-saucy, half-loving expression. What made bad matters worse was that at the first sight of Ramona, Alessandro snatched his hand from Margarita's and tried to draw farther off from her, looking at her with an expression which, even in her anger, Ramona could not help seeing was one of disgust and repulsion. And if Ramona saw it, how much more did Margarita saw it, as only a woman repulsed in presence of another woman can see and feel. The whole thing was over in the twinkling of an eye, the telling it takes double, treble the time of the happening. Before Alessandro was fairly aware what had befallen, Ramona and Margarita were disappearing from view under the garden trellis, Ramona walking in advance, stately, silent, and Margarita following, sulky, abject in her gait, but with a raging whirlwind in her heart. It had taken only the twinkling of an eye, but it had told Margarita the truth. Alessandro too. "My God," he said, "the señorita thought me making love to that girl. May the fiends get her. The señorita looked at me as if I were a dog. How could she think a man would look at a woman after he had once seen her? And I can never, never speak to her to tell her. Oh, this cannot be borne." And in his rage Alessandro threw his pruning knife whirling through the air so fiercely, it sank to the hilt in one of the old olive trees. He wished he were dead. He was minded to flee the place. How could he ever look the señorita in the face again? "Perdition take that girl," he said over and over in his helpless despair. An ill outlook for Margarita after this. And the girl had not deserved it. In Margarita's heart the pain was more clearly defined. She had seen Ramona a half-second before Alessandro had, and dreaming no special harm, except a little confusion at being seen thus standing with him. For she would tell the señorita all about it when matters had gone a little farther. had not let go of Alessandro's hand. But the next second she had seen in his face a look. Oh, she would never forget it. Never. That she should live to have had any man look at her like that. At the first glimpse of the señorita, all the blood in his body seemed rushing into his face, and he had snatched his hand away, for it was Margarita herself that had taken his hand, not he hers, had snatched his hand away and pushed her from him till she had nearly fallen. All this might have been borne, if it had been only a fear of the señorita's seeing them, which had made him do it. But Margarita knew a great deal better than that. That one swift, anguished, shame-smitten, appealing, worshipping look on Alessandro's face, as his eyes rested on Ramona, was like a flash of light into Margarita's consciousness. Far better than Alessandro himself, she now knew his secret. In her first rage, she did not realize either the gulf between herself and Ramona, or that between Ramona and Alessandro. Her jealous rage was as entire as if they had all been equals together. She lost her head altogether, and there was embodied insolence in the tone in which she said presently, "Did the señorita want me?" Turning swiftly on her, and looking her full in the eye, Ramona said, "I saw you go to the orchard, Margarita, and I knew what you went for. I knew that you were at the brook last night with Alessandro. All I wanted of you was to tell you that if I see anything more of this sort, I shall speak to the señora." "There is no harm," muttered Margarita sullenly. "I don't know what the señorita means." "You know very well, Margarita," retorted Ramona. "You know that the señora permits nothing of the kind. Be careful now, what you do." And with that the two separated, Ramona returning to the veranda and her embroidery, and Margarita to her neglected duty of making the good father's bed. But each girl's heart was hot and unhappy, and Margarita's would have been still hotter and unhappier, had she heard the words which were being spoken on the veranda a little later. After a few minutes of his blind rage at Margarita, himself, and fate generally, Alessandro, recovering his senses, had ingeniously persuaded himself that as the señora's, and also the señorita's servant, for the time being, he owed it to them to explain the situation in which he had just been found. Just what he was to say he did not know, but no sooner had the thought struck him, than he set off at full speed for the house, hoping to find Ramona on the veranda, where he knew she spent all her time when not with Señor Felipe. When Ramona saw him coming, she lowered her eyes and was absorbed in her embroidery. She did not wish to look at him. The footsteps stopped. She knew he was standing at the steps. She would not look up. She thought if she did not, he would go away. She did not know either the Indian or the lover nature. After a time, finding the consciousness of the soundless presence intolerable, she looked up, and surprised on Alessandro's face a gaze which had, in its long interval of freedom from observation, been slowly gathering up into it all the passion of the man's soul, as a burning glass draws the fire of the sun's rays. Involuntarily a low cry burst from Ramona's lips, and she sprang to her feet. "Ah, did I frighten the señorita? Forgive. I have been waiting here a long time to speak to her. I wish to say—" Suddenly Alessandro discovered that he did not know what he wished to say. As suddenly, Ramona discovered that she knew all he wished to say, but she spoke not, only looked at him searchingly. "Señorita," he began again, "I would never be unfaithful to my duty to the señora, and to you." "I believe you, Alessandro," said Ramona. "It is not necessary to say more." At these words a radiant joy spread over Alessandro's face. He had not hoped for this. He felt, rather than heard, that Ramona understood him. He felt, for the first time, a personal relation between himself and her. "It is well," he said, in the brief phrase so frequent with his people. "It is well." And with a reverent inclination of his head, he walked away. Margarita, still dawdling surlily over her work in Father Salvierderra's room, heard Alessandro's voice, and running to discover to whom he was speaking, caught these last words. Peering from behind a curtain, she saw the look with which he said them, saw also the expression on Ramona's face as she listened. Margarita clenched her hands. The seed had blossomed. Ramona had an enemy. "Oh, but I am glad Father Salvierderra has gone," said the girl bitterly. "He'd have had this out of me, spite of everything. I haven't got to confess for a year, maybe, and much can happen in that time." Much indeed. 8. Felipe gained but slowly. The relapse was indeed, as Father Salvadera had said, worse than the original attack. Day after day he lay with little apparent change, no pain but a weakness so great that it was almost harder to bear than sharp suffering would have been. Nearly every day Alessandro was sent for to play or sing to him. It seemed to be the only thing that roused him from his half-lethargic state. Sometimes he would talk with Alessandro on matters relative to the estate and show for a few moments something like his old animation, but he was soon tired and would close his eyes, saying, "I will speak with you again about this, Alessandro. I am going to sleep now. Sing." The Signora, seeing Felipe's enjoyment of Alessandro's presence, soon came to have a warm feeling towards him herself. Moreover, she greatly liked his quiet reticence. There was hardly a surer road to the Signora's favor, for man or woman, than to be chary of speech and reserved in demeanor. She had an instinct of kinship to all that was silent, self-contained, mysterious, in human nature. The more she observed Alessandro, the more she trusted and approved him. Luckily for Juan Can, he did not know how matters were working in his mistress's mind. If he had, he would have been in a fever of apprehension, and would have got at swords' points with Alessandro immediately. On the contrary, all unaware of the real situation of affairs and never quite sure that the Mexican he dreaded might not any day hear of his misfortune and appear. Asking for the place, he took every opportunity to praise Alessandro to the Signora. She never visited his bedside that he had not something to say in favor of the lad, as he called him. "Truly, Signora," he said again and again, "I do marvel where the lad got so much knowledge at his age. He is like an old hand at the sheep business. He knows more than any shepherd I have, a deal more, and it is not only of sheep, he has had experience too in the handling of cattle. Juan José has been beholden to him more than once, already for a remedy of which he knew not. And such modesty withal. I knew not that there were such Indians, surely there cannot be many such." "No, I fancy not," the Signora would reply absently. "His father is a man of intelligence, and has trained his son well." "There is nothing he is not ready to do," continued Alessandro's eulogist. "He is as handy with tools as if he had been prenticed to a carpenter. He has made me a new splint for my leg, which was a relief like salve to a wound, so much easier was it than before. He is a good lad, a good lad." None of these sayings of Juan's were thrown away on the Signora. More and more closely she watched Alessandro, and the very thing which Juan had feared, and which he had thought to avert by having Alessandro his temporary substitute, was slowly coming to pass. The idea was working in the Signora's mind that she might do a worse thing than engage this young, strong, active, willing man to remain permanently in her employ. The possibility of an Indian's being so born and placed that he would hesitate about becoming permanently a servant, even to the Señora Moreno, did not occur to her. However, she would do nothing hastily. There would be plenty of time before Juan Can's leg was well. She would study the young man more. In the meantime, she would cause Felipe to think of the idea and propose it. So one day she said to Felipe, "What a voice that Alessandro has, Felipe. We shall miss his music sorely when he goes, shall we not?" "He's not going," exclaimed Felipe, startled. "Oh, no, not at present. He agreed to stay till Juan Can was about again, but that will be not more than 6 weeks now, or 8, I suppose. You forget how time has flown while you have been lying here ill, my son." True, said Felipe. "Is it really a month already?" And he sighed. "Juan Can tells me that the lad has a marvelous knowledge for one of his years," continued the Signora. "He says he is as skilled with cattle as with sheep, knows more than any shepherd we have on the place. He seems wonderfully quiet and well-mannered. I never saw an Indian who had such behavior." "Old Pablo is just like him," said Felipe. "It was natural enough, living so long with Father Perry, and I've seen other Indians too, with a good deal the same manner as Alessandro. It's born in them." "I can't bear the idea of Alessandro's going away, but by that time you will be well and strong," said the Signora. "You would not miss him then, would you?" "Yes, I would too," said Felipe pettishly. He was still weak enough to be childish. "I like him about me. He's worth a dozen times as much as any man we've got, but I don't suppose money could hire him to stay on any ranch." "Were you thinking of hiring him permanently?" asked the Signora in a surprised tone. "I don't doubt you could do so if you wished. They are all poor, I suppose. He would not work with the shearers if he were not poor." "Oh, it isn't that," said Felipe impatiently. "You can't understand because you've never been among them, but they are just as proud as we are. Some of them, I mean, such men as old Pablo. They shear sheep for money just as I sell wool for money. There isn't so much difference. Alessandro's men in the band obey him, and all the men in the village obey Pablo, just as implicitly as my men here obey me. Faith, much more so," added Felipe, laughing. "You can't understand it, mother, but it's so. I am not at all sure I could offer Alessandro Assis money enough to tempt him to stay here as my servant." The Signora's nostrils dilated in scorn. "No, I do not understand it," she said. "Most certainly I do not understand it. Of what is it that these noble lords of villages are so proud? Their ancestors, naked savages less than 100 years ago. Naked savages they themselves too, today, if we had not come here to teach and civilize them. The race was never meant for anything but servants. That was all the fathers ever expected to make of them, good, faithful Catholics and contented laborers in the fields. Of course there are always exceptional instances, and I think, myself, Alessandro is one. I don't believe, however, he is so exceptional, but that if you were to offer him, for instance, the same wages you pay Juan Can, he would jump at the chance of staying on the place." "Well, I shall think about it," said Felipe. "I'd like nothing better than to have him here always. He's a fellow I heartily like. I'll think about it." Which was all the Signora wanted done at present. Ramona had chanced to come in as this conversation was going on. Hearing Alessandro's name, she seated herself at the window, looking out, but listening intently. The month had done much for Alessandro with Ramona, though neither Alessandro nor Ramona knew it. It had done this much, that Ramona knew always when Alessandro was near, that she trusted him, and that she had ceased to think of him as an Indian any more than when she thought of Felipe, she thought of him as a Mexican. Moreover, seeing the two men frequently together, she had admitted to herself, as Margarita had done before her, that Alessandro was far the handsomer man of the two. This Ramona did not like to admit, but she could not help it. "I wish Felipe were as tall and strong as Alessandro," she said to herself many a time. "I do not see why he could not have been. I wonder if the Signora sees how much handsomer Alessandro is." When Felipe said that he did not believe he could offer Alessandro Assis money enough to tempt him to stay on the place, Ramona opened her lips suddenly, as if to speak, then changed her mind and remained silent. She had sometimes displeased the Signora by taking part in conversations between her and her son. Felipe saw the motion, but he also thought it wiser to wait till after his mother had left the room, before he asked Ramona what she was on the point of saying. As soon as the Signora went out, he said, "What was it, Ramona, you were going to say just now?" Ramona colored. She had decided not to say it. "Tell me, Ramona," persisted Felipe. "You were going to say something about Alessandro's staying. I know you were." Ramona did not answer. For the first time in her life she found herself embarrassed before Felipe. "Don't you like Alessandro?" said Felipe. "Oh yes," replied Ramona, with instant eagerness. "It was not that at all. I like him very much." But then she stopped. "Well, what is it then? Have you heard anything on the place about his staying?" "Oh no, not a word," said Ramona. "Everybody understands that he is here only till Juan Can gets well. But you said you did not believe you could offer him money enough to tempt him to stay." "Well," said Felipe inquiringly, "I do not, do you?" "I think he would like to stay," said Ramona, hesitatingly. "That was what I was going to say." "What makes you think so?" asked Felipe. "I don't know," Ramona said, still more hesitatingly. Now that she had said it, she was sorry. Felipe looked curiously at her. Hesitancy like this, doubts, uncertainty as to her impressions, were not characteristic of Ramona. A flitting something which was far from being suspicion or jealousy, and yet was of kin to them both, went through Felipe's mind, went through so swiftly that he was scarce conscious of it. If he had been, he would have scorned himself. Jealous of an Indian sheep-shearer's impossible. Nevertheless, the flitting something left a trace, and prevented Felipe from forgetting the trivial incident. and after this it was certain that Felipe would observe Ramona more closely than he had done, would weigh her words and actions, and if she should seem by a shade altered in either, would watch still more closely. Meshes were closing around Ramona. 3 watchers of her every look and act: Alessandro in pure love, Margarita in jealous hate, Felipe in love and perplexity. Only the Señora observed her not. If she had, matters might have turned out very differently. For the Señora was clear-sighted, rarely mistaken in her reading of people's motives, never long deceived, but her observing and discriminating powers were not in focus, so far as Ramona was concerned. The girl was curiously outside of the Señora's real life. Shelter, food, clothes, all external needs. Insofar as her means allowed, the Señora would, without fail, provide for the child her sister had left in her hands as a trust, but a personal relation with her, a mother's affection, or even interest and acquaintance, no. The Señora had not that to give, and if she had it not, was she to blame? What could she do? Years ago Father Salvierderra had left off remonstrating with her on this point. Is there more I should do for the child? Do you see aught lacking, aught amiss? The Señora would ask, conscientiously but with pride. And the father thus inquired of could not point out a duty which had been neglected. You do not love her, my daughter, he said. No. Señora Moreno's truthfulness was of the adamantine order. No, I do not. I cannot. One cannot love by act of will. That is true, the father would say sadly, but affection may be cultivated. Yes, if it exists, was the Señora's constant answer. But in this case it does not exist. I shall never love Ramona. Only at your command, and to save my sister a sorrow, I took her. I will never fail in my duty to her. It was of no use. As well say to the mountain, be cast into the sea, as try to turn the Señora's heart in any direction whither it did not of itself tend. All that Father Salvierderra could do was to love Ramona the more himself, which he did heartily, and more each year, and small marvel at it. For a gentler, sweeter maiden never drew breath than this same Ramona, who had been all these years, save for Felipe, lonely in the Señora Moreno's house. 3 watchers of Ramona now. If there had been a 4th, and that 4th herself, matters might have turned out differently. But how should Ramona watch? How should Ramona know? Except for her 2 years at school with the nuns, she had never been away from the Señora's house. Felipe was the only young man she had known, Felipe, her brother, since she was 5 years old. There were no gaieties in the Señora Moreno's home. Felipe, when he needed them, went 1 day's journey, or 2 or 3 to get them, went as often as he liked. Ramona never went. How many times she had longed to go to Santa Barbara, or to Monterey, or Los Angeles. But to have asked the Señora's permission to accompany her on some of her now infrequent journeys to these places would have required more courage than Ramona possessed. It was now 3 years since she left the convent school, but she was still as fresh from the hands of the nuns as on the day when, with loving tears, they had kissed her in farewell. The few romances and tales and bits of verse she had read were of the most innocent and old-fashioned kind, and left her hardly less childlike than before. This childlikeness, combined with her happy temperament, had kept her singularly contented in her monotonous life. She had fed the birds, taken care of the flowers, kept the chapel in order, helped in light household work, embroidered, sung, and, as the Señora 8 years before had bade her do, said her prayers and pleased Father Salvierderra. By processes strangely unlike, she and Alessandro had both been kept strangely free from thoughts of love and of marriage, he by living in the shadow, and she by living in the sun, his heart and thoughts filled with perplexities and fears, hers filled by a placid routine of light and easy tasks, and the outdoor pleasures of a child. As the days went on and Felipe still remained feeble, Alessandro meditated a bold stroke. Each time that he went to Felipe's room to sing or to play, he felt himself oppressed by the air. An hour of it made him uncomfortable. The room was large and had 2 windows, and the door was never shut, yet the air seemed to Alessandro stifling. I should be as ill as the Señor Felipe if I had to stay in that room, and a bed is a weakening thing, enough to pull the strongest man down, said Alessandro to Juan Can one day. Do you think I should anger them if I asked them to let me bring Signor Felipe out to the veranda and put him on a bed of my making? I'd wager my head I'd put him on his feet in a week. And if you did that, you might ask the Signora for the half of the estate, and get it, lad, replied Juan. Seeing the hot blood darkening in Alessandro's face at his words, he hastened to add, "Do not be so hot-blooded. I meant not that you would ask any reward for doing it. I was only thinking what joy it would be to the Signora to see Signor Felipe on his feet again. It has often crossed my thoughts that if he did not get up from this sickness, the Signora would not be long behind him. It is but for him that she lives. And who would have the estate in that case, I have never been able to find out." "Would it not be the Señorita?" asked Alessandro. Juan laughed an ugly laugh. "Ha ha! Let the Signora hear you say that," he said. "Faith, it will be little the Señorita gets more than enough for her bread may be, out of the Moreno estate. Hark ye, Alessandro, if you will not tell, I will tell you the story of the Señorita. You know she is not of the Moreno blood, is no relation of theirs." "Yes," said Alessandro. "Margarita has said to me that the Señorita Ramona was only the foster child of the Señora Moreno." "Foster child," repeated Juan contemptuously. "There is something to the tale I know not, nor ever could find out, for when I was in Monterrey the Ortegna house was shut, and I could not get speech of any of their people. But this much I know, that it was the Señora Ortegna that had the girl first in keeping, and there was a scandalous tale about her birth." If Juan's eyes had not been purblind with old age, he would have seen that in Alessandro's face which would have made him choose his words more carefully. But he went on, "It was after the Señora Ortegna was buried, that our Señora returned bringing this child with her. And I do assure you, lad, I have seen the Señora look at her many a time as if she wished her dead. And it is a shame, for she was always as fair and good a child as the saints ever saw. But a stain on the blood, lad, is a bitter thing in a house. This much I know, her mother was an Indian. Once when I was in the chapel, behind the big St. Joseph there, I overheard the Señora say as much. She was talking to Father Salvadera and she said, if the child had only the one blood in her veins it would be different. I like not these crosses with Indians." If Alessandro had been civilized, he would at this word Indian have bounded to his feet. Being Alessandro, he stood if possible stiller than before, and said in a low voice, "How know you it was the mother that was the Indian?" Juan laughed again, maliciously. "Ha! It is the Ortegna face she has. And that Ortegna, why, he was the scandal byword of the whole coast. There was not a decent woman would have spoken to him, except for his wife's sake." "But did you not say that it was in the Señora Ortegna's keeping that the child was?" asked Alessandro, breathing harder and faster each moment now. Stupid old Juan so absorbed in relish of his gossip that he noticed nothing. So I said," he went on, "and so it was. There be such saints, you know, though the Lord knows if she had been minded to give shelter to all her husband's bastards, she might have taken lease of a church to hold them. But there was a story about a man's coming with this infant and leaving it in the Señora's room, and she, poor lady, never having had a child of her own, did warm to it at first sight, and kept it with her to the last, and I wager me a hard time she had to get our Señora to take the child when she died, except that it was to spite Ortegna. I think our Señora would as soon the child had been dead." "Has she not treated her kindly?" asked Alessandro in a husky voice. Juan's pride resented this question. "Do you suppose the Señora Moreno would do an unkindness to one under her roof?" he asked loftily. "The Señorita has been always, in all things, like Señor Felipe himself. It was so that she promised the Señora Ortegna, I have heard." "Does the Señorita know all this?" asked Alessandro. Juan crossed himself. "Saints save us, no," he exclaimed. "I'll not forget to my longest day what it cost me. Once I spoke in her hearing when she was yet small. I did not know she heard, but she went to the Señora, asking who was her mother. And she said I had said her mother was no good, which in faith I did, and no wonder. And the Señora came to me, and said she, 'Juanito, you have been a long time in our house, but if ever I hear of your mentioning aught concerning the Señorita Ramona, on this estate or anywhere else in the country, that day you leave my service, and you'd not do me the ill turn to speak of it, Alessandro now?' said the old man, anxiously. "My tongue runs away with me, lying here on this cursed bed, with nothing to do, an active man like me, No, I'll not speak of it, you may be assured, said Alessandro, walking away slowly. Here, called Juan. What about that plan you had for making a bed for Señor Felipe on the veranda? Was it of raw hide you meant? Ah, I had forgotten, said Alessandro, returning. Yes, that was it. There is great virtue in a raw hide tight stretched. My father says that it is the only bed the fathers would ever sleep on in the mission days. I myself like the ground even better, but my father sleeps always on the rawhide. He says it keeps him well. Do you think I might speak of it to the Señora? Speak of it to Señor Felipe himself, said Juan. It will be as he says. He rules this place now from beginning to end. And it is but yesterday I held him on my knee. It is soon that the old are pushed to the wall, Alessandro. Nay, Juan Canito, replied Alessandro kindly. It is not so. My father is many years older than you are, and he rules our people today as firmly as ever. I myself obey him, as if I were a lad still. What else then but a lad do you call yourself, I wonder? Thought Juan, but he answered, It is not so with us. The old are not held in such reverence. That is not well, replied Alessandro. We have been taught differently. There is an old man in our village who is many years older than my father. He helped to carry the mortar at the building of the San Diego mission. I do not know how many years ago. He is long past 100 years of age. He is blind and childish and cannot walk, but he is cared for by everyone. And we bring him in our arms to every council, and set him by my father's side. He talks very foolishly sometimes, but my father will not let him be interrupted. He says it brings bad luck to affront the aged. We will presently be aged ourselves. Aye, said Juan sadly. We must all come to it. It is beginning to look not so far off to me. Alessandro stared, no less astonished at Juan Can's unconscious revelation of his standard of measurement of years than Juan had been at his. Faith, old man, what name dost give to yourself today, he thought, but went on with the topic of the rawhide bed. I may not so soon get speech with Señor Felipe, he said. It is usually when he is sleepy that I go to play for him or to sing. But it makes my heart heavy to see him thus languishing day by day, and all for lack of the air and the sun. I do believe indeed, Juan. Ask the señorita, then, said Juan. She has his ear at all times. Alessandro made no answer. Why was it that it did not please him, this suggestion of speaking to Ramona of his plan for Felipe's welfare? He could not have told, but he did not wish to speak of it to her. I will speak to the señora, he said, and as luck would have it, at that moment the señora stood in the doorway, come to ask after Juan Can's health. The suggestion of the rawhide bed struck her favorably. She herself had in her youth heard much of their virtues and slept on them. Yes, she said. They are good. We will try it. It was only yesterday that Señor Felipe was complaining of the bed he lies on, and when he was well he thought nothing could be so good. He brought it here at a great price, for me, but I could not lie on it. It seemed as if it would throw me off as soon as I lay down. It is a cheating device, like all these innovations the Americans have brought into the country, but Señor Felipe till now thought it a luxury. Now he tosses on it, and says it is throwing him all the time. Alessandro smiled, in spite of his reverence for the señora. I once lay down on one myself, señora, he said, and that was what I said to my father. It was like a wild horse under me, making himself ready to buck. I thought perhaps the invention was of the saints, that men should not sleep too long. There is a pile of rawhides, said Juan, well cured, but not too stiff. Juan Jose was to have sent them off today to be sold. One of those will be just right. It must not be too dry. The fresher the better, said Alessandro, so it have no dampness. Shall I make the bed, señora? He asked, and will the señora permit that I make it on the veranda? I was just asking Juan Can if he thought I might be so bold as to ask you to let me bring Señor Felipe into the outer air. With us it is thought death to be shut up in walls as he has been so long. Not till we are sure to die do we go into the dark like that. The señora hesitated. She did not share Alessandro's prejudice in favor of fresh air. Night and day both? She said. Surely it is not well to sleep out in the night? That is the best of all, señora, replied Alessandro earnestly. I beg the señora to try it. If Signor Felipe have not mended greatly after the first night he had so slept, then Alessandro will be a liar." "No, only mistaken," said the Signora gently. She felt herself greatly drawn to this young man by his devotion, as she thought of Felipe. When I die and leave Felipe here, she had more than once said to herself, it would be a great good to him to have such a servant as this on the place. "Very well, Alessandro," she replied. "Make the bed, and we will try it at once." This was early in the forenoon. The sun was still high in the west, when Ramona, sitting as usual in the veranda, at her embroidery, saw Alessandro coming, followed by 2 men, bearing the rawhide bed. "What can that be?" she said. "Some new invention of Alessandro's, but for what?" "A bed for the Signor Felipe, Señorita," said Alessandro, running lightly up the steps. "The Signora has given permission to place it here on the veranda, and Signor Felipe is to lie here day and night, and it will be a marvel in your eyes how he will gain strength. It is the close room which is keeping him weak now. He has no illness." "I believe that is the truth, Alessandro," exclaimed Ramona. "I have been thinking the same thing. My head aches after I am in that room but an hour, and when I come here I am well. But the nights too, Alessandro? Is it not harmful to sleep out in the night air?" "Why, Señorita?" asked Alessandro simply. And Ramona had no answer except, "I do not know. I have always heard so." "My people do not think so," replied Alessandro. "Unless it is cold, we like it better. It is good, Señorita, to look up at the sky in the night." "I should think it would be," cried Ramona. "I never thought of it. I should like to do it." Alessandro was busy, with his face bent down, arranging the bedstead in a sheltered corner of the veranda. If his face had been lifted, Ramona would have seen a look on it that would have startled her more than the one she had surprised a few days previous, after the incident with Margarita. All day there had been coming and going in Alessandro's brain a confused procession of thoughts, vague yet intense. Put in words, they would have been found to be little more than ringing changes on this idea. The Señorita Ramona has Indian blood in her veins. The Señorita Ramona is alone. The Señora loves her not. Indian blood. Indian blood. These, or something like them, would have been the words, but Alessandro did not put them in words. He only worked away on the rough posts for Signor Felipe's bedstead, hammered, fitted, stretched the rawhide and made it tight and firm, driving every nail, striking every blow, with a bounding sense of exultant strength, as if there were suddenly all around him a new heaven and a new earth. Now, when he heard Ramona say suddenly in her girlish, eager tone, "It must be. I never thought of it. I should like to try it," these vague, confused thoughts of the day and the day's bounding sense of exultant strength combined in a quick vision before Alessandro's eyes, a vision of starry skies overhead, Ramona and himself together, looking up to them. But when he raised his head, all he said was, "There, Señorita. That is all firm now. If Señor Felipe will let me lay him in this bed, he will sleep as he has not slept since he fell ill." Ramona ran eagerly into Felipe's room. "The bed is all ready on the veranda," she exclaimed. "Shall Alessandro come in and carry you out?" Felipe looked up, startled. The Signora turned on Ramona that expression of gentle, resigned displeasure, which always hurt the girl's sensitive nature far worse than anger. "I had not spoken to Felipe yet of the change, Ramona," she said. "I suppose that Alessandro would have informed me when the bed was ready. I'm sorry you came in so suddenly. Felipe is still very weak, you see." "What is it? What is it?" exclaimed Felipe impatiently. As soon as it was explained to him, he was like a child in his haste to be moved. "That's just what I needed," he exclaimed. "This cursed bed racks every bone in my body, and I have longed for the sun more than ever a thirsty man longed for water. Bless you, Alessandro," he went on, seeing Alessandro in the doorway. "Come here and take me up in those long arms of yours, and carry me quick. Already I feel myself better." Alessandro lifted him as if he were a baby. Indeed, it was but a light burden now, Felipe's wasted body for a man much less strong than Alessandro to lift. Ramona, chilled and hurt, ran in advance, carrying pillows and blankets. As she began to arrange them on the couch, the Signora took them from her hands, saying, "I will arrange them myself," and waved Ramona away. It was a little thing. Ramona was well used to such. Ordinarily it would have given her no pain she could not conceal, but the girl's nerves were not now in equilibrium. She had had hard work to keep back her tears at the first rebuff. This second was too much. She turned and walked swiftly away, the tears rolling down her cheeks. Alessandro saw it. Felipe saw it. To Felipe the sight was, though painful, not a surprise. He knew but too well how often his mother hurt Ramona. All he thought now, in his weakness, was, "Alas, what a pity my mother does not love Ramona." To Alessandro the sight was the one drop too much in the cup. As he stooped to lay Felipe on the bed, he trembled so that Felipe looked up, half afraid. "Am I still so heavy, Alessandro?" he said, smiling. "It is not your weight, Señor Felipe," answered Alessandro, off guard, still trembling, his eyes following Ramona. Felipe saw. In the next second, the eyes of the two young men met. Alessandro's fell before Felipe's. Felipe gazed on, steadily, at Alessandro. "Ah," he said, and as he said it, he closed his eyes and let his head sink back into the pillow. "Is that comfortable? Is that right?" asked the señora, who had seen nothing. "The first comfortable moment I have had, mother," said Felipe. "Stay, Alessandro. I want to speak to you as soon as I am rested. This move has shaken me up a good deal. Wait." "Yes, señor," replied Alessandro, and seated himself on the veranda steps. "If you are to stay, Alessandro," said the señora, "I will go and look after some matters that need my attention. I feel always at ease about Señor Felipe when you are with him. You will stay till I come back?" "Yes, señora," said Alessandro in a tone cold as the señora's own had been to Ramona. He was no longer in heart the Señora Moreno's servant. In fact, he was at that very moment revolving confusedly in his mind whether there could be any possibility of his getting away before the expiration of the time for which he had agreed to stay. It was a long time before Felipe opened his eyes. Alessandro thought he was asleep. At last Felipe spoke. He had been watching Alessandro's face for some minutes. "Alessandro," he said. Alessandro sprang to his feet and walked swiftly to the bedside. He did not know what the next word might be. He felt that the Señor Felipe had seen straight into his heart in that one moment's look, and Alessandro was preparing for anything. "Alessandro," said Felipe, "my mother has been speaking to me about your remaining with us permanently. Juan Can is now very old, and after this accident will go on crutches the rest of his days, poor soul. We are in great need of some man who understands sheep and the care of the place generally." As he spoke, he watched Alessandro's face closely. Swift, changing expressions passed over it. Surprise predominated. Felipe misunderstood the surprise. "I knew you would be surprised," he said. "I told my mother that you would not think of it, that you had stayed now only because we were in trouble." Alessandro bowed his head gratefully. This recognition from Felipe gave him pleasure. "Yes, señor," he said, "that was it. I told Father Salvadera it was not for the wages, but my father and I have need of all the money we can earn. Our people are very poor, señor. I do not know whether my father would think I ought to take the place you offer me or not, señor. It would be as he said. I will ask him." "Then you would be willing to take it?" asked Felipe. "Yes, señor, if my father wished me to take it," replied Alessandro, looking steadily and gravely at Felipe, adding after a second's pause, "If you are sure that you desire it, Señor Felipe, it would be a pleasure to me to be of help to you." And yet it was only a few moments ago that Alessandro had been turning over in his mind the possibility of leaving the Señora Moreno's service immediately. This change had not been a caprice, not been an impulse of passionate desire to remain near Ramona. It had come from a sudden consciousness that the Señor Felipe would be his friend. And Alessandro was not mistaken. 9. When the señora came back to the veranda, she found Felipe asleep, Alessandro standing at the foot of the bed, with his arms crossed on his breast, watching him. As the señora drew near, Alessandro felt again the same sense of dawning hatred which had seized him at her harsh speech to Ramona. He lowered his eyes and waited to be dismissed. "You can go now, Alessandro," said the señora. "I will sit here. You are quite sure that it will be safe for Signor Felipe to sleep here all night? It will cure him before many nights, replied Alessandro, still without raising his eyes and turning to go. Stay, said the signora. Alessandro paused. It will not do for him to be alone here in the night, Alessandro. Alessandro had thought of this, and had remembered that if he lay on the veranda floor by Signor Felipe's side, he would also lie under the signorita's window. No, signora, he replied. I will lie here by his side. That was what I had thought, if the signora is willing. Thank you, Alessandro, said the signora, in a tone which would have surprised poor Ramona, still sitting alone in her room, with sad eyes. She did not know the signora could speak thus sweetly to anyone but Felipe. Thank you. You are kind. I will have a bed made for you. Oh no, cried Alessandro. If the signora will excuse me, I could not lie on a bed. A raw hide like Signor Felipe's and my blanket are all I want. I could not lie on any bed. To be sure, thought the signora. What was I thinking of? How the boy makes one forget he is an Indian. But the floor is harder than the ground, Alessandro, she said kindly. No, signora, he said. It is all one, and tonight I will not sleep. I will watch Signor Felipe in case there should be a wind or he should wake and need something. I will watch him myself till midnight, said the signora. I should feel easier to see how he sleeps at first. It was the balmiest of summer nights, and as still as if no living thing were on the earth. There was a full moon which shone on the garden, and on the white front of the little chapel among the trees. Ramona from her window saw Alessandro pacing up and down the walk. She had seen him spread down the raw hide by Felipe's bed, and had seen the signora take her place in one of the big carved chairs. She wondered if they were both going to watch. She wondered why the signora would never let her sit up and watch with Felipe. I am not of any use to anybody, she thought sadly. She dared not go out and ask any questions about the arrangements for the night. At supper the signora had spoken to her only in the same cold and distant manner which always made her dumb and afraid. She had not once seen Felipe alone during the day. Margarita, who, in the former times, how far away those former times looked now, had been a greater comfort to Ramona than she realized. Margarita now was sulky and silent, never came into Ramona's presence if she could help it, and looked at her sometimes with an expression which made Ramona tremble, and say to herself, she hates me, she has always hated me since that morning. It had been a long, sad day to Ramona, and as she sat in her window leaning her head against the sash, and looked at Alessandro pacing up and down, she felt for the first time, and did not shrink from it, nor in any wise disavow or disguise it to herself, that she was glad he loved her. More than this she did not think, beyond this she did not go. Her mind was not like Margarita's, full of fancies bred of freedom and intercourse with men, but distinctly, tenderly glad that Alessandro loved her, and distinctly, tenderly aware how well he loved her, she was, as she sat at her window this night, looking out into the moonlit garden. After she had gone to bed, she could still hear his slow, regular steps on the garden walk, and the last thought she had as she fell asleep was that she was glad Alessandro loved her. The moon had been long set, and the garden, chapel front, trees, vines were all wrapped in impenetrable darkness, when Ramona awoke, sat up in her bed and listened. All was so still that the sound of Felipe's low, regular breathing came in through her open window. After hearkening to it for a few moments, she rose noiselessly from her bed, and creeping to the window parted the curtains and looked out. Noiselessly, she thought, but it was not noiselessly enough to escape Alessandro's quick ear. Without a sound he sprang to his feet, and stood looking at Ramona's window. I am here, señorita, he whispered. Do you want anything? Has he slept all night like this? She whispered back. Yes, señorita. He has not once moved. How good, said Ramona. How good. Then she stood still. She wanted to speak again to Alessandro, to hear him speak again, but she could think of no more to say, because she could not. She gave a little sigh. Alessandro took one swift step towards the window. May the saints bless you, señorita, he whispered fervently. Thank you, Alessandro, murmured Ramona, and glided back to her bed, but not to sleep. It lacked not much of dawn. As the first faint light filtered through the darkness, Ramona heard the Signora's window open. Surely she will not strike up the hymn and wake Felipe, thought Ramona, and she sprang again to the window to listen. A few low words between the Signora and Alessandro, and then the Signora's window closed again, and all was still. I thought she would not have the heart to wake him, said Ramona to herself. The Virgin would have had no pleasure in our song, I am sure, but I will say a prayer to her instead. And she sank on her knees at the head of her bed and began saying a whispered prayer. The footfall of a spider in Ramona's room had not been light enough to escape the ear of that watching lover outside. Again, Alessandro's tall figure arose from the floor, turning towards Ramona's window, and now the darkness was so far softened to dusk that the outline of his form could be seen. Ramona felt it rather than saw it, and stopped praying. Alessandro was sure he had heard her voice. Did the señorita speak? He whispered, his face close at the curtain. Ramona, startled, dropped her rosary, which rattled as it fell on the wooden floor. No, no, Alessandro, she said. I did not speak. And she trembled, she knew not why. The sound of the beads on the floor explained to Alessandro what had been the whispered words he heard. She was at her prayers, he thought, ashamed and sorry. Forgive me, he whispered. I thought you called, and he stepped back to the outer edge of the veranda and seated himself on the railing. He would lie down no more. Ramona remained on her knees, gazing at the window. Through the transparent muslin curtain, the dawning light came slowly, steadily, till at last she could see Alessandro distinctly. Forgetful of all else, she knelt gazing at him. The rosary lay on the floor, forgotten. Ramona would not finish that prayer that day, but her heart was full of thanksgiving and gratitude, and the Madonna had a better prayer than any in the book. The sun was up, and the canaries, finches, and linnets had made the veranda ring with joyous racket before Felipe opened his eyes. The Signora had come and gone and come again, looking at him anxiously, but he stirred not. Ramona had stolen timidly out, glancing at Alessandro only long enough to give him one quick smile, and bent over Felipe's bed, holding her breath. He lay so still. Ought he to sleep so long? She whispered. Till the noon it may be, answered Alessandro, and when he wakes you will see by his eye that he is another man. It was indeed so. When Felipe first looked about him, he laughed outright with pure pleasure. Then, catching sight of Alessandro at the steps, he called, in a stronger voice than had yet been heard from him, Alessandro, you are a famous physician. Why couldn't that fool from Ventura have known as much? With all his learning, he had had me in the next world before many days, except for you. Now, Alessandro, breakfast, I'm hungry. I had forgotten what the thought of food was like to a hungry stomach. And plenty, plenty, he called, as Alessandro ran toward the kitchen. Bring all they have. When the Signora saw Felipe bolstered up in the bed, his eye bright, his color good, his voice clear, eating heartily like his old self, she stood like a statue in the middle of the veranda for a moment. Then turning to Alessandro, she said chokingly, May heaven reward you, and disappeared abruptly in her own room. When she came out, her eyes were red. All day she moved and spoke with a softness unwanted, indeed inconceivable. She even spoke kindly and without constraint to Ramona. She felt like one brought back from the dead. After this, a new sort of life began for them all. Felipe's bed on the veranda was the rallying point for everything and everybody. The servants came to look up at him and wish him well from the garden walk below. Juan Can, when he first hobbled out on the stout crutches Alessandro had made him of manzanita wood, dragged himself all the way round the house to have a look at Signor Felipe and a word with him. The Signora sat there in the big carved chair, looking like a sibyl with her black silk-banded headdress severely straight across her brow, and her large dark eyes gazing out, past Felipe into the far south sky. Ramona lived there too, with her embroidery or her book, sitting on cushions on the floor in a corner, or at the foot of Felipe's bed, always so placed, however, if anybody had noticed, but nobody did, so placed that she could look at Felipe without looking full at the Signora's chair, even if the Signora were not in it. Here also came Alessandro many times a day, sometimes sent for, sometimes of his own accord. He was freely welcome. When he played or sang, he sat on the upper step of the stairs leading down to the garden, He also had a secret, which he thought all his own in regard to the positions he chose. He sat always, when Ramona was there, in the spot which best commanded a view of her face. The secret was not all his own. Felipe knew it. Nothing was escaping Felipe in these days. A bombshell exploding at their feet would not have more astonished the different members of this circle, the Señora, Ramona, Alessandro, than it would to have been made suddenly aware of the thoughts which were going on in Felipe's mind now, from day to day, as he lay there placidly looking at them all. It is probable that if Felipe had been in full health and strength when the revelation suddenly came to him that Alessandro loved Ramona, and that Ramona might love Alessandro, he would have been instantly filled with jealous antagonism. But at the time when this revelation came, he was prostrate, feeble, thinking many times a day that he must soon die. It did not seem to Felipe that a man could be so weak as he was, and ever again be strong and well. Side by side with these forebodings of his own death, always came the thought of Ramona. What would become of her, if he were gone? Only too well he knew that the girl's heart would be broken, that she could not live on alone with his mother. Felipe adored his mother, but he understood her feeling about Ramona. With his feebleness had also come to Felipe, as is often the case in long illnesses, a greater clearness of perception. Ramona had ceased to puzzle him. He no longer asked himself what her long, steady look into his eyes meant. He knew, he saw it mean that as a sister she loved him, had always loved him, and could love him in no other way. He wondered a little at himself that this gave him no more pain, only a sort of sweet, mournful tenderness towards her. It must be because he was so soon going out of the world, he thought. Presently he began to be aware that a new quality was coming into his love for her. He himself was returning to the brother love which he had had for her when they were children together, and in which he had felt no change until he became a man and Ramona a woman. It was strange what a peace fell upon Felipe when this was finally clear and settled in his mind. No doubt he had had more misgiving and fear about his mother in the matter than he had ever admitted to himself. Perhaps also the consciousness of Ramona's unfortunate birth had rankled at times. But all this was past now. Ramona was his sister. He was her brother. What course should he pursue in the crisis which he saw drawing near? How could he best help Ramona? What would be best for both her and Alessandro? Long before the thought of any possible union between himself and Ramona had entered into Alessandro's mind, still longer before it had entered into Ramona's to think of Alessandro as a husband, Felipe had spent hours in forecasting, plotting, and planning for them. For the first time in his life he felt himself in the dark as to his mother's probable action. That any concern as to Ramona's personal happiness or welfare would influence her, he knew better than to think for a moment. So far as that was concerned, Ramona might wander out the next hour, wife of a homeless beggar, and his mother would feel no regret. But Ramona had been the adopted daughter of the Señora Ortegna, bore the Ortegna name, and had lived as foster child in the house of the Morenos. Would the Señora permit such a one to marry an Indian? Felipe doubted. The longer he thought, the more he doubted. The more he watched, the more he saw that the question might soon have to be decided. Any hour might precipitate it. He made plan after plan for forestalling trouble, for preparing his mother. But Felipe was by nature indolent, and now he was, in addition, feeble. Day after day slipped by. It was exceedingly pleasant on the veranda. Ramona was usually with him. His mother was gentler, less sad, than he had ever seen her. Alessandro was always at hand, ready for any service, in the field, in the house, his music a delight, his strength and fidelity a repose, his personal presence always agreeable. If only my mother could think it, reflected Felipe, it would be the best thing all round to have Alessandro stay here as overseer of the place, and then they might be married. Perhaps before the summer is over she will come to see it so. And the delicious, languid, semi-tropic summer came hovering over the valley. The apricots turned golden, the peaches glowed, the grapes filled and hardened, like opaque emeralds hung thick under the canopied vines. The garden was a shade brown, and the roses had all fallen, but there were lilies and orange blossoms and poppies and carnations and geraniums in the pots and musk. Oh yes, ever and always musk. It was like an enchanter's spell. The knack the Señora had of forever keeping relays of musk to bloom all the year, and it was still more like an enchanter's spell, that Felipe would never confess that he hated it. But the bees liked it, and the hummingbirds, the butterflies also, and the air was full of them. The veranda was a quieter place now as the season's noon grew near. The linnets were all nesting, and the finches and the canaries too, and the Signora spent hours every day tirelessly feeding the mothers. The vines had all grown and spread out to their thickest. No need any longer of the gay blanket Alessandro had pinned up that first morning to keep the sun off Felipe's head. What was the odds between a today and a tomorrow in such a spot as this? Tomorrow, said Felipe. I will speak to my mother, and tomorrow, but he did not. There was one close observer of these pleasant veranda days that Felipe knew nothing about. That was Margarita. As the girl came and went about her household tasks, she was always on the watch for Alessandro, on the watch for Ramona. She was biding her time. Just what shape her revenge was going to take, she did not know. It was no use plotting. It must be as it fell out, but that the hour and the way for her revenge would come she never doubted. When she saw the group on the veranda, as she often did, all listening to Alessandro's violin, or to his singing, Alessandro himself now at his ease and free in the circle, as if he had been there always, her anger was almost beyond bounds. Oh ho, like a member of the family, quite so, she sneered. It is new times when a head shepherd spends his time with the ladies of the house, and sits in their presence like a guest who is invited. We shall see what comes of all this. And she knew not which she hated the more of the two, Alessandro or Ramona. Since the day of the scene at the artichoke field, she had never spoken to Alessandro, and had avoided, so far as was possible, seeing him. At first Alessandro was sorry for this, and tried to be friendly with her. As soon as he felt assured that the incident had not hurt him at all in the esteem of Ramona, he began to be sorry for Margarita. A man should not be rude to any maiden, he thought, and he hated to remember how he had pushed Margarita from him, and snatched his hand away, when he had in the outset made no objection to her taking it. But Margarita's resentment was not to be appeased. She understood only too clearly how little Alessandro's gentle advances meant, and she would none of them. Let him go to his señorita, she said bitterly, mocking the reverential tone in which she had overheard him pronounce the word. She is fond enough of him, if only the fool had eyes to see it. She'll be ready to throw herself at his head before long, if this kind of thing keeps up. It is not well to speak thus freely of young men, Margarita. Ha, ha. Little I thought that day which way the wind set in my mistress's temper. I'll wager she reproves me no more, under this roof or any other. Curse her. What did she want of Alessandro except to turn his head, and then bid him go his way? To do Margarita justice, she never once dreamed of the possibility of Ramona's wedding Alessandro. A clandestine affair, an intrigue of more or less intensity, such as she herself might have carried on with any one of the shepherds. This was the utmost stretch of Margarita's angry imaginations in regard to her young mistress's liking for Alessandro. There was not, in her way of looking at things, any impossibility of such a thing as that. But marriage, it might be questioned whether that idea would have been any more startling to the Signora herself than to Margarita. Little had passed between Alessandro and Ramona which Margarita did not know. The girl was always like a sprite, here, there, everywhere, in an hour, and with eyes which, as her mother often told her, saw on all sides of her head. Now, fired by her new purpose, new passion, she moved swifter than ever, and saw and heard even more. There were few hours of any day when she did not know to a certainty where both Alessandro and Ramona were, and there had been few meetings between them which she had not either seen or surmised. In the simple life of such a household as the Signora's, it was not strange that this was possible. Nevertheless, it argued and involved untiring vigilance on Margarita's part. Even Felipe, who thought himself, from his vantage post of observation on the veranda, and from his familiar relation with Ramona, well informed of most that happened, would have been astonished to hear all that Margarita could have told him. In the first days, Ramona herself had guilelessly told him much, had told him how Alessandro, seeing her trying to sprinkle and bathe and keep alive the green ferns with which she had decorated the chapel for Father Salvierderra's coming, had said, "Oh, señorita, they are dead. Do not take trouble with them. I will bring you fresh ones." And the next morning she had found, lying at the chapel door, a pile of such ferns as she had never before seen. tall ones like ostrich plumes, 6 and 8 feet high, the feathery maidenhair and the gold fern, and the silver twice as large as she ever had found them. The chapel was beautiful, like a conservatory, after she had arranged them in vases and around the high candlesticks. It was Alessandro, too, who had picked up in the artichoke patch all of the last year's seed vessels which had not been trampled down by the cattle, and bringing one to her had asked shyly if she did not think it prettier than flowers made out of paper. His people, he said, made wreaths of them. And so they were. More beautiful than any paper flowers which ever were made. Great soft round discs of fine straight threads like silk, with a kind of saint's halo around them of sharp, stiff points, glossy as satin, and of a lovely creamy color. It was the strangest thing in the world, nobody had ever noticed them as they lay there on the ground. She had put a great wreath of them around St. Joseph's head, and a bunch in the Madonna's hand, and when the Signora saw them, she exclaimed in admiration, and thought they must have been made of silk and satin. And Alessandro had brought her beautiful baskets, made by the Indian women at Pala, and one which had come from the north, from the Tulare country. It had gay feathers woven in with the reeds, red and yellow, in alternate rows, round and round. It was like a basket made out of a bright-colored bird. And a beautiful stone bowl Alessandro had brought her, glossy black, that came all the way from Catalina Island. A friend of Alessandro's got it. For the first few weeks it had seemed as if hardly a day passed, that there was not some new token to be chronicled of Alessandro's thoughtfulness and goodwill. Often, too, Ramona had much to tell that Alessandro had said, tales of the old mission days that he had heard from his father, stories of saints, and of the early fathers, who were more like saints than like men. Alessandro said, Father Junipero, who founded the first missions, and Father Crespi, his friend. Alessandro's grandfather had journeyed with Father Crespi as his servant, and many a miracle he had with his own eyes seen Father Crespi perform. There was a cup out of which the father always took his chocolate for breakfast, a beautiful cup, which was carried in a box, the only luxury the father had, and one morning it was broken, and everybody was in terror and despair. Never mind, said the father. I will make it whole. And taking the 2 pieces in his hands, he held them tight together, and prayed over them, and they became one solid piece again, and it was used all through the journey, just as before. But now, Ramona never spoke voluntarily of Alessandro. To Felipe's sometimes artfully put questions or allusions to him, she made brief replies and never continued the topic, and Felipe had observed another thing. She now rarely looked at Alessandro. When he was speaking to others, she kept her eyes on the ground. If he addressed her, she looked quickly up at him, but lowered her eyes after the first glance. Alessandro also observed this, and was glad of it. He understood it. He knew how differently she could look in his face in the rare moments when they were alone together. He fondly thought he alone knew this, but he was mistaken. Margarita knew. She had more than once seen it. It had happened more than once that he had found Ramona at the willows by the brook, and had talked with her there. The first time it happened, it was a chance. After that, never a chance again, for Alessandro went often seeking the spot, hoping to find her. In Ramona's mind, too, not avowed, but half-consciously, there was, if not the hope of seeing him there, at least the memory that it was there they had met. It was a pleasant spot, cool and shady even at noon, and the running water always full of music. Ramona often knelt there of a morning, washing out a bit of lace or a handkerchief, and when Alessandro saw her, it went hard with him to stay away. At such moments the vision returned to him vividly of that first night when, for the first second, seeing her face in the sunset glow, he had thought her scarce mortal. It was not that he even now thought her less a saint, but how well he knew her to be human. He had gone alone in the dark to this spot many a time, and lying on the grass, put his hands into the running water, and played with it dreamily, thinking, in his poetic Indian fashion, thoughts like these: whither have gone the drops that passed beneath her hands, just here? These drops will never find those in the sea, but I love this water. Margarita had seen him thus lying, and without dreaming of the refined sentiment which prompted his action, had yet groped blindly towards it, thinking to herself, he hopes his señorita will come down to him there. A nice place it is for a lady to meet her lover, at the washing stones. It will take swifter water than any in that brook, Señorita Ramona, to wash you white in the Señora's eyes. If ever she come upon you there with the head shepherd, making free with him maybe, oh, but if that could only happen, I'd die content. And the more Margarita watched, the more she thought it not unlikely that it might turn out so. It was oftener at the Willows than anywhere else that Ramona and Alessandro met, and as Margarita noticed with malicious satisfaction, they talked each time longer, each time parted more lingeringly. Several times it had happened to be near supper time, and Margarita, with one eye on the garden walk, had hovered restlessly near the Señora, hoping to be ordered to call the Señorita to supper. If but I could come on them of a sudden, and say to her as she did to me, "You are wanted in the house." Oh, but it would do my soul good. I'd say it so it would sting like a lash laid on both their faces. It will come. It will come. It will be there that she'll be caught one of these fine times she's having. I'll wait. It will come. 10. It came. And when it came, it fell out worse for Ramona than Margarita's most malicious hopes had pictured, but Margarita had no hand in it. It was the Señora herself. Since Felipe had so far gained as to be able to be dressed, sit in his chair on the veranda, and walk about the house and garden a little, the Señora, at ease in her mind about him, had resumed her old habit of long, lonely walks on the place. It had been well said by her servants that there was not a blade of grass on the estate that the Señora had not seen. She knew every inch of her land. She had a special purpose in walking over it now. She was carefully examining to see whether she could afford to sell to the Ortegas a piece of pasture land, which they greatly desired to buy, as it joined a pasturage tract of theirs. This bit of land lay farther from the house than the Señora realized, and it had taken more time than she thought it would to go over it, and it was already sunset on this eventful day, when, hurrying home, she turned off from the highway into the same shortcut path in which Father Salvierderra had met Ramona in the spring. There was no difficulty now in getting through the mustard tangle. It was parched and dry and had been trampled by cattle. The Señora walked rapidly, but it was dusky twilight when she reached the willows, so dusky that she saw nothing, and she stepped so lightly on the smooth brown path that she made no sound, until suddenly, face to face with a man and a woman standing locked in each other's arms, she halted, stepped back a pace, gave a cry of surprise, and, in the same second, recognized the faces of the two, who, stricken dumb, stood apart, each gazing into her face with terror. Strangely enough, it was Ramona who spoke first. Terror for herself had stricken her dumb. Terror for Alessandro gave her a voice.
"Señora," she began.
"Silence, shameful creature," cried the Señora. "Do not dare to speak. Go to your room." Ramona did not move. "As for you," the Señora continued, turning to Alessandro, she was about to say, "You are discharged from my service from this hour," but recollecting herself in time said, "You will answer to Señor Felipe, out of my sight." And the Señora Moreno actually, for once in her life beside herself with rage, stamped her foot on the ground. "Out of my sight," she repeated. Alessandro did not stir except to turn towards Ramona with an inquiring look. He would run no risk of doing what she did not wish. He had no idea what she would think it best to do in this terrible dilemma. "Go, Alessandro," said Ramona, calmly, still looking the Señora full in the eye. Alessandro obeyed. Before the words had left her lips, he had walked away. Ramona's composure and Alessandro's waiting for further orders than her own before stirring from the spot were too much for Señora Moreno. A wrath, such as she had not felt since she was young, took possession of her, as Ramona opened her lips again, saying, "Señora," the Señora did a shameful deed. She struck the girl on the mouth, a cruel blow. "Speak not to me," she cried again, and seizing her by the arm she pushed rather than dragged her up the garden walk. "Señora, you hurt my arm," said Ramona, still in the same calm voice. "You need not hold me. I will go with you. I am not afraid." Was this Ramona? The Señora, already ashamed, let go the arm and stared in the girl's face. Even in the twilight she could see upon it an expression of transcendent peace, and a resolve of which no one would have thought it capable. "What does this mean?" thought the Signora, still weak and trembling all over from rage. The hussy, the hypocrite, and she seized the arm again. This time Ramona did not remonstrate, but submitted to being led like a prisoner, pushed into her own room, the door slammed violently and locked on the outside, all of which Margarita saw. She had known for an hour that Ramona and Alessandro were at the Willows, and she had been consumed with impatience at the Signora's prolonged absence. More than once she had gone to Felipe, and asked with assumed interest if he were not hungry, and if he and the Señorita would not have their supper. No, not till the Signora returns, Felipe had answered. He too happened this time to know where Ramona and Alessandro were. He knew also where the Signora had gone, and that she would be late home. But he did not know that there would be any chance of her returning by way of the Willows at the brook. If he had known it, he would have contrived to summon Ramona. When Margarita saw Ramona shoved into her room by the pale and trembling Signora, saw the key turned, taken out, and dropped into the Signora's pocket, she threw her apron over her head and ran into the back porch. Almost a remorse seized her. She remembered in a flash how often Ramona had helped her in times gone by, sheltered her from the Signora's displeasure. She recollected the torn altar cloth. "Holy Virgin, what will be done to her now?" she exclaimed under her breath. Margarita had never conceived of such an extremity as this. Disgrace and a sharp reprimand and a sundering of all relations with Alessandro. This was all Margarita had meant to draw down on Ramona's head, but the Signora looked as if she might kill her. She always did hate her, in her heart, reflected Margarita. She shan't starve her to death anyhow. I'll never stand by and see that. But it must have been something shameful the Signora saw, to have brought her to such a pass as this, and Margarita's jealousy again got the better of her sympathy. Good enough for her, no more than she deserved. An honest fellow like Alessandro, that would make a good husband for any girl. Margarita's short-lived remorse was over. She was an enemy again. It was an odd thing, how identical were Margarita's and the Signora's view and interpretation of the situation. The Signora looking at it from above, and Margarita looking at it from below, each was sure, and they were both equally sure, that it could be nothing more nor less than a disgraceful intrigue. Mistress and maid were alike incapable either of conjecturing or of believing the truth. As ill luck would have it, or was it good luck? Felipe also had witnessed the scene in the garden walk. Hearing voices, he had looked out of his window, and almost doubting the evidence of his senses, had seen his mother violently dragging Ramona by the arm, Ramona pale but strangely placid, his mother with rage and fury in her white face. The sight told its own tale to Felipe. Smiting his forehead with his hand, he groaned out, "Fool that I was to let her be surprised. She has come on them unawares, now she will never, never forgive it." And Felipe threw himself on his bed, to think what should be done. Presently he heard his mother's voice, still agitated, calling his name. He remained silent, sure she would soon seek him in his room. When she entered and, seeing him on the bed, came swiftly towards him, saying, "Felipe, dear, are you ill?" He replied in a feeble voice, "No, mother, only tired a little tonight." And as she bent over him, anxious, alarmed, he threw his arms around her neck and kissed her warmly. "Mother mia," he said passionately, "what should I do without you?" The caress, the loving words acted like oil on the troubled waters. They restored the Signora as nothing else could. What mattered anything, so long as she had her adoring and adorable son? And she would not speak to him, now that he was so tired of this disgraceful and vexing matter of Alessandro. It could wait till morning. She would send him his supper in his room, and he would not miss Ramona, perhaps. "I will send your supper here, Felipe," she said. "You must not overdo. You have been walking too much. Lie still." And kissing him affectionately, she went to the dining room, where Margarita, vainly trying to look as if nothing had happened, was standing, ready to serve supper. When the Signora entered, with her countenance composed, and in her ordinary tones said, "Margarita, you can take Signor Felipe's supper into his room. He is lying down and will not get up. He is tired." Margarita was ready to doubt if she had not been in a nightmare dream. Had she, or had she not, within the last half-hour seen the Signora, shaking and speechless with rage, push the Señorita Ramona into her room, and lock her up there? She was so bewildered that she stood still and gazed at the Signora, with her mouth wide open. "What are you staring at, girl?" asked the señora, so sharply that Margarita jumped. "Oh, nothing. Nothing, señora. And the señorita, will she come to supper? Shall I call her?" she said. The señora eyed her. Had she seen? Could she have seen? The señora Moreno was herself again. So long as Ramona was under her roof, no matter what she herself might do or say to the girl, no servant should treat her with disrespect, or know that aught was wrong. "The señorita is not well," she said coldly. "She is in her room. I myself will take her some supper later if she wishes it. Do not disturb her." And the señora returned to Felipe. Margarita chuckled inwardly and proceeded to clear the table she had spread with such malicious punctuality 2 short hours before. In those 2 short hours, how much had happened? "Small appetite for supper will our señorita have, I reckon," said the bitter Margarita, "and the Señor Alessandro also. I'm curious to see how he will carry himself." But her curiosity was not gratified. Alessandro came not to the kitchen. The last of the herdsmen had eaten and gone. It was past 9 o'clock, and no Alessandro. Slyly Margarita ran out and searched in some of the places where she knew he was in the habit of going, but Alessandro was not to be found. Once she brushed so near his hiding place that he thought he was discovered and was on the point of speaking, but luckily held his peace, and she passed on. Alessandro was hid behind the geranium clump at the chapel door, sitting on the ground, with his knees drawn up to his chin, watching Ramona's window. He intended to stay there all night. He felt that he might be needed. If Ramona wanted him, she would either open her window and call, or would come out and go down through the garden walk to the willows. In either case, he would see her from the hiding place he had chosen. He was racked by his emotions, mad with joy 1 minute, sick at heart with misgiving the next. Ramona loved him, she had told him so. She had said she would go away with him and be his wife. The words had but just passed her lips, at that dreadful moment when the señora appeared in their presence. As he lived the scene over again, he re-experienced the joy and the terror equally. What was not that terrible señora capable of doing? Why did she look at him and at Ramona with such loathing scorn? Since she knew that the señorita was half Indian, why should she think it so dreadful a thing for her to marry an Indian man? It did not once enter into Alessandro's mind that the señora could have had any other thought, seeing them as she did in each other's arms. And again, what had he to give to Ramona? Could she live in a house such as he must live in? Live as the Temecula women lived? No, for her sake he must leave his people, must go to some town, must do, he knew not what, something to earn more money. Anguish seized him as he pictured to himself Ramona suffering deprivations. The more he thought of the future in this light, the more his joy faded and his fear grew. He had never had sufficient hope that she could be his, to look forward thus to the practical details of life. He had only gone on loving, and in a vague way dreaming and hoping, and now, in a moment, all had been changed. In a moment he had spoken, and she had spoken, and such words once spoken, there was no going back, and he had put his arms around her, and felt her head on his shoulder, and kissed her. Yes, he, Alessandro, had kissed the Señorita Ramona, and she had been glad of it, and had kissed him on the lips, as no maiden kisses a man unless she will wed with him. Him, Alessandro. Oh, no wonder the man's brain whirled, as he sat there in the silent darkness, wondering, afraid, helpless, his love wrenched from him, in the very instant of their first kiss, wrenched from him, and he himself ordered by one who had the right to order him, to be gone. What could an Indian do against a Moreno? Would Felipe help him? Aye, there was Felipe. That Felipe was his friend, Alessandro knew with a knowledge as sure as the wild partridge's instinct for the shelter of her brood. But could Felipe move the señora? Oh, that terrible señora! What would become of them? As in the instant of drowning, men are said to review in a second the whole course of their lives, so in this supreme moment of Alessandro's love there flashed through his mind vivid pictures of every word and act of Ramona's since he first knew her. He recollected the tone in which she had said, and the surprise with which he heard her say it, at the time of Felipe's fall. "You are Alessandro, are you not?" He heard again her soft whispered prayers the first night Felipe slept on the veranda. He recalled her tender distress because the shearers had had no dinner. The evident terribleness to her of a person going one whole day without food. "Oh God, will she always have food each day if she comes with me?" he said. And at the bare thought he was ready to flee away from her forever. Then he recalled her look and her words only a few hours ago, when he first told her he loved her, and his heart took courage. She had said, "I know you love me, Alessandro, and I am glad of it," and had lifted her eyes to his with all the love that a woman's eyes can carry, and when he threw his arms around her, she had of her own accord come closer, and laid one hand on his shoulder, and turned her face to his. Ah, what else mattered? There was the whole world. If she loved him like this, nothing could make them wretched. His love would be enough for her, and for him hers was an empire. It was indeed true, though neither the Signora nor Margherita would have believed it, that this had been the first word of love ever spoken between Alessandro and Ramona, the first caress ever given, the first moment of unreserve. It had come about as lovers' first words, first caresses are so apt to do unexpectedly, with no more premonition at the instant than there is of the instant of the opening of a flower. Alessandro had been speaking to Ramona of the conversation Felipe had held with him in regard to remaining on the place, and asked her if she knew of the plan. "Yes," she said. "I heard the Signora talking about it with Felipe some days ago." "Was she against my staying?" asked Alessandro quickly. "I think not," said Ramona. "But I am not sure. It is not easy to be sure what the Signora wishes, till afterward. It was Felipe that proposed it." This somewhat enigmatical statement as to the difficulty of knowing the Signora's wishes was like Greek to Alessandro's mind. "I do not understand, Señorita," he said. "What do you mean by afterward?" "I mean," replied Ramona, "that the Signora never says she wishes anything. She says she leaves everything to Felipe to decide or to Father Salvierderra. But I think it is always decided as she wishes to have it after all. The Signora is wonderful, Alessandro, don't you think so?" "She loves Signor Felipe very much," was Alessandro's evasive reply. "Oh yes," exclaimed Ramona. "You do not begin to know how much. She does not love any other human being. He takes it all. She hasn't any left. If he had died, she would have died too. That is the reason she likes you so much. She thinks you saved Felipe's life." "I mean, that is one reason," added Ramona, smiling and looking up confidingly at Alessandro, who smiled back, not in vanity, but honest gratitude that the Señorita was pleased to intimate that he was not unworthy of the Signora's regard. "I do not think she likes me," he said. "I cannot tell why, but I do not think she likes anyone in the world. She is not like anyone I ever saw, Señorita." "No," replied Ramona thoughtfully. "She is not. I am, oh, so afraid of her, Alessandro. I have always been, ever since I was a little girl. I used to think she hated me, but now I think she does not care one way or the other if I keep out of her way." While Ramona spoke these words, her eyes were fixed on the running water at her feet. If she had looked up and seen the expression in Alessandro's eyes as he listened, the thing which was drawing near would have drawn near faster, would have arrived at that moment. But she did not look up. She went on, little dreaming how hard she was making it for Alessandro. "Many's the time I've come down here at night to this brook and looked at it and wished it was a big river, so I could throw myself in and be carried away out to the sea, dead. But it is a fearful sin, Father Salvierderra says, to take one's own life, and always the next morning, when the sun came out, and the birds sang, I've been glad enough I had not done it. Were you ever so unhappy as that, Alessandro?" "No, Señorita. Never," replied Alessandro. "And it is thought a great disgrace among us to kill oneself. I think I could never do it. But, oh, Señorita, it is a grief to think of your being unhappy. Will you always be so? Must you always stay here?" "Oh, but I am not always unhappy," said Ramona, with her sunny little laugh. "Indeed, I am generally very happy. Father Salvierderra says that if one does no sin, one will be always happy, and that it is a sin not to rejoice every hour of the day in the sun and the sky and the work there is to do, and there is always plenty of that." Then, her face clouding, she continued, "I suppose I shall always stay here. I have no other home, you know I was the Señora's sister's adopted child. She died when I was little, and the Signora kindly took me. Father Salvierderra says I must never forget to be grateful to her for all she has done for me, and I try not to." Alessandro eyed her closely. The whole story, as Juan Can had told it to him, of the girl's birth, was burning in his thoughts. How he longed to cry out, "Oh, my loved one, they have made you homeless in your home. They despise you. The blood of my race is in your veins. Come to me, be surrounded with love." But he dared not. How could he dare? Some strange spell seemed to have unloosed Ramona's tongue tonight. She had never before spoken to Alessandro of her own personal history or burdens, but she went on, "The worst thing is, Alessandro, that she will not tell me who my mother was, and I do not know if she is alive or not, or anything about her. Once I asked the Signora, but she forbade me ever to ask her again. She said she herself would tell me when it was proper for me to know, but she never has." How the secret trembled on Alessandro's lips now. Ramona had never seemed so near, so intimate, so trusting. What would happen if he were to tell her the truth? Would the sudden knowledge draw her closer to him, or repel her? "Have you never asked her again?" he said. Ramona looked up astonished. "No one ever disobeyed the Signora," she said quickly. "I would," exclaimed Alessandro. "You may think so," said Ramona, "but you couldn't. When you tried, you would find you couldn't. I did ask Father Salvierderra once." "What did he say?" asked Alessandro, breathless. "The same thing. He said I must not ask. I was not old enough. When the time came, I would be told," answered Ramona sadly. "I don't see what they can mean by the time's coming. What do you suppose they meant?" "I do not know the ways of any people but my own, señorita," replied Alessandro. "Many things that your people do, and still more that these Americans do, are to me so strange. I know nothing what they mean." "Perhaps they do not know who was your mother?" "I am sure they do," answered Ramona, in a low tone, as if the words were wrung from her. "But let us talk about something else, Alessandro. Not about sad things, about pleasant things. Let us talk about your staying here." "Would it be truly a pleasure to the Señorita Ramona if I stayed?" said Alessandro. "You know it would," answered Ramona frankly, yet with a tremor in her voice, which Alessandro felt. "I do not see what we could any of us do without you. Felipe says he shall not let you go." Alessandro's face glowed. "It must be as my father says, señorita," he said. "A messenger came from him yesterday, and I sent him back with a letter telling him what the Señor Felipe had proposed to me, and asking him what I should do. My father is very old, señorita, and I do not see how he can well spare me. I am his only child, and my mother died years ago. We live alone together in our house, and when I am away he is very lonely. But he would like to have me earn the wages, I know, and I hope he will think it best for me to stay. There are many things we want to do for the village. Most of our people are poor and can do little more than get what they need to eat day by day, and my father wishes to see them better off before he dies. Now that the Americans are coming in all around us, he is afraid and anxious all the time. He wants to get a big fence built around our land so as to show where it is. But the people cannot take much time to work on the fence. They need all their time to work for themselves and their families. Indians have a hard time to live now, señorita. Were you ever in Temecula?" "No," said Ramona. "Is it a large town?" Alessandro sighed. "Dear señorita, it is not a town. It is only a little village, not more than 20 houses in all, and some of those are built only of tule. There is a chapel and a graveyard. We built an adobe wall around the graveyard last year, that my father said we would do, before we built the fence round the village." "How many people are there in the village?" asked Ramona. "Nearly 200 when they are all there, but many of them are away most of the time. They must go where they can get work. They are hired by the farmers, or to do work on the great ditches, or to go as shepherds, and some of them take their wives and children with them. I do not believe the señorita has ever seen any very poor people." "Oh yes, I have, Alessandro, at Santa Barbara. There were many poor people there, and the sisters used to give them food every week." "Indians?" said Alessandro. Ramona colored. "Yes," she said. "Some of them were, but not like your men, Alessandro. They were very different, miserable looking. They could not read nor write, and they seemed to have no ambition. "That is the trouble," said Alessandro. "With so many of them, it is with my father's people too. They say, 'What is the use?' My father gets in despair with them, because they will not learn better. He gives them a great deal, but they do not seem to be any better off for it. There is only one other man in our village who can read and write, besides my father and me, señorita. And yet my father is all the time begging them to come to his house and learn of him. But they say they have no time. And indeed there is much truth in that, señorita. You see, everybody has troubles, señorita." Ramona had been listening with sorrowful face. All this was new to her. Until tonight, neither she nor Alessandro had spoken of private and personal matters. "Ah, but these are real troubles," she said. "I do not think mine were real troubles at all. I wish I could do something for your people, Alessandro. If the village were only nearby, I could teach them, could I not? I could teach them to read. The sisters always said that to teach the ignorant and the poor was the noblest work one could do. I wish I could teach your people. Have you any relatives there besides your father? Is there anyone in the village that you love, Alessandro?" Alessandro was too much absorbed in thoughts of his people to observe the hesitating emphasis with which Ramona asked this question. "Yes, señorita, I love them all. They are like my brothers and sisters, all of my father's people," he said, "and I am unhappy about them all the time." During the whole of this conversation, Ramona had had an undercurrent of thought going on, which was making her uneasy. The more Alessandro said about his father and his people, the more she realized that he was held to Temecula by bonds that would be hard to break, the more she feared his father would not let him remain away from home for any length of time. At the thought of his going away, her very heart sickened. Taking a sudden step towards him, she said abruptly, "Alessandro, I am afraid your father will not give his consent to your staying here." "So am I, señorita," he replied sadly. "And you would not stay if he did not approve of it, of course," she said. "How could I, señorita?" "No," she said, "it would not be right." But as she said these words, the tears filled her eyes. Alessandro saw them. The world changed in that second. "Señorita, Señorita Ramona," he cried, "tears have come in your eyes. Oh, señorita, then you will not be angry if I say that I love you." And Alessandro trembled with the terror and delight of having said the words. Hardly did he trust his palpitating senses to be telling him true the words that followed, quick, firm, though only in a whisper. "I know that you love me, Alessandro, and I am glad of it." Yes, this was what the Señorita Ramona was saying. And when he stammered, "But you, señorita, you do not. You could not." "Yes, Alessandro, I do. I love you," in the same clear, firm whisper. And the next minute Alessandro's arms were around Ramona, and he had kissed her, sobbing rather than saying, "Oh, señorita, do you mean that you will go with me, that you are mine? Oh no, beloved señorita, you cannot mean that." But he was kissing her. He knew she did mean it, and Ramona whispering, "Yes, Alessandro, I do mean it. I will go with you," clung to him with her hands, and kissed him, and repeated it, "I will go with you, I love you." And then, just then, came the señora's step, and her sharp cry of amazement, and there she stood, no more than an arm's length away, looking at them with her indignant, terrible eyes. What an hour this for Alessandro to be living over and over, as he crouched in the darkness, watching. But the bewilderment of his emotions did not dull his senses. As if stalking deer in a forest, he listened for sounds from the house. It seemed strangely still. As the darkness deepened, it seemed still stranger that no lamps were lit. Darkness in the señora's room, in the señorita's, a faint light in the dining room, soon put out, evidently no supper going on there. Only from under Felipe's door streamed a faint radiance, and creeping close to the veranda, Alessandro heard voices fitfully talking, the señora's and Felipe's, no word from Ramona. Piteously he fixed his eyes on her window. It was open, but the curtains tight drawn. No stir, no sound. Where was she? What had been done to his love? Only the tireless caution and infinite patience of his Indian blood kept Alessandro from going to her window. But he would imperil nothing by acting on his own responsibility. He would wait, if it were till daylight, till his love made a sign. Certainly before long Señor Felipe would come to his veranda bed, and then he could venture to speak to him. But it was near midnight when the door of Felipe's room opened, and he and his mother came out, still speaking in low tones. Felipe lay down on his couch, his mother, bending over, kissed him, bade him good night, and went into her own room. It had been some time now since Alessandro had left off sleeping on the veranda floor by Felipe's side. Felipe was so well it was not needful, but Felipe felt sure he would come tonight, and was not surprised when, a few minutes after the Señora's door closed, he heard a low voice through the vines. "Señor Felipe?" "Hush, Alessandro," whispered Felipe. "Do not make a sound. Tomorrow morning early I will see you behind the little sheepfold. It is not safe to talk here." "Where is the señorita?" Alessandro breathed rather than said. "In her room," answered Felipe. "Well?" said Alessandro. "Yes," said Felipe, hoping he was not lying, and this was all Alessandro had to comfort himself with, through his long night of watching. No, not all. One other thing comforted him: the notes of 2 wood doves that at intervals he heard, cooing to each other, just the 2 notes, the call and the answer. Love, here, and long intervals of silence between. Plain as if written on a page was the thing they told. "That is what my Ramona is like," thought he, "the gentle wood dove. If she is my wife, my people will call her Majol, the wood dove." 11. When the Señora bade Felipe good night, she did not go to bed. After closing her door, she sat down to think what should be done about Ramona. It had been a hard task she had set herself, talking all the evening with Felipe without alluding to the topic uppermost in her mind. But Felipe was still nervous and irritable. She would not spoil his night's rest, she thought, by talking of disagreeable things. Moreover, she was not clear in her own mind what she wished to have done about Alessandro. If Ramona were to be sent away to the nuns, which was the only thing the Señora could think of as yet, there would be no reason for discharging Alessandro. And with him the Señora was by no means ready to part, though in her first anger she had been ready to dismiss him on the spot. As she pursued her reflections, the whole situation cleared itself in her mind. So easily do affairs fall into line, in the plottings and plannings of an arbitrary person who makes in his formula no allowance for a human element which he cannot control. Ramona should be sent in disgrace to the sisters' school to be a servant there for the rest of her life. The Señora would wash her hands of her forever. Even Father Salvierderra himself could not expect her any longer to keep such a shameless creature under her roof. Her sister's written instructions had provided for the possibility of just such a contingency. Going to a secret closet in the wall, behind a life-size statue of Saint Catherine, the Señora took out an iron box, battered and rusty with age, and set it on the bed. The key turned with difficulty in the lock. It was many years since the Señora had opened this box. No one but herself knew of its existence. There had been many times in the history of the Moreno house when the price of the contents of that box would have averted loss and misfortune, but the Señora no more thought of touching the treasure than if it had been guarded by angels with fiery swords. There they lay, brilliant and shining even in the dim light of the one candle, rubies, emeralds, pearls, and yellow diamonds. The Señora's lip curled as she looked at them. "Fine dowry, truly, for a creature like this," she said. "Well, I knew in the beginning no good would come of it. Base begotten, base born, she has but carried out the instincts of her nature. I suppose I may be grateful that my own son was too pure to be her prey, to be given to my adopted daughter, Ramona Ortegna, on her wedding day. So the instructions ran, if she weds worthily and with your approval. Should such a misfortune occur, which I do not anticipate, as that she should prove unworthy, then these jewels and all I have left to her of value shall be the property of the church. No mention as to what I am to do with the girl herself if she proves unworthy," thought the Señora bitterly, "but the church is the place for her. No other keeping will save her from the lowest depths of disgrace. I recollect my sister said that Angus had at first intended to give the infant to the church. Would to God he had done so, or left it with its Indian mother." And the Señora rose and paced the floor. The paper of her dead sister's handwriting fell at her feet. As she walked, her long skirt swept it rustling to and fro. She stooped, picked it up, read it again, with increasing bitterness. No softness at the memory of her sister's love for the little child, no relenting. Unworthy, yes, that was a mild word to apply to Ramona. Now, it was all settled, and when the girl was once out of the house, the Signora would breathe easier. She and Felipe would lead their lives together, and Felipe would wed someday. Was there a woman fair enough, good enough, for Felipe to wed? But he must wed, and the place would be gay with children's voices, and Ramona would be forgotten. The Signora did not know how late it was. "I will tell her tonight," she said. "I will lose no time, and now she shall hear who her mother was." It was a strange freak of just impulse in the Signora's angry soul, which made her suddenly remember that Ramona had had no supper, and led her to go to the kitchen, get a jug of milk and some bread, and take them to the room. Turning the key cautiously that Felipe might not hear, she opened the door and glided in. No voice greeted her. She held her candle high up. No Ramona in sight, the bed was empty. She glanced at the window, it was open. A terror seized the Signora, fresh anger also. She has run off with Alessandro, she thought. What horrible disgrace. Standing motionless, she heard a faint, regular breathing from the other side of the bed. Hastily crossing the room, she saw a sight which had melted a heart that was only ice. But the Signora's was stone toward Ramona. There lay Ramona on the floor, her head on a pillow at the feet of the big Madonna which stood in the corner. Her left hand was under her cheek, her right arm flung tight around the base of the statue. She was sound asleep. Her face was wet with tears. Her whole attitude was full of significance. Even helpless in sleep, she was one who had taken refuge in sanctuary. This thought had been distinct in the girl's mind when she found herself, spite of all her woe and terror, growing sleepy. "She won't dare to hurt me at the Virgin's feet," she had said, "and the window is open. Felipe would hear if I called, and Alessandro will watch," and with a prayer on her lips she fell asleep. It was Felipe's nearness more than the Madonna's, which saved her from being roused to hear her doom. The Signora stood for some moments looking at her, and at the open window. With a hot rush of disgraceful suspicions, she noted what she had never before thought of, that Alessandro, through all his watching with Felipe, had had close access to Ramona's window. "Shameful creature," she repeated to herself, "and she can sleep. It is well," she prayed, "if the Virgin will hear such," and she turned away, first setting down the jug of milk and the bread on a table. Then, with a sudden and still more curious mingling of justness in her wrath, she returned, and lifting the coverlet from the bed, spread it over Ramona, covering her carefully from head to foot. Then she went out and again locked the door. Felipe, from his bed, heard and divined all but made no sound. "Thank God the poor child is asleep," he said, "and my poor dear mother feared to awake me by speaking to her. What will become of us all tomorrow?" And Felipe tossed and turned, and had barely fallen into an uneasy sleep, when his mother's window opened, and she sang the first line of the sunrise hymn. Instantly Ramona joined, evidently awake and ready, and no sooner did the watching Alessandro hear the first note of her voice than he struck in. And Margarita, who had been up for an hour, prowling, listening, peering, wondering, her soul racked between her jealousy and her fears, even Margarita delayed not to unite, and Felipe, too, sang feebly. And the volume of the song went up as rounded and melodious as if all hearts were at peace and in harmony, instead of being all full of sorrow, confusion, or hatred. But there was no one of them all who was not the better for the singing. Ramona and Alessandro most of all. "The saints be praised," said Alessandro. "There is my wood dove's voice, she can sing." And Alessandro was near. He watched all night. "I am glad he loves me," said Ramona. "To hear those two voices," said the Signora. "Would one suppose they could sing like that? Perhaps it is not so bad as I think." As soon as the song was done, Alessandro ran to the sheepfold, where Felipe had said he would see him. The minutes would be like years to Alessandro till he had seen Felipe. Ramona, when she waked and found herself carefully covered, and bread and milk standing on the table, felt much reassured. Only the Signora's own hand had done this. She felt sure, for she had heard her the previous evening turn the key in the lock, then violently take it out, and Ramona knew well that the fact of her being thus a prisoner would be known to none but the Signora herself. The Signora would not set servants to gossiping. She ate her bread and milk thankfully, for she was very hungry. Then she set her room in order, said her prayers, and sat down to wait. For what? She could not imagine. In truth, she did not much try. Ramona had passed now into a country where the Signora did not rule. She felt little fear. Felipe would not see her harmed, and she was going away presently with Alessandro. It was wonderful what peace and freedom lay in the very thought. The radiance on her face of these two newborn emotions was the first thing the Signora observed as she opened the door, and slowly, very slowly, eyeing Ramona with a steady look, entered the room. This joyous composure on Ramona's face angered the Signora, as it had done before, when she was dragging her up the garden walk. It seemed to her like nothing less than brazen effrontery, and it changed the whole tone and manner of her address. Seating herself opposite Ramona, but at the farthest side of the room, she said in a tone scornful and insulting, "What have you to say for yourself?" Returning the Signora's gaze with one no less steady, Ramona spoke in the same calm tone in which she had twice the evening before attempted to stay the Signora's wrath. This time she was not interrupted. "Signora," she said slowly, "I tried to tell you last night, but you would not hear me. If you had listened, you would not have been so angry. Neither Alessandro nor I have done anything wrong, and we were not ashamed. We love each other, and we are going to be married and go away. I thank you, Signora, for all you have done for me. I am sure you will be a great deal happier when I am away." And Ramona looked wistfully, with no shade of resentment, into the Signora's dark, shrunken face. "You have been very good to do so much for a girl you did not love. Thank you for the bread and milk last night. Perhaps I can go away with Alessandro today. I do not know what he will wish. We had only just that minute spoken of being married, when you found us last night." The Signora's face was a study during the few moments that it took to say these words. She was dumb with amazement. Instantaneously, on the first sense of relief that the disgrace had not been what she supposed, followed a new wrath, if possible hotter than the first. Not so much scorn, but a bitterer anger. "Marry that Indian," she cried, as soon as she found voice. "You marry an Indian? Never, are you mad? I will never permit it." Ramona looked anxiously at her. "I have never disobeyed you, Signora," she said. "But this is different from all other things. You are not my mother. I have promised to marry Alessandro." The girl's gentleness deceived the Signora. "No," she said icily. "I am not your mother, but I stand in a mother's place to you. You were my sister's adopted child, and she gave you to me. You cannot marry without my permission, and I forbid you ever to speak again of marrying this Indian." The moment had come for the Signora Moreno to find out, to her surprise and cost, of what stuff this girl was made. This girl, who had for 14 years lived by her side, docile, gentle, sunny, and uncomplaining in her loneliness. Springing to her feet, and walking swiftly till she stood close face to face with the Signora, who herself, startled by the girl's swift motion, had also risen to her feet, Ramona said in a louder, firmer voice, "Signora Moreno, you may forbid me as much as you please. The whole world cannot keep me from marrying Alessandro. I love him. I have promised, and I shall keep my word." And with her young lithe arms straight down at her sides, her head thrown back, Ramona flashed full in the Signora's face a look of proud defiance. It was the first free moment her soul had ever known. She felt herself buoyed up as by wings in air. Her old terror of the Signora fell from her like a garment thrown off. "Pshaw," said the Signora contemptuously, half amused in spite of her wrath by the girl's, as she thought, bootless vehemence. "You talk like a fool. Do you not know that I can shut you up in the nunnery tomorrow, if I choose?" "No, you cannot," replied Ramona. "Who, then, is to hinder me?" said the Signora, insolently. "Alessandro," answered Ramona proudly. "Alessandro," the Signora sneered. "Alessandro, ha! A beggarly Indian, on whom my servants will set the dogs, if I bid them. Ha ha." The Signora's sneering tone but roused Ramona more. "You would never dare," she cried. "Felipe would not permit it." A most unwise retort for Ramona. "Felipe," cried the Signora in a shrill voice. "How dare you pronounce his name? He will none of you from this hour. I forbid him to speak to you. Indeed, he will never desire to set eyes on you when he hears the truth." "You are mistaken, Signora," answered Ramona more gently. Felipe is Alessandro's friend and mine, she added after a second's pause. So, ho, the señorita thinks she is all-powerful in the house of Moreno, cried the señora. We will see. We will see. Follow me, Señorita Ramona. And throwing open the door, the señora strode out, looking back over her shoulder. Follow me, she cried again sharply, seeing that Ramona hesitated, and Ramona went across the passageway leading to the dining room, out into the veranda, down the entire length of it, to the señora's room, the señora walking with a quick, agitated step, strangely unlike her usual gait, Ramona walking far slower than was her habit, and with her eyes bent on the ground. As they passed the dining room door, Margarita, standing just inside, shot at Ramona a vengeful, malignant glance. She would help the señora against me in anything, thought Ramona, and she felt a thrill of fear, such as the señora with all her threats had not stirred. The señora's windows were open. She closed them both and drew the curtains tight. Then she locked the door, Ramona watching her every movement. Sit down in that chair, said the señora, pointing to one near the fireplace. A sudden nervous terror seized Ramona. I would rather stand, señora, she said. Do as I bid you, said the señora, in a husky tone, and Ramona obeyed. It was a low, broad armchair, and as she sank back into it, her senses seemed leaving her. She leaned her head against the back and closed her eyes. The room swam. She was roused by the señora's strong-smelling salts held for her to breathe, and a mocking taunt from the señora's iciest voice. The señorita does not seem so overstrong as she did a few moments back. Ramona tried to reason with herself. Surely no ill could happen to her in this room, within call of the whole house. But an inexplicable terror had got possession of her, and when the señora, with a sneer on her face, took hold of the St. Catherine statue, and wheeling it half around, brought into view a door in the wall, with a big iron key in the keyhole, which she proceeded to turn. Ramona shook with fright. She had read of persons who had been shut up alive in cells in the wall and starved to death. With dilating eyes she watched the señora, who, all unaware of her terror, was prolonging it and intensifying it by her every act. First she took out the small iron box and set it on a table. Then, kneeling, she drew out from an inner recess in the closet a large leather-covered box and pulled it, grating and scraping along the floor, till it stood in front of Ramona. All this time she spoke no word, and the cruel expression of her countenance deepened each moment. The fiends had possession of the Señora Moreno this morning, and no mistake. A braver heart than Ramona's might have indeed been fearful at being locked up alone with a woman who looked like that. Finally, she locked the door and wheeled the statue back into its place. Ramona breathed freer. She was not, after all, to be thrust into the wall closet and left to starve. She gazed with wonder at the old battered boxes. What could it all mean? Señorita Ramona Ortegna, began the señora, drawing up a chair and seating herself by the table on which stood the iron box. I will now explain to you why you will not marry the Indian Alessandro. At these words, this name, Ramona was herself again. Not her old self, her new self, Alessandro's promised wife. The very sound of his name, even on an enemy's tongue, gave her strength. The terrors fled away. She looked up, first at the señora, then at the nearest window. She was young and strong at one bound. If worst came to worst, she could leap through the window and fly for her life, calling on Alessandro. I shall marry the Indian Alessandro, Señora Moreno, she said, in a tone as defiant, and now almost as insolent, as the señora's own. The señora paid no heed to the words except to say, do not interrupt me again. I have much to tell you, and opening the box she lifted out and placed on the table tray after tray of jewels. The sheet of written paper lay at the bottom of the box. Do you see this paper, Señorita Ramona? She asked, holding it up. Ramona bowed her head. This was written by my sister, the Señora Ortegna, who adopted you and gave you her name. These were her final instructions to me, in regard to the disposition to be made of the property she left to you. Ramona's lips parted. She leaned forward, breathless, listening, while the señora read sentence after sentence. All the pent-up pain, wonder, fear of her childhood and her girlhood, as to the mystery of her birth, swept over her anew. Now, like one hearkening for life or death, she listened. She forgot Alessandro. She did not look at the jewels. Her eyes never left the signora's face. At the close of the reading, the signora said sternly, "You see now that my sister left to me the entire disposition of everything belonging to you." "But it hasn't said who was my mother," cried Ramona. "Is that all there is in the paper?" The signora looked stupefied. Was the girl feigning? Did she care nothing that all these jewels, almost a little fortune, were to be lost to her forever? "Who was your mother?" she exclaimed scornfully. "There was no need to write that down. Your mother was an Indian. Everybody knew that." At the word Indian, Ramona gave a low cry. The signora misunderstood it. "I," she said, "a low common Indian. I told my sister, when she took you, the Indian blood in your veins would show someday, and now it has come true." Ramona's cheeks were scarlet, her eyes flashed. "Yes, Señora Moreno," she said, springing to her feet. "The Indian blood in my veins shows today. I understand many things I never understood before. Was it because I was an Indian that you have always hated me?" "You are not an Indian, and I have never hated you," interrupted the signora. Ramona heeded her not, but went on, more and more impetuously. "And if I am an Indian, why do you object to my marrying Alessandro? Oh, I am glad I am an Indian. I am of his people. He will be glad." The words poured like a torrent out of her lips. In her excitement, she came closer and closer to the signora. "You are a cruel woman," she said. "I did not know it before, but now I do. If you knew I was an Indian, you had no reason to treat me so shamefully as you did last night. When you saw me with Alessandro, you have always hated me. Is my mother alive? Where does she live? Tell me, and I will go to her today. Tell me, she will be glad that Alessandro loves me." It was a cruel look indeed, and a crueler tone, with which the signora answered, "I have not the least idea who your mother was, or if she is still alive. Nobody ever knew anything about her. Some low, vicious creature that your father married when he was out of his senses, as you are now, when you talk of marrying Alessandro." "He married her then?" asked Ramona with emphasis. "How know you that, Señora Moreno?" "He told my sister so," replied the signora, reluctantly. She grudged the girl even this much of consolation. "What was his name?" asked Ramona. "VIII, Angus VIII," the signora replied almost mechanically. She found herself strangely constrained by Ramona's imperious earnestness, and she chafed under it. The tables were being turned on her. She hardly knew how. Ramona seemed to tower in stature, and to have the bearing of the one in authority, as she stood before her pouring out passionate question after question. The signora turned to the larger box and opened it. With unsteady hands she lifted out the garments which for so many years had rarely seen the light. Shawls and rebosos of damask laces, gowns of satin, of velvet. As the signora flung one after another on the chairs, it was a glittering pile of shining, costly stuffs. Ramona's eyes rested on them dreamily. "Did my adopted mother wear all these?" she asked, lifting in her hand a fold of lace, and holding it up to the light, in evident admiration. Again the signora misconceived her. The girl seemed not insensible to the value and beauty of this costly raiment. Perhaps she would be lured by it. "All these are yours, Ramona, you understand, on your wedding day. If you marry worthily with my permission," said the signora, in a voice a shade less cold than had hitherto come from her lips. "Did you understand what I read you?" The girl did not answer. She had taken up in her hand a ragged crimson silk handkerchief, which tied in many knots lay in one corner of the jewel box. "There are pearls in that," said the signora, "that came with the things your father sent to my sister when he died." Ramona's eyes gleamed. She began untying the knots. The handkerchief was old, the knots tied tight and undisturbed for years. As she reached the last knot and felt the hard stones, she paused. "This was my father's then," she said. "Yes," said the signora, scornfully. She thought she had detected a new baseness in the girl. She was going to set up a claim to all which had been her father's property. They were your father's, and all these rubies and these yellow diamonds, and she pushed the tray towards her. Ramona had untied the last knot. Holding the handkerchief carefully above the tray, she shook the pearls out. A strange, spicy fragrance came from the silk. The pearls fell in among the rubies, rolling right and left, making the rubies look still redder by contrast with their snowy whiteness. "I will keep this handkerchief," she said, thrusting it as she spoke, by a swift, resolute movement into her bosom. "I am very glad to have one thing that belonged to my father. The jewels, Signora, you can give to the church, if Father Salvierderra thinks that is right. I shall marry Alessandro." And still keeping one hand in her bosom where she had thrust the handkerchief, she walked away and seated herself again in her chair. Father Salvierderra. The name smote the Signora like a spear thrust. There could be no stronger evidence of the abnormal excitement under which she had been laboring for the last 24 hours than the fact that she had not once during all this time thought to ask herself what Father Salvierderra would say or might command in this crisis. Her religion and the long habit of its outward bonds had alike gone from her in her sudden wrath against Ramona. It was with a real terror that she became conscious of this. "Father Salvierderra?" she stammered. "He has nothing to do with it." But Ramona saw the change in the Signora's face, at the word, and followed up her advantage. "Father Salvierderra has to do with everything," she said boldly. "He knows Alessandro. He will not forbid me to marry him, and if he did—" Ramona stopped. She also was smitten with a sudden terror at the vista opening before her, of a disobedience to Father Salvierderra. "And if he did," repeated the Signora, eyeing Ramona keenly, "would you disobey him?" "Yes," said Ramona. "I will tell Father Salvierderra what you say," retorted the Signora sarcastically, "that he may spare himself the humiliation of laying any commands on you, to be thus disobeyed." Ramona's lip quivered and her eyes filled with the tears which no other of the Signora's taunts had been strong enough to bring. Dearly she loved the old monk, had loved him since her earliest recollection. His displeasure would be far more dreadful to her than the Signora's. His would give her grief, the Signora's at utmost only terror. Clasping her hands, she said, "Oh, Signora, have mercy. Do not say that to the father. It is my duty to tell the father everything that happens in my family," answered the Signora, chillingly. "He will agree with me that if you persist in this disobedience you will deserve the severest punishment. I shall tell him all," and she began putting the trays back in the box. "You will not tell him as it really is, Signora," persisted Ramona. "I will tell him myself." "You shall not see him. I will take care of that," cried the Signora, so vindictively that Ramona shuddered. "I will give you one more chance," said the Signora, pausing in the act of folding up one of the damask gowns. "Will you obey me? Will you promise to have nothing more to do with this Indian?" "Never, Signora," replied Ramona. "Never." "Then the consequences be on your own head," cried the Signora. "Go to your room, and hark, I forbid you to speak of all this to Signor Felipe, do you hear?" Ramona bowed her head. "I hear," she said, and gliding out of the room closed the door behind her, and instead of going to her room sped like a hunted creature down the veranda steps, across the garden, calling in a low tone, "Felipe, Felipe, where are you, Felipe?" 12. The little sheepfold, or corral, was beyond the artichoke patch, on that southern slope whose sunshine had proved so disastrous a temptation to Margarita in the matter of drying the altar cloth. It was almost like a terrace, this long slope, and the sheepfold, being near the bottom, was wholly out of sight of the house. This was the reason Felipe had selected it as the safest spot for his talk with Alessandro. When Ramona reached the end of the trellised walk in the garden, she halted and looked to the right and left. No one was in sight. As she entered the Signora's room an hour before, she had caught a glimpse of someone. She felt almost positive it was Felipe, turning off in the path to the left, leading down to the sheepfold. She stood irresolute for a moment, gazing earnestly down this path. "If the saints would only tell me where he is," she said aloud. She trembled as she stood there, fearing each second to hear the Signora's voice calling her. But fortune was favoring Ramona, for once. Even as the words passed her lips, she saw Felipe coming slowly up the bank. She flew to meet him. "Oh, Felipe, Felipe," she began. "Yes, dear, I know it all," interrupted Felipe. "Alessandro has told me." "She forbade me to speak to you, Felipe," said Ramona, "but I could not bear it." "What are we to do? Where is Alessandro?" "My mother forbade you to speak to me," cried Felipe in a tone of terror. "Oh, Ramona, why did you disobey her? If she sees us talking, she will be even more displeased. Fly back to your room, leave it all to me, I will do all that I can." "But, Felipe," began Ramona, wringing her hands in distress. I know, said Felipe. "But you must not make my mother any more angry. I don't know what she will do till I talk with her. Do go back to your room. Did she not tell you to stay there?" "Yes," sobbed Ramona, "but I cannot. Oh, Felipe, I am so afraid. Do help us. Do you think you can? You won't let her shut me up in the convent, will you, Felipe? Where is Alessandro? Why can't I go away with him this minute? Where is he? Dear Felipe, let me go now." Felipe's face was horror-stricken. "Shut you in the convent!" he gasped. "Did she say that? Ramona dear, fly back to your room. Let me talk to her. Fly, I implore you. I can't do anything for you if she sees me talking with you now." And he turned away and walked swiftly down the terrace. Ramona felt as if she were indeed alone in the world. How could she go back into that house? Slowly she walked up the garden path again, meditating 100 wild plans of escape. Where was Alessandro? Why did he not appear for her rescue? Her heart failed her, and when she entered her room she sank on the floor in a paroxysm of hopeless weeping. If she had known that Alessandro was already a good half-hour's journey on his way to Temecula, galloping farther and farther away from her each moment, she would have despaired indeed. This was what Felipe, after hearing the whole story, had counseled him to do. Alessandro had given him so vivid a description of the Signora's face and tone, when she had ordered him out of her sight, that Felipe was alarmed. He had never seen his mother angry like that. He could not conceive why her wrath should have been so severe. The longer he talked with Alessandro, the more he felt that it would be wiser for him to be out of sight till the first force of her anger had been spent. "I will say that I sent you," said Felipe, "so she cannot feel that you have committed any offense in going. Come back in 4 days, and by that time it will be all settled what you shall do." It went hard with Alessandro to go without seeing Ramona, but it did not need Felipe's exclamation of surprise to convince him that it would be foolhardy to attempt it. His own judgment had told him that it would be out of the question. "But you will tell her all, Señor Felipe? You will tell her that it is for her sake I go?" The poor fellow said piteously, gazing into Felipe's eyes as if he would read his inmost soul. "I will indeed, Alessandro. I will," replied Felipe, and he held his hand out to Alessandro as to a friend and equal. "You may trust me to do all I can do for Ramona and for you." "God bless you, Señor Felipe," answered Alessandro gravely, a slight trembling of his voice alone showing how deeply he was moved. "He's a noble fellow," said Felipe to himself as he watched Alessandro leap on his horse, which had been tethered near the corral all night. "A noble fellow. There isn't a man among all my friends who would have been manlier or franker than he has been in this whole business. I don't in the least wonder that Ramona loves him. He's a noble fellow, but what is to be done? What is to be done?" Felipe was sorely perplexed. No sharp crisis of disagreement had ever arisen between him and his mother, but he felt that one was coming now. He was unaware of the extent of his influence over her. He doubted whether he could move her very far. The threat of shutting Ramona up in the convent terrified him more than he liked to admit to himself. Had she power to do that? Felipe did not know. She must believe that she had, or she would not have made the threat. Felipe's whole soul revolted at the cruel injustice of the idea. "As if it were a sin for the poor girl to love Alessandro," he said. "I'd help her to run away with him, if worse comes to worst. What can make my mother feel so?" And Felipe paced back and forth till the sun was high, and the sharp glare and heat reminded him that he must seek shelter. Then he threw himself down under the willows. He dreaded to go into the house. His instinctive shrinking from the disagreeable, His disposition to put off till another time held him back, hour by hour. The longer he thought the situation over, the less he knew how to broach the subject to his mother, the more uncertain he felt whether it would be wise for him to broach it at all. Suddenly he heard his name called. It was Margarita, who had been sent to call him to dinner. "Good heavens, dinner already," he cried, springing to his feet. "Yes, senor," replied Margarita, eyeing him observantly. She had seen him talking with Alessandro, had seen Alessandro galloping away down the river road. She had also gathered much from the Signora's look and Ramona's as they passed the dining room door together soon after breakfast. Margarita could have given a tolerably connected account of all that had happened within the last 24 hours to the chief actors in this tragedy which had so suddenly begun in the Moreno household. Not supposed to know anything, she yet knew nearly all, and her every pulse was beating high with excited conjecture and wonder as to what would come next. Dinner was a silent and constrained meal. Ramona absent, the fiction of her illness still kept up. Felipe embarrassed, and unlike himself, the Signora silent, full of angry perplexity. At her first glance in Felipe's face, she thought to herself, "Ramona has spoken to him." When and how did she do it? For it had been only a few moments after Ramona had left her presence that she herself had followed and, seeing the girl in her own room, had locked the door as before, and had spent the rest of the morning on the veranda within hand's reach of Ramona's window. How, when, and where had she contrived to communicate with Felipe? The longer the Signora studied over this, the angrier and more baffled she felt. To be outwitted was even worse to her than to be disobeyed. Under her very eyes, as it were, something evidently had happened, not only against her will, but which she could not explain. Her anger even rippled out towards Felipe, and was fed by the recollection of Ramona's unwise retort, "Felipe would not let you." What had Felipe done or said to make the girl so sure that he would be on her side and Alessandro's? Was it come to this, that she, the Signora Moreno, was to be defied in her own house by children and servants? It was with a tone of severe displeasure that she said to Felipe, as she rose from the dinner table, "My son, I would like to have some conversation with you in my room, if you are at leisure." "Certainly, mother," said Felipe, a load rolling off his mind at her having thus taken the initiative, for which he lacked courage, and walking swiftly towards her, he attempted to put his arm around her waist, as it was his affectionate habit frequently to do. She repulsed him gently, but bethinking herself, passed her hand through his arm, and leaning on it heavily as she walked, said, "This is the most fitting way, my son. I must lean more and more heavily on you each year now. Age is telling on me fast. Do you not find me greatly changed, Felipe, in the last year?" "No, madre mia," replied Felipe. "Indeed I do not. I see not that you have changed in the last 10 years. And he was honest in this. His eyes did not note the changes so clear to others, and for the best of reasons. The face he saw was one no one else ever beheld. It was kindled by emotion, transfigured by love, whenever it was turned towards him." The Signora sighed deeply as she answered, "That must be because you so love me, Felipe. I myself see the changes even day by day. Troubles tell on me as they did not when I was younger. Even within the last 24 hours I seem to myself to have aged frightfully." And she looked keenly at Felipe as she seated herself in the armchair where poor Ramona had swooned a few hours before. Felipe remained standing before her, gazing with a tender expression upon her features, but saying nothing. "I see that Ramona has told you all," she continued, her voice hardening as she spoke. What a fortunate wording of her sentence. "No, mother, it was not Ramona. It was Alessandro who told me this morning, early," Felipe answered hastily, hurrying on, to draw the conversation as far away from Ramona as possible. "He came and spoke to me last night after I was in bed, but I told him to wait till morning, and then I would hear all he had to say." "Ah," said the Signora, relieved. Then, as Felipe remained silent, she asked, "And what did he say?" "He told me all that had happened." "All," said the Signora, sneeringly. "Do you suppose that he told you all?" "He said that you had bidden him begone out of your sight," said Felipe, "and that he supposed he must go. So I told him to go at once. I thought you would prefer not to see him again." "Ah," said the Signora again, startled, gratified that Felipe had so promptly seconded her action, but sorry that Alessandro had gone. Ah, I did not know whether you would think it best to discharge him at once or not. I told him he must answer to you. I did not know, but you might devise some measures by which he could be retained on the estate. Felipe stared. Could he believe his ears? This did not sound like the relentless displeasure he had expected. Could Ramona have been dreaming? In his astonishment, he did not weigh his mother's words carefully. He did not carry his conjecture far enough. He did not stop to make sure that retaining Alessandro on the estate might not of necessity bode any good to Ramona, but with his usual impetuous ardor, sanguine, at the first glimpse of hope, that all was well, he exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, dear mother, if that could only be done, all would be well," and, never noting the expression of his mother's face, nor pausing to take breath, he poured out all he thought and felt on the subject. "That is just what I have been hoping for ever since I saw that he and Ramona were growing so fond of each other. He is a splendid fellow and the best hand we have ever had on the place. All the men like him, he would make a capital overseer, and if we put him in charge of the whole estate, there would not be any objection to his marrying Ramona. That would give them a good living here with us." "Enough!" cried the Signora, in a voice which fell on Felipe's ears like a voice from some other world, so hollow, so strange. He stopped speaking, and uttered an ejaculation of amazement. At the first words he had uttered, the Signora had fixed her eyes on the floor, a habit of hers when she wished to listen with close attention. Lifting her eyes now, fixing them full on Felipe, she regarded him with a look which not all his filial reverence could bear without resentment. It was nearly as scornful as that with which she had regarded Ramona. Felipe colored. "Why do you look at me like that, mother?" he exclaimed. "What have I done?" The Signora waved her hand imperiously. "Enough," she reiterated. "Do not say any more. I wish to think for a few moments." And she fixed her eyes on the floor again. Felipe studied her countenance. A more nearly rebellious feeling than he had supposed himself capable of slowly arose in his heart. Now he for the first time perceived what terror his mother must inspire in a girl like Ramona. "Poor little one," he thought. "If my mother looked at her as she did at me just now, I wonder she did not die." A great storm was going on in the Signora's bosom. Wrath against Ramona was uppermost in it. In addition to all else, the girl had now been the cause, or at least the occasion of Felipe's having, for the first time in his whole life, angered her beyond her control. "As if I had not suffered enough by reason of that creature," she thought bitterly to herself, "without her coming between me and Felipe." But nothing could long come between the Signora and Felipe. Like a fresh lava stream flowing down close on the track of its predecessor, came the rush of the mother's passionate love for her son close on the passionate anger at his words. When she lifted her eyes, they were full of tears, which it smote Felipe to see. As she gazed at him, they rolled down her cheeks, and she said in trembling tones, "Forgive me, my child. I had not thought anything could make me thus angry with you. That shameless creature is costing us too dear. She must leave the house." Felipe's heart gave a bound. Ramona had not been mistaken, then. A bitter shame seized him at his mother's cruelty, but her tears made him tender, and it was in a gentle, even pleading voice that he replied, "I do not see, mother, why you call Ramona shameless. There is nothing wrong in her loving Alessandro." "I found her in his arms," exclaimed the Signora. "I know," said Felipe. "Alessandro told me that he had just at that instant told her he loved her, and she had said she loved him and would marry him just as you came up." "Humph," retorted the Signora. "Do you think that Indian would have dared to speak a word of love to the Señorita Ramona Ortegna if she had not conducted herself shamelessly? I wonder that he concerned himself to speak about marriage to her at all." "Oh, mother, mother," was all that Felipe could say to this. He was aghast. He saw now, in a flash, the whole picture as it lay in his mother's mind, and his heart sank within him. "Mother," he repeated, in a tone which spoke volumes. "Aye," she continued. "That is what I say. I see no reason why he hesitated to take her, as he would take any Indian squaw, with small ceremony of marrying. Alessandro would not take any woman that way any quicker than I would, mother," said Felipe courageously. "You do him injustice," he longed to add, "and Ramona too, but he feared to make bad matters worse by pleading for her at present. "No, I do not," said the signora. "I do Alessandro full justice. I think very few men would have behaved as well as he has under the same temptation. I do not hold him in the least responsible for all that has happened. It is all Ramona's fault." Felipe's patience gave way. He had not known till now how very closely this pure and gentle girl, whom he had loved as a sister in his boyhood, and had come near loving as a lover in his manhood, had twined herself around his heart. He could not remain silent another moment, and hear her thus wickedly accused. "Mother," he exclaimed in a tone which made the signora look up at him in sudden astonishment. "Mother, I cannot help it if I make you very angry. I must speak, I can't bear to hear you say such things of Ramona. I have seen for a long time that Alessandro loved the very ground under her feet, and Ramona would not have been a woman if she had not seen it too. She has seen it, and has felt it, and has come to love him with all her soul, just as I hope some woman will love me one of these days. If I am ever loved as well as she loves Alessandro, I shall be lucky. I think they ought to be married, and I think we ought to take Alessandro onto the estate so that they can live here. I don't see anything disgraceful in it, nor anything wrong, nor anything but what was perfectly natural. You know, Mother, it isn't as if Ramona really belonged to our family. You know she is half Indian." A scornful ejaculation from his mother interrupted him here, but Felipe hurried on, partly because he was borne out of himself at last by impetuous feeling, partly that he dreaded to stop, because if he did, his mother would speak, and already he felt a terror of what her next words might be. "I have often thought about Ramona's future, Mother. You know, a great many men would not want to marry her, just because she is half Indian. You yourself would never have given your consent to my marrying her, if I had wanted to." Again an exclamation from the signora, this time more of horror than of scorn. But Felipe pressed on. "No, of course you would not. I always knew that, except for that, I might have loved her myself, for a sweeter girl never drew breath in this God's earth." Felipe was reckless now. Having entered on this war, he would wage it with every weapon that lay within his reach. If one did not tell, another might. "You have never loved her. I don't know that you have ever even liked her. I don't think you have. I know as a little boy I always used to see how much kinder you were to me than to her, and I never could understand it. And you are unjust to her now. I've been watching her all summer. I've seen her and Alessandro together continually. You know yourself, Mother, he has been with us on the veranda, day after day, just as if he were one of the family. I've watched them by the hour, when I lay there so sick. I thought you must have seen it too. I don't believe Alessandro has ever looked or said or done a thing I wouldn't have done in his place. And I don't believe Ramona has ever looked, said, or done a thing I would not be willing to have my own sister do." Here Felipe paused. He had made his charge. Like a young impetuous general, massing all his forces at the onset, he had no reserves. It is not the way to take Gibraltar's. When he paused, literally breathless, he had spoken so fast, and even yet Felipe was not quite strong, so sadly had the fever undermined his constitution. The signora looked at him interrogatively, and said in a now composed tone, "You do not believe that Ramona has done anything that you would not be willing to have your own sister do? Would you be willing that your own sister should marry Alessandro?" Clever Signora Moreno. During the few moments that Felipe had been speaking, she had perceived certain things which it would be beyond her power to do, certain others that it would be impolitic to try to do. Nothing could possibly compensate her for antagonizing Felipe. Nothing could so deeply wound her as to have him in a resentful mood towards her, or so weaken her real control of him, as to have him feel that she arbitrarily overruled his preference or his purpose. In presence of her imperious will, even her wrath capitulated and surrendered. There would be no hot words between her and her son. He should believe that he determined the policy of the Moreno house, even in this desperate crisis. Felipe did not answer. A better thrust was never seen on any field than the signora's question. She repeated it, still more deliberately, in her wonted gentle voice. The signora was herself again, as she had not been for a moment since she came upon Alessandro and Ramona at the brook. How just and reasonable the question sounded, as she repeated it slowly with an expression in her eyes of poising and weighing matters. "Would you be willing that your own sister should marry Alessandro?" Felipe was embarrassed. He saw whither he was being led. He could give but one answer to this question. "No, mother," he said. "I should not, but—" "Never mind buts," interrupted his mother. "We have not got to those yet." And she smiled on Felipe, an affectionate smile, but it somehow gave him a feeling of dread. "Of course I knew you could make but one answer to my question. If you had a sister, you would rather see her dead than married to any one of these Indians." Felipe opened his lips eagerly to speak. "Not so," he said. "Wait, dear," exclaimed his mother. "One thing at a time. I see how full your loving heart is, and I was never prouder of you as my son than when listening just now to your eloquent defense of Ramona. Perhaps you may be right and I wrong as to her character and conduct. We will not discuss those points." It was here that the Señora had perceived some things that it would be out of her power to do. "We will not discuss those because they do not touch the real point at issue. What it is our duty to do by Ramona, in such a matter as this, does not turn on her worthiness or unworthiness. The question is it right for you to allow her to do what you would not allow your own sister to do?" The Señora paused for a second, noted with secret satisfaction how puzzled and unhappy Felipe looked. Then, in a still gentler voice, she went on, "You surely would not think that right, my son, would you?" And now the Señora waited for an answer. "No, mother," came reluctantly from Felipe's lips. "I suppose not, but—" "I was sure my own son could make no other reply," interrupted the Señora. She did not wish Felipe at present to do more than reply to her questions. "Of course it would not be right for us to let Ramona do anything which we would not let her do if she were really of our own blood. That is the way I have always looked at my obligation to her. My sister intended to rear her as her own daughter. She had given her her own name. When my sister died, she transferred to me all her right and responsibility in and for the child. You do not suppose that if your aunt had lived, she would have ever given her consent to her adopted daughter's marrying an Indian, do you?" Again the Señora paused for a reply, and again the reluctant Felipe said in a low tone, "No, I suppose she would not." "Very well. Then that lays a double obligation on us. It is not only that we are not to permit Ramona to do a thing which we would consider disgraceful to one of our own blood. We are not to betray the trust reposed in us by the only person who had a right to control her, and who transferred that trust to us. Is not that so?" "Yes, mother," said the unhappy Felipe. He saw the meshes closing around him. He felt that there was a flaw somewhere in his mother's reasoning, but he could not point it out. In fact, he could hardly make it distinct to himself. His brain was confused. Only one thing he saw clearly, and that was that after all had been said and done, Ramona would still marry Alessandro. But it was evident that it would never be with his mother's consent, nor with mine either, openly, the way she puts it. I don't see how it can be, and yet I have promised Alessandro to do all I could for him. Curse the luck, I wish he had never set foot on the place, said Felipe in his heart, growing unreasonable and tired with the perplexity. The Señora continued, I shall always blame myself bitterly for having failed to see what was going on. As you say, Alessandro has been with us a great deal since your illness, with his music and singing, and one thing and another. But I can truly say that I never thought of Ramona's being in danger of looking upon him in the light of a possible lover, any more than of her looking thus upon Juan Canito or Luigo or any other of the herdsmen or laborers. I regret it more than words can express, and I do not know what we can do, now that it has happened. That's it, mother, that's it, broke in Felipe. You see it is too late now. The Señora went on as if Felipe had not spoken. I suppose you would really very much regret to part with Alessandro, and your word is in a way pledged to him, as you had asked him if he would stay on the place. Of course, now that all this has happened, it would be very unpleasant for Ramona to stay here and see him continually, at least for a time, until she gets over this strange passion she seems to have conceived for him. It will not last. Such sudden passions never do. The Señora artfully interpolated. What should you think, Felipe, of having her go back to the sisters' school for a time? She was very happy there. The Señora had strained a point too far. Felipe's self-control suddenly gave way, and as impetuously as he had spoken in the beginning, he spoke again now, nerved by the memory of Ramona's face and tone as she had cried to him in the garden. Oh, Felipe, you won't let her shut me up in the convent, will you? Mother, he cried, you would never do that. You would not shut the poor girl up in the convent." The Signora raised her eyebrows in astonishment. "Who spoke of shutting up?" she said. "Ramona has already been there at school. She might go again. She is not too old to learn. A change of scene and occupation is the best possible cure for a girl who has a thing of this sort to get over. Can you propose anything better, my son? What would you advise?" And a third time the Signora paused for an answer. These pauses and direct questions of the Signora's were like nothing in life so much as like that stage in a spider's processes when, withdrawing a little way from a half-entangled victim, which still supposes himself free, it rests from its weaving and watches the victim flutter. Subtle questions like these, assuming, taking for granted as settled, much which had never been settled at all, were among the best weapons in the Signora's armory. They rarely failed her. "Advise!" cried Felipe excitedly. "Advise, this is what I advise, to let Ramona and Alessandro marry. I can't help all you say about our obligations. I dare say you're right, and it's a cursedly awkward complication for us, anyhow, the way you put it." "Yes, awkward for you, as the head of our house," interrupted the Signora, sighing. "I don't quite see how you would face it." "Well, I don't propose to face it," continued Felipe testily. "I don't propose to have anything to do with it from first to last. Let her go away with him if she wants to." "Without our consent?" said the Signora, gently. "Yes, without it. If she can't go with it, and I don't see, as you have stated it, how we could exactly take any responsibility about marrying her to Alessandro. But for heaven's sake, mother, let her go. She will go anyway. You haven't the least idea how she loves Alessandro or how he loves her. Let her go." "Do you really think she would run away with him, if it came to that?" asked the Signora, earnestly. "Run away and marry him, spite of our refusing to consent to the marriage?" "I do," said Felipe. "Then it is your opinion, is it, that the only thing left for us to do is to wash our hands of it altogether and leave her free to do what she pleases?" "That's just what I do think, mother," replied Felipe, his heart growing lighter at her words. "That's just what I do think. We can't prevent it, and it is of no use to try. Do let us tell them they can do as they like." "Of course Alessandro must leave us, then," said the Signora. "They could not stay here." "I don't see why," said Felipe anxiously. "You will, my son, if you think a moment. Could we possibly give a stronger endorsement to their marriage than by keeping them here? Don't you see that would be so?" Felipe's eyes fell. "Then I suppose they couldn't be married here either," he said. "What more could we do than that, for a marriage that we heartily approved of, my son?" "True, mother," and Felipe clapped his hand to his forehead. "But then we force them to run away." "Oh no," said the Signora icily. "If they go, they will go of their own accord. We hope they will never do anything so foolish and wrong. If they do, I suppose we shall always be held in a measure responsible for not having prevented it. But if you think it is not wise or of no use to attempt that, I do not see what there is to be done." Felipe did not speak. He felt discomfited, felt as if he had betrayed his friend Alessandro, his sister Ramona, as if a strange complication, network of circumstances, had forced him into a false position. He did not see what more he could ask, what more could be asked of his mother. He did not see either that much less could have been granted to Alessandro and Ramona. He was angry, wearied, perplexed. The Signora studied his face. "You do not seem satisfied, Felipe dear," she said tenderly. "As indeed, how could you be in this unfortunate state of affairs? But can you think of anything different for us to do?" "No," said Felipe bitterly. "I can't. That's the worst of it. It is just turning Ramona out of the house, that's all." "Felipe, Felipe," exclaimed the Signora, "how unjust you are to yourself. You know you would never do that. You know that she has always had a home here as if she were a daughter, and always will have, as long as she wishes it. If she chooses to turn her back on it, and go away, is it our fault? Do not let your pity for this misguided girl blind you to what is just to yourself and to me. Turn Ramona out of the house. You know I promised my sister to bring her up as my own child, and I have always felt that my son would receive the trust from me, when I died. Ramona has a home under the Moreno roof so long as she will accept it, It is not just, Felipe, to say that we turn her out," and tears stood in the Señora's eyes. "Forgive me, dear mother," cried the unhappy Felipe. "Forgive me for adding one burden to all you have to bear. Truth is, this miserable business has so distraught my senses, I can't seem to see anything as it is. Dear mother, it is very hard for you. I wish it were done with." "Thanks for your precious sympathy, my Felipe," replied the Señora. "If it were not for you, I should long ago have broken down beneath my cares and burdens. But among them all, have been few so grievous as this. I feel myself and our home dishonored. But we must submit. As you say, Felipe, I wish it were done with. It would be as well, perhaps, to send for Ramona at once, and tell her what we have decided. She is no doubt in great anxiety. We will see her here." Felipe would have greatly preferred to see Ramona alone, but as he knew not how to bring this about, he assented to his mother's suggestion. Opening her door, the Señora walked slowly down the passageway, unlocked Ramona's door, and said, "Ramona, be so good as to come to my room. Felipe and I have something to say to you." Ramona followed, heavy-hearted. The words, "Felipe and I," boded no good. "The Señora has made Felipe think just as she does herself," thought Ramona. "Oh, what will become of me?" And she stole a reproachful, imploring look at Felipe. He smiled back in a way which reassured her, but the reassurance did not last long. "Señorita Ramona Ortegna," began the Señora. Felipe shivered. He had had no conception that his mother could speak in that way. The words seemed to open a gulf between Ramona and all the rest of the world, so cold and distant they sounded, as the Señora might speak to an intruding stranger. "Señorita Ramona Ortegna," she said. "My son and I have been discussing what it is best for us to do in the mortifying and humiliating position in which you place us by your relation with the Indian Alessandro. Of course you know, or you ought to know, that it is utterly impossible for us to give our consent to your making such a marriage. We should be false to a trust and dishonor our own family name if we did that." Ramona's eyes dilated, her cheeks paled. She opened her lips, but no sound came from them. She looked toward Felipe, and seeing him with downcast eyes and an expression of angry embarrassment on his face, despair seized her. Felipe had deserted their cause. Oh, where was Alessandro? Clasping her hands, she uttered a low cry, a cry that cut Felipe to the heart. He was finding out, in thus being witness of Ramona's suffering, that she was far nearer and dearer to him than he had realized. It would have taken very little, at such moments as these, to have made Felipe her lover again. He felt now like springing to her side, folding his arms around her, and bidding his mother defiance. It took all the self-control he could gather to remain silent and trust to Ramona's understanding him later. Ramona's cry made no break in the smooth, icy flow of the Señora's sentences. She gave no sign of having heard it, but continued, "My son tells me that he thinks our forbidding it would make no difference, that you would go away with the man all the same. I suppose he is right in thinking so, as you yourself told me that even if Father Salvierderra forbade it, you would disobey him. Of course, if this is your determination, we are powerless. Even if I were to put you in the keeping of the church, which is what I am sure my sister, who adopted you as her child, would do if she were alive, you would devise some means of escape, and thus bring a still greater and more public scandal on the family. Felipe thinks that it is not worthwhile to attempt to bring you to reason in that way, and we shall therefore do nothing. I wish to impress it upon you that my son, as head of this house, and I, as my sister's representative, consider you a member of our own family. So long as we have a home for ourselves, that home is yours as it always has been. If you choose to leave it, and to disgrace yourself and us by marrying an Indian, we cannot help ourselves." The Señora paused. Ramona did not speak. Her eyes were fixed on the Señora's face, as if she would penetrate to her inmost soul. The girl was beginning to recognize the Señora's true nature. Her instincts and her perceptions were sharpened by love. "Have you anything to say to me or to my son?" asked the Señora. "No, Señora," replied Ramona. "I do not think of anything more to say than I said this morning. Yes," she added, "there is. Perhaps I shall not speak with you again before I go away. I thank you once more for the home you have given me for so many years. And you too, Felipe," she continued, turning towards Felipe, her face changing, all her pent-up affection and sorrow looking out of her tearful eyes. "You too, dear Felipe. You have always been so good to me. I shall always love you as long as I live." And she held out both her hands to him. Felipe took them in his, and was about to speak, when the señora interrupted him. She did not intend to have any more of this sort of affectionate familiarity between her son and Ramona. "Are we to understand that you are taking your leave now?" she said. "Is it your purpose to go at once?" "I do not know, señora," stammered Ramona. "I have not seen Alessandro. I have not heard," and she looked up in distress at Felipe, who answered compassionately. "Alessandro has gone." "Gone!" shrieked Ramona. "Gone, not gone, Felipe." "Only for 4 days," replied Felipe. "To Temecula. I thought it would be better for him to be away for a day or two. He is to come back immediately. Perhaps he will be back day after tomorrow." "Did he want to go? What did he go for? Why didn't you let me go with him?" "Oh, why did he go?" cried Ramona. "He went because my son told him to go," broke in the señora, impatient of this scene and of the sympathy she saw struggling in Felipe's expressive features. "My son thought, and rightly, that the sight of him would be more than I could bear just now, so he ordered him to go away, and Alessandro obeyed." Like a wounded creature at bay, Ramona turned suddenly away from Felipe, and facing the señora, her eyes resolute and dauntless spite of the streaming tears, exclaimed, lifting her right hand as she spoke, "You have been cruel, God will punish you," and without waiting to see what effect her words had produced, without looking again at Felipe, she walked swiftly out of the room. "You see," said the señora, "you see she defies us." "She is desperate," said Felipe. "I am sorry I sent Alessandro away." "No, my son," replied the señora. "You were wise as you always are. It may bring her to her senses, to have a few days' reflection in solitude." "You do not mean to keep her locked up, mother, do you?" cried Felipe. The señora turned a look of apparently undisguised amazement on him. "You would not think that best, would you? Did you not say that all we could do was simply not to interfere with her in any way? To wash our hands, so far as is possible, of all responsibility about her?" Yes, said the baffled Felipe. "That was what I said. But mother," he stopped. He did not know what he wanted to say. The señora looked tenderly at him, her face full of anxious inquiry. "What is it, Felipe dear? Is there anything more you think I ought to say or do?" she asked. "What is it you are going to do, mother?" said Felipe. "I don't seem to understand what you're going to do." "Nothing, Felipe. You have entirely convinced me that all effort would be thrown away." "I shall do nothing," replied the señora. "Nothing whatever." "Then as long as Ramona is here, everything will be just as it always has been," said Felipe. The señora smiled sadly. "Dear Felipe, do you think that possible? A girl who has announced her determination to disobey not only you and me, but Father Salvierderra, who is going to bring disgrace both on the Moreno and the Ortegna name. We can't feel exactly the same towards her as we did before, can we?" Felipe made an impatient gesture. "No, of course not. But I mean, is everything to be just the same, outwardly, as it was before?" "I suppose so," said the señora. "Was not that your idea? We must try to have it so, I think. Do not you?"
"Yes," groaned Felipe, "if we can."
13. The señora Moreno had never before been so discomfited as in this matter of Ramona and Alessandro. It chafed her to think over her conversation with Felipe, to recall how far the thing she finally attained was from the thing she had in view when she began. To have Ramona sent to the convent, Alessandro kept as overseer of the place, and the Ortegna jewels turned into the treasury of the church. This was the plan she had determined on in her own mind. Instead of this, Alessandro was not to be overseer on the place. Ramona would not go to the convent. She would be married to Alessandro, and they would go away together. And the Ortegna jewels, well, that was a thing to be decided in the future, that should be left to Father Salvierderra to decide. Bold as the señora was, she had not quite the courage requisite to take that question wholly into her own hands. One thing was clear: Felipe must not be consulted in regard to them. He had never known of them, and need not now. Felipe was far too much in sympathy with Ramona to take a just view of the situation. He would be sure to have a quixotic idea of Ramona's right of ownership. It was not impossible that Father Salvadera might have the same feeling. If so, she must yield, but that would go harder with her than all the rest. Almost the Señora would have been ready to keep the whole thing a secret from the father, if he had not been at the time of the Señora Ortegna's death fully informed of all the particulars of her bequest to her adopted child. At any rate, it would be nearly a year before the father came again, and in the meantime she would not risk writing about it. The treasure was as safe in St. Catherine's keeping as it had been all these 14 years. It should still lie hidden there. When Ramona went away with Alessandro, she would write to Father Salvadera, simply stating the facts in her own way, and telling him that all further questions must wait for decision until they met. And so she plotted and planned and mapped out the future in her tireless weaving brain, till she was somewhat soothed for the partial failure of her plans. There is nothing so skillful in its own defense as imperious pride. It has an ingenious system of its own, of reprisals, a system so ingenious that the defeat must be sore indeed, after which it cannot still find some booty to bring off. And even greater than this ingenuity at reprisals is its capacity for self-deception. In this regard, it outdoes vanity 1,000-fold. Wounded vanity knows when it is mortally hurt, and limps off the field, piteous, all disguises thrown away. But pride carries its banner to the last, and fast as it is driven from one field unfurls it in another, never admitting that there is a shade less honor in the second field than in the first, or in the third than in the second, and so on till death. It is impossible not to have a certain sort of admiration for this kind of pride. Cruel, those who have it, are to all who come in their way, but they are equally cruel to themselves when pride demands the sacrifice. Such pride as this has led many a forlorn hope on the earth, when all other motives have died out of men's breasts, has won many a crown, which has not been called by its true name. Before the afternoon was over, the Señora had her plan, her chart of the future as it were, all reconstructed, the sting of her discomfiture soothed, the placid quiet of her manner restored, her habitual occupations also, and little ways all resumed. She was going to do nothing in regard to Ramona. Only she herself knew how much that meant. How bitterly much. She wished she were sure that Felipe also would do nothing, but her mind still misgave her about Felipe. Unpityingly she had led him on, and entangled him in his own words, step by step, till she had brought him to the position she wished him to take. Ostensibly his position and hers were one, their action a unit. All the same she did not deceive herself as to his real feeling about the affair. He loved Ramona, he liked Alessandro, barring the question of family pride, which he had hardly thought of till she suggested it, and which he would not dwell on apart from her continuing to press it. Barring this, he would have liked to have Alessandro marry Ramona and remain on the place. All this would come uppermost in Felipe's mind again when he was removed from the pressure of her influence. Nevertheless, she did not intend to speak with him on the subject again, or to permit him to speak to her. Her ends would be best attained by taking and keeping the ground that the question of their non-interference having been settled once for all, the painful topic should never be renewed between them. In patient silence they must await Ramona's action, must bear whatever of disgrace and pain she chose to inflict on the family which had sheltered her from her infancy till now. The details of the nothing she proposed to do slowly arranged themselves in her mind. There should be no apparent change in Ramona's position in the house. She should come and go as freely as ever, no watch on her movements. She should eat, sleep, rise up and sit down with them as before. There should be not a word or act that Felipe's sympathetic sensitiveness could construe into any provocation to Ramona to run away. Nevertheless, Ramona should be made to feel every moment of every hour that she was in disgrace, that she was with them, but not of them, that she had chosen an alien's position and must abide by it. How this was to be done, the Señora did not put in words to herself, but she knew very well. If anything would bring the girl to her senses, this would. There might still be a hope. The Señora believed, so little did she know Ramona's nature, or the depth of her affection for Alessandro, that she might be in this manner brought to see the enormity of the offense she would commit if she persisted in her purpose. And if she did perceive this, confess her wrong, and give up the marriage, The Signora grew almost generous and tolerant in her thoughts as she contemplated this contingency. If she did thus humble herself and return to her rightful allegiance to the Moreno house, the Signora would forgive her and would do more for her than she had ever hitherto done. She would take her to Los Angeles and to Monterey, would show her a little more of the world, and it was by no means unlikely that there might thus come about for her a satisfactory and honorable marriage. Felipe should see that she was not disposed to deal unfairly by Ramona in any way, if Ramona herself would behave properly. Ramona's surprise when the Signora entered her room just before supper, and in her ordinary tone asked a question about the chili which was drying on the veranda was so great that she could not avoid showing it both in her voice and look. The Signora recognized this immediately, but gave no sign of having done so, continuing what she had to say about the chili, the hot sun, the turning of the grapes, etc., precisely as she would have spoken to Ramona a week previous. At least this was what Ramona at first thought, but before the sentences were finished, she had detected in the Signora's eye and tone the weapons which were to be employed against her. The emotion of half-grateful wonder with which she had heard the first words changed quickly to heartsick misery before they were concluded, and she said to herself, "That's the way she is going to break me down," she thinks. But she can't do it. "I can bear anything for 4 days, and the minute Alessandro comes, I will go away with him." This train of thought in Ramona's mind was reflected in her face. The Signora saw it and hardened herself still more. It was to be war, then. No hope of surrender. Very well. The girl had made her choice. Margarita was now the most puzzled person in the household. She had overheard snatches of the conversation between Felipe and his mother and Ramona, having let her curiosity get so far the better of her discretion as to creep to the door and listen. In fact, she narrowly escaped being caught, having had barely time to begin her feint of sweeping the passageway, when Ramona, flinging the door wide open, came out, after her final reply to the Signora, the words of which Margarita had distinctly heard, "God will punish you." "Holy Virgin, how dare she say that to the Signora?" ejaculated Margarita under her breath, and the next second Ramona rushed by, not even seeing her. But the Signora's vigilant eyes following Ramona saw her, and the Signora's voice had a ring of suspicion in it, as she called, "How comes it you are sweeping the passageway at this hour of the day, Margarita?" It was surely the devil himself that put into Margarita's head the quick lie which she instantaneously told. "There was early breakfast, Signora, to be cooked for Alessandro, who was setting off in haste, and my mother was not up, so I had it to cook." As Margarita said this, Felipe fixed his eyes steadily upon her. She changed color. Felipe knew this was a lie. He had seen Margarita peering about among the willows while he was talking with Alessandro at the sheepfold. He had seen Alessandro halt for a moment and speak to her as he rode past, only for a moment. Then, pricking his horse sharply, he had galloped off down the valley road. No breakfast had Alessandro had at Margarita's hands, or any others that morning. What could have been Margarita's motive for telling this lie? But Felipe had too many serious cares on his mind to busy himself long with any thought of Margarita or her fibs. She had said the first thing which came into her head, most likely to shelter herself from the Signora's displeasure, which was indeed very near the truth, only there was added a spice of malice against Alessandro. A slight undercurrent of jealous antagonism towards him had begun to grow up among the servants of late, fostered, if not originated, by Margarita's sharp sayings as to his being admitted to such strange intimacy with the family. While Felipe continued ill, and was soothed to rest by his music, there was no room for cavil. It was natural that Alessandro came and went as a physician might. But after Felipe had recovered, why should this freedom and intimacy continue? More than once there had been sullen mutterings of this kind on the north veranda, when all the laborers and servants were gathered there of an evening, Alessandro alone being absent from the group, and the sounds of his voice or his violin coming from the south veranda, where the family sat. "It would be a good thing if we too had a bit of music now and then," Juan Canito would grumble, "but the lad's chary enough of his bow on this side the house. Ho, we're not good enough for him to play to." Margarita would reply, "Like master, like servant, is a good proverb sometimes, but not always. But there's a deal going on the veranda yonder, besides fiddling." and Margarita's lips would purse themselves up in an expression of concentrated mystery and secret knowledge, well fitted to draw from everybody a fire of questions, none of which, however, would she answer. She knew better than to slander the Señorita Ramona, or to say a word even reflecting upon her unfavorably. Not a man or a woman there would have borne it. They all had loved Ramona ever since she came among them as a toddling baby. They petted her then and idolized her now. Not one of them whom she had not done good offices for, nursed them, cheered them, remembered their birthdays and their saints' days. To no one but her mother had Margarita unbosomed what she knew and what she suspected, and old Marta, frightened at the bare pronouncing of such words, had terrified Margarita into the solemn nest of promises never, under any circumstances whatever, to say such things to any other member of the family. Marta did not believe them. She could not. She believed that Margarita's jealousy had imagined all. And the Señora, she'd send you packing off this place in an hour, and me too, long's I've lived here, if ever she was to know of you blackening the Señorita, an Indian too. You must be mad, Margarita. When Margarita, in triumph, had flown to tell her that the Señora had just dragged the Señorita Ramona up the garden walk and shoved her into her room and locked the door, and that it was because she had caught her with Alessandro at the washing stones, Marta first crossed herself in sheer mechanical fashion at the shock of the story, and then cuffed Margarita's ears for telling her, "I'll take the head off your neck, if you say that aloud again. Whatever's come to the Señora. 40 years I've lived under this roof, and I never saw her lift a hand to a living creature yet. You're out of your senses, child," she said, all the time gazing fearfully towards the room. "You'll see whether I am out of my senses or not," retorted Margarita, and ran back to the dining room, and after the dining room door was shut, and the unhappy pretense of a supper had begun, old Marta had herself crept softly to the Señorita's door, and listened, and heard Ramona sobbing as if her heart would break. Then she knew that what Margarita had said must be true, and her faithful soul was in sore straits what to think. The Señorita misdemeaned herself. Never. Whatever happened, it was not that. There was some horrible mistake somewhere. Kneeling at the keyhole, she had called cautiously to Ramona. "Oh, my lamb, what is it?" But Ramona had not heard her, and the danger was too great of remaining, so scrambling up with difficulty from her rheumatic knees, the old woman had hobbled back to the kitchen as much in the dark as before, and, by a curiously illogical consequence, crosser than ever to her daughter. All the next day she watched for herself, and could not but see that all appearances bore out Margarita's statements. Alessandro's sudden departure had been a tremendous corroboration of the story. Not one of the men had had an inkling of it. Juan Canito, Luigo, both alike astonished. No word left, no message sent. Only Señor Felipe had said carelessly to Juan Can after breakfast, "You'll have to look after things yourself for a few days, Juan. Alessandro has gone to Temecula." "For a few days?" exclaimed Margarita sarcastically when this was repeated to her. "That's easy said. If Alessandro Assis is seen here again, I'll eat my head. He's played his last tune on the south veranda. I wager you." But when at supper time of this same eventful day the Señora was heard, as she passed the Señorita's door, to say in her ordinary voice, "Are you ready for supper, Ramona?" And Ramona was seen to come out and walk by the Señora's side to the dining room, silent, to be sure. But then that was no strange thing. The Señorita always was more silent in the Señora's presence, when Marta, standing in the courtyard, feigning to be feeding her chickens, but keeping a close eye on the passageways, saw this, she was relieved and thought, "It's only a dispute there has been. There will be disputes in families sometimes. It is none of our affair. All is settled now." And Margarita, standing in the dining room, when she saw them all coming in as usual, the Señora, Felipe, Ramona, no change even to her scrutinizing eye in anybody's face, was more surprised than she had been for many a day, and began to think again, as she had more than once since this tragedy began, that she must have dreamed much that she remembered. But surfaces are deceitful, and eyes see little. Considering its complexity, the fineness and delicacy of its mechanism, the results attainable by the human eye seem far from adequate to the expenditure put upon it. We have flattered ourselves by inventing proverbs of comparison in matter of blindness, blind as a bat, for instance. It would be safe to say that there cannot be found in the animal kingdom a bat, or any other creature so blind in its own range of circumstance and connection, as the greater majority of human beings are in the bosoms of their families. Tempers strain and recover, hearts break and heal, strength falters, fails, and comes near to giving way altogether every day without being noted by the closest lookers-on. Before night of this second day since the trouble had burst like a storm cloud on the peaceful Moreno household, everything had so resumed the ordinary expression and routine that a shrewder observer and reasoner than Margarita might well be excused for doubting if any serious disaster could have occurred to anyone. Señor Felipe sauntered about in his usual fashion, smoking his cigarettes, or lay on his bed in the veranda, dozing. The señora went her usual rounds of inspection, fed her birds, spoke to everyone in her usual tone, sat in her carved chair with her hands folded, gazing out on the southern sky. Ramona busied herself with her usual duties, dusted the chapel, put fresh flowers before all the Madonnas, and then sat down at her embroidery. Ramona had been for a long time at work on a beautiful altar cloth for the chapel. It was to have been a present to the señora. It was nearly done. As she held up the frame in which it was stretched and looked at the delicate tracery of the pattern, she sighed. It had been with a mingled feeling of interest and hopelessness that she had for months been at work on it, often saying to herself, "She won't care much for it, beautiful as it is, just because I did it, but Father Salvierderra will be pleased when he sees it." Now, as she wove the fine threads in and out, she thought, "She will never let it be used on the altar. I wonder if I could any way get it to Father Salvierderra at Santa Barbara. I would like to give it to him. I will ask Alessandro. I'm sure the señora would never use it, and it would be a shame to leave it here. I shall take it with me." But as she thought these things, her face was unruffled. A strange composure had settled on Ramona. "Only 4 days. Only 4 days. I can bear anything for 4 days." These words were coming and going in her mind like refrains of songs which haunt one's memory and will not be still. She saw that Felipe looked anxiously at her, but she answered his inquiring looks always with a gentle smile. It was evident that the señora did not intend that she and Felipe should have any private conversation, but that did not so much matter. After all, there was not so much to be said. Felipe knew all. She could tell him nothing. Felipe had acted for the best, as he thought, in sending Alessandro away till the heat of the señora's anger should have spent itself. After her first dismay at suddenly learning that Alessandro had gone, had passed, she had reflected that it was just as well. He would come back prepared to take her with him. How or where she did not know, but she would go with no questions. Perhaps she would not even bid the señora goodbye. She wondered how that would arrange itself, and how far Alessandro would have to take her, to find a priest to marry them. It was a terrible thing to have to do, to go out of a home in such a way. No wedding, no wedding clothes, no friends to go unmarried, and journey to a priest's house to have the ceremony performed. "But it is not my fault," said Ramona to herself. "It is hers. She drives me to do it. If it is wrong, the blame will be hers. Father Salvierderra would gladly come here and marry us if she would send for him. I wish we could go to him, Alessandro and I. Perhaps we can. I would not be afraid to ride so far. We could do it in 2 days." The more Ramona thought of this, the more it appeared to her the natural thing for them to do. "He will be on our side, I know he will," she thought. "He always liked Alessandro, and he loves me." It was strange how little bitterness toward the señora was in the girl's mind, how comparatively little she thought of her. Her heart was too full of Alessandro and of their future, and it had never been Ramona's habit to dwell on the señora in her thoughts. As from her childhood up, she had accepted the fact of the señora's coldness toward her, so now she accepted her injustice and opposition as part of the nature of things, and not to be altered. During all these hours, during the coming and going of these crowds of fears, sorrows, memories, anticipations in Ramona's heart, all that there was to be seen to the eye was simply a calm, quiet girl, sitting on the veranda, diligently working at her lace frame. Even Felipe was deceived by her calmness, and wondered what it meant, if it could be that she was undergoing the change that his mother had thought possible, and designated as coming to her senses. Even Felipe did not know the steadfast fiber of the girl's nature, neither did he realize what a bond had grown between her and Alessandro. In fact, he sometimes wondered of what this bond had been made. He had himself seen the greater part of their intercourse with each other. Nothing could have been farther removed from anything like lovemaking. There had been no crisis of incident or marked moments of experience, such as in Felipe's imaginations of love were essential to the fullness of its growth. This is a common mistake on the part of those who have never felt love's true bonds. Once in those chains, one perceives that they are not of the sort full forged in a day. They are made as the great iron cables are made, on which bridges are swung across the widest water channels, not of single huge rods or bars, which would be stronger perhaps to look at, but of myriads of the finest wires, each one by itself so fine, so frail, it would barely hold a child's kite in the wind. By hundreds of thousands of such twisted, retwisted together, are made the mighty cables which do not any more swerve from their place in the air, under the weight and jar of the ceaseless traffic and tread of two cities, than the solid earth swerves under the same ceaseless weight and jar. Such cables do not break. Even Ramona herself would have found it hard to tell why she thus loved Alessandro, how it began or by what it grew. It had not been a sudden adoration. Like his passion for her, it was, in the beginning, simply a response, but now it was as strong a love as his, as strong and as unchangeable. The Signora's harsh words had been like a forcing house air to it, and the sudden knowledge of the fact of her own Indian descent seemed to her like a revelation, pointing out the path in which destiny called her to walk. She thrilled with pleasure at the thought of the joy with which Alessandro would hear this, the joy and the surprise. She imagined to herself, in hundreds of ways, the time, place, and phrase in which she would tell him. She could not satisfy herself as to the best, as to which would give keenest pleasure to him and to her. She would tell him, as soon as she saw him. It should be her first word of greeting. No. There would be too much of trouble and embarrassment then. She would wait till they were far away, till they were alone in the wilderness, and then she would turn to him and say, "Alessandro, my people are your people." Or she would wait and keep her secret until she had reached Temecula and they had begun their life there, and Alessandro had been astonished to see how readily and kindly she took to all the ways of the Indian village, and then, when he expressed some such emotion, she would quietly say, "But I too am an Indian, Alessandro." Strange, sad bride's dreams these, but they made Ramona's heart beat with happiness as she dreamed them. 14. The first day had gone, it was near night of the second, and not a word had passed between Felipe and Ramona, except in the presence of the Signora. It would have been beautiful to see, if it had not been so cruel a thing, the various and devious methods by which the Signora had brought this about. Felipe, oddly enough, was more restive under it than Ramona. She had her dreams. He had nothing but his restless consciousness that he had not done for her what he hoped, that he must seem to her to have been disloyal, this, and a continual wonder what she could be planning or expecting which made her so placid, kept Felipe in a fever of unrest, of which his mother noted every sign, and redoubled her vigilance. Felipe thought perhaps he could speak to Ramona in the night, through her window. But the August heats were fierce now. Everybody slept with wide-open windows. The Signora was always wakeful. If she should chance to hear him thus holding secret converse with Ramona, it would indeed make bad matters worse. Nevertheless, he decided to try it. At the first sound of his footsteps on the veranda floor, "My son, are you ill? Can I do anything?" came from the Signora's window. She had not been asleep at all. It would take more courage than Felipe possessed to try that plan again, and he lay on his veranda bed this afternoon, tossing about with sheer impatience at his baffled purpose. Ramona sat at the foot of the bed, taking the last stitches in the nearly completed altar cloth. The Signora sat in her usual seat, dozing, with her head thrown back. It was very hot. A sultry south wind, with dust from the desert, had been blowing all day, and every living creature was more or less prostrated by it. As the Signora's eyes closed, a sudden thought struck Felipe. Taking out a memorandum book in which he kept his accounts, he began rapidly writing. Looking up and catching Ramona's eye, he made a sign to her that it was for her. She glanced apprehensively at the Signora. She was asleep. Presently, Felipe, folding the note and concealing it in his hand, rose and walked towards Ramona's window. Ramona terrifiedly watching him, the The sound of Felipe's steps roused the señora, who sat up instantly and gazed about her with that indescribable expression peculiar to people who hope they have not been asleep, but know they have. "Have I been asleep?" she asked. "About 1 minute, mother," answered Felipe, who was leaning, as he spoke, against Ramona's open window, his arms crossed behind him. Stretching them out and back and forth a few times, yawning idly, he said, "This heat is intolerable." Then he sauntered leisurely down the veranda steps into the garden walk and seated himself on the bench under the trellis there. The note had been thrown into Ramona's room. She was hot and cold with fear lest she might not be able to get it unobserved. What if the señora were to go first into the room? She hardly dared look at her. But fortune is not always on the side of tyrants. The señora was fast dozing off again, relieved that Felipe was out of speaking distance of Ramona. As soon as her eyes were again shut, Ramona rose to go. The señora opened her eyes. Ramona was crossing the threshold of the door. She was going into the house. Good, still farther away from Felipe. "Are you going to your room, Ramona?" said the señor. "I was," replied Ramona, alarmed. "Did you want me here?" "No," said the señora, and she closed her eyes again. In a second more, the note was safe in Ramona's hands. "Dear Ramona," Felipe had written, "I am distracted because I cannot speak with you alone. Can you think of any way? I want to explain things to you. I am afraid you do not understand. Don't be unhappy. Alessandro will surely be back in 4 days. I want to help you all I can, but you saw I could not do much. Nobody will hinder your doing what you please, but dear, I wish you would not go away from us." Tearing the paper into small fragments, Ramona thrust them into her bosom, to be destroyed later. Then, looking out of the window, and seeing that the señora was now in a sound sleep, she ventured to write a reply to Felipe, though when she would find a safe opportunity to give it to him, there was no telling. "Thank you, dear Felipe. Don't be anxious. I am not unhappy. I understand all about it. But I must go away as soon as Alessandro comes." Hiding this also safe in her bosom, she went back to the veranda. Felipe rose and walked toward the steps. Ramona, suddenly bold, stooped and laid her note on the second step. Again the tired eyes of the señora opened. They had not been shut 5 minutes. Ramona was at her work. Felipe was coming up the steps from the garden. He nodded laughingly to his mother and laid his finger on his lips. All was well. The señora dozed again. Her nap had cost her more than she would ever know. This one secret interchange between Felipe and Ramona then, thus making, as it were, common cause with each other as against her, and in fear of her, was a step never to be recalled, a step whose significance could scarcely be overestimated. Tyrants, great and small, are apt to overlook such possibilities as this, to forget the momentousness which the most trivial incident may assume when forced into false proportions and relations. Tyranny can make liars and cheats out of the honestest souls. It is done oftener than any except close students of human nature realize. When kings and emperors do this, the world cries out with sympathy and holds the plotters more innocent than the tyrant who provoked the plot. It is Russia that stands branded in men's thoughts, and not Siberia. The señora had a Siberia of her own, and it was there that Ramona was living in these days. The señora would have been surprised to know how little the girl felt the cold. To be sure, it was not as if she had ever felt warmth in the señora's presence, yet between the former chill and this were many degrees, and except for her new life, and new love, and hope in the thought of Alessandro, Ramona could not have borne it for a day. The 4th day came. It seemed strangely longer than the others had. All day Ramona watched and listened. Felipe too, for, knowing what Alessandro's impatience would be, he had, in truth, looked for him on the previous night. The horse he rode was a fleet one, and would have made the journey with ease in half the time. But Felipe reflected that there might be many things for Alessandro to arrange at Temecula. He would doubtless return prepared to take Ramona back with him, in case that proved the only alternative left them. Felipe grew wretched as his fancy dwelt on the picture of Ramona's future. He had been in the Temecula village. He knew its poverty. The thought of Ramona there was monstrous. To the indolent, ease-loving Felipe, it was incredible that a girl reared as Ramona had been, could for a moment contemplate leading the life of a poor laboring man's wife. He could not conceive of love's making one undertake any such life. Felipe had much to learn of love. Night came, no Alessandro. Till the darkness settled down, Ramona sat, watching the willows. When she could no longer see, she listened. The señora, noting all, also listened. She was uneasy as to the next stage of affairs, but she would not speak. Nothing should induce her to swerve from the line of conduct on which she had determined. It was the full of the moon, when the first broad beam of its light came over the hill and flooded the garden and the white front of the little chapel, just as it had done on that first night when Alessandro watched with Felipe on the veranda. Ramona pressed her face against the window panes and gazed out into the garden. At each flickering motion of the shadows she saw the form of a man approaching. Again and again she saw it. Again and again the breeze died and the shadows ceased. It was near morning before, weary, sad, she crept to bed, but not to sleep. With wide-open, anxious eyes she still watched and listened. Never had the thought once crossed her mind that Alessandro might not come at the time Felipe had said. In her childlike simplicity, she had accepted this as unquestioningly as she had accepted other facts in her life. Now that he did not come, unreasoning and unfounded terror took possession of her, and she asked herself continually, "Will he ever come? They sent him away. Perhaps he will be too proud to come back." Then faith would return, and saying to herself, "He would never, never forsake me. He knows I have no one in the whole world but him. He knows how I love him." She would regain composure and remind herself of the many detentions which might have prevented his coming at the time set. Spite of all, however, she was heavy at heart, and at breakfast her anxious eyes and absent look were sad to see. They hurt Felipe. Too well he knew what it meant. He also was anxious. The señora saw it in his face, and it vexed her. The girl might well pine and be mortified if her lover did not appear, but why should Felipe disquiet himself? The señora disliked it. It was a bad symptom. There might be trouble ahead yet. There was indeed trouble ahead, of a sort the señora's imaginings had not pictured. Another day passed, another night, another, and another. 1 week now since Alessandro, as he leaped on his horse, had grasped Felipe's hand and said, "You will tell the señorita, you will make sure that she understands why I go, and in 4 days I will be back." 1 week, and he had not come. The three who were watching and wondering looked covertly into each other's faces, each longing to know what the others thought. Ramona was wan and haggard. She had scarcely slept. The idea had taken possession of her that Alessandro was dead. On the 6th and 7th days she had walked each afternoon far down the river road, by which he would be sure to come, down the meadows, and by the crosscut out to the highway, at each step straining her tearful eyes into the distance, the cruel, blank, silent distance. She had come back after dark, whiter and more wan than she went out. As she sat at the supper table, silent, making no feint of eating, only drinking glass after glass of milk, in thirsty haste, even Margarita pitied her. But the señora did not. She thought the best thing which could happen would be that the Indian should never come back. Ramona would recover from it in a little while. The mortification would be the worst thing, but even that, time would heal. She wondered that the girl had not more pride than to let her wretchedness be so plainly seen. She herself would have died before she would go about with such a woe-begone face, for a whole household to see and gossip about. On the morning of the 8th day, Ramona, desperate, waylaid Felipe as he was going down the veranda steps. The señora was in the garden, and saw them, but Ramona did not care. "Felipe," she cried, I must speak to you. Do you think Alessandro is dead? What else could keep him from coming?" Her lips were dry, her cheeks scarlet, her voice husky. A few more days of this and she would be in a brain fever, Felipe thought, as he looked compassionately at her. "Oh, no, dear, do not think that," he replied. 1,000 things might have kept him. 10,000 things would not. "Nothing could," said Ramona. "I know he is dead. Can't you send a messenger, Felipe, and see?" The señora was walking toward them. She overheard the last words, looking toward Felipe, no more regarding Ramona than if she had not been within sight or hearing. The señora said, "It seems to me that would not be quite consistent with dignity." How does it strike you, Felipe? If you thought best, we might spare a man as soon as the vintage is done, I suppose." Ramona walked away. The vintage would not be over for a week. There were several vineyards yet which had not been touched. Every hand on the place was hard at work, picking the grapes, treading them out in tubs, emptying the juice into stretched raw hides swung from crossbeams in a long shed. In the willow copse the brandy still was in full blast. It took one man to watch it. This was Juan Can's favorite work. For reasons of his own, he liked best to do it alone. And now that he could no longer tread grapes in the tubs, he had a better chance for uninterrupted work at the still. "No ill but has its good," he thought sometimes, as he lay comfortably stretched out in the shade, smoking his pipe day after day, and breathing the fumes of the fiery brandy. As Ramona disappeared in the doorway, the señora, coming close to Felipe, and laying her hand on his arm, said in a confidential tone, nodding her head in the direction in which Ramona had vanished, "She looks badly, Felipe. I don't know what we can do. We surely cannot send to summon back a lover we do not wish her to marry, can we? It is very perplexing, most unfortunate, every way. What do you think, my son?" There was almost a diabolical art in the manner in which the señora could, by a single phrase or question, plant in a person's mind the precise idea she wished him to think he had originated himself. "No, of course we can't send for him," replied Felipe angrily, "unless it is to send him to marry her. I wish he had never set foot on the place. I'm sure I don't know what to do. Ramona's looks frighten me. I believe she will die." "I cannot wish Alessandro had never set foot on the place," said the señora, gently, "for I feel that I owe your life to him, my Felipe, and he is not to blame for Ramona's conduct. You need not fear her dying, she may be ill, but people do not die of love like hers for Alessandro." "Of what kind do they die, mother?" asked Felipe impatiently. The señora looked reproachfully at him. "Not often of any," she said, "but certainly not of a sudden passion for a person in every way beneath them, in position, in education, in all points which are essential to congeniality of tastes or association of life." The señora spoke calmly, with no excitement, as if she were discussing an abstract case. Sometimes, when she spoke like this, Felipe for the moment felt as if she were entirely right, as if it were really a disgraceful thing in Ramona to have thus loved Alessandro. It could not be gainsaid that there was this gulf of which she spoke. Alessandro was undeniably Ramona's inferior in position, education, in all the external matters of life, but in nature, in true nobility of soul, no. Alessandro was no man's inferior in these, and in capacity to love, Felipe sometimes wondered whether he had ever known Alessandro's equal in that. This thought had occurred to him more than once, as from his sickbed he had, unobserved, studied the expression with which Alessandro gazed at Ramona. But all this made no difference in the perplexity of the present dilemma, in the embarrassment of his and his mother's position now. Send a messenger to ask why Alessandro did not return. Not even if he had been an accepted and publicly recognized lover would Felipe do that. Ramona ought to have more pride. She ought of herself to know that. And when Felipe later in the day saw Ramona again, he said as much to her. He said it as gently as he could, so gently that she did not at first comprehend his idea. It was so foreign, so incompatible with her faith, how could she? When she did understand, she said slowly, "You mean that it will not do to send to find out if Alessandro is dead? Because it will look as if I wished him to marry me whether he wished it or not?" And she fixed her eyes on Felipe's, with an expression he could not fathom. "Yes, dear," he answered. "Something like that, though you put it harshly." "Is it not true?" she persisted. "That is what you mean?" Reluctantly, Felipe admitted that it was. Ramona was silent for some moments. Then she said, speaking still more slowly, "If you feel like that, we had better never talk about Alessandro again. I suppose it is not possible that you should know, as I do, that nothing but his being dead would keep him from coming back. Thanks, dear Felipe." And after this she did not speak again of Alessandro. Days went by, a week. The vintage was over. The señora wondered if Ramona would now ask again for a messenger to go to Temecula. Almost even the señora relented, as she looked into the girl's white and wasted face, as she sat silent, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes fixed on the willows. The altar cloth was done, folded and laid away. It would never hang in the Moreno chapel. It was promised in Ramona's mind to Father Salvierderra. She had resolved to go to him. If he, a feeble old man, could walk all the way between Santa Barbara and their home, she could surely do the same. She would not lose the way. There were not many roads she could ask. The convent, the bare thought of which had been so terrible to Ramona 14 days ago, when the Signora had threatened her with it, now seemed a heavenly refuge, the only shelter she craved. There was a school for orphans attached to the convent at San Juan Bautista, she knew. She would ask the father to let her go there, and she would spend the rest of her life in prayer and in teaching the orphan girls. As hour after hour she sat revolving this plan, her fancy projected itself so vividly into the future that she lived years of her life. She felt herself middle-aged, old. She saw the procession of nuns going to vespers, leading the children by the hand, herself wrinkled and white-haired, walking between two of the little ones. The picture gave her peace. As soon as she grew a little stronger, she would set off on her journey to the Father. She could not go just yet. She was too weak. Her feet trembled if she did but walk to the foot of the garden. Alessandro was dead. There could be no doubt of that. He was buried in that little walled graveyard of which he had told her. Sometimes she thought she would try to go there and see his grave, perhaps see his father. If Alessandro had told him of her, the old man would be glad to see her. Perhaps, after all, her work might lie there among Alessandro's people. But this looked hard. She had not courage for it. Shelter and rest were what she wanted. The sound of the church's prayers and the Father's blessing every day. The convent was the best. She thought she was sure that Alessandro was dead, but she was not, for she still listened, still watched. Each day she walked out on the river road and sat waiting till dusk. At last came a day when she could not go. Her strength failed her. She lay all day on her bed. To the Signora, who asked frigidly if she were ill, she answered, "No, Signora, I do not think I am ill. I have no pain, but I cannot get up. I shall be better tomorrow." "I will send you strong broth and a medicine," the Signora said, and sent her both by the hands of Margarita, whose hatred and jealousy broke down at the first sight of Ramona's face on the pillow. It looked so much thinner and sharper there than it had when she was sitting up. "Oh, Señorita, Señorita," she cried, in a tone of poignant grief. "Are you going to die? Forgive me, forgive me." "I have nothing to forgive you, Margarita," replied Ramona, raising herself on her elbow and lifting her eyes kindly to the girl's face as she took the broth from her hands. "I do not know why you ask me to forgive you." Margarita flung herself on her knees by the bed, in a passion of weeping. "Oh, but you do know, Señorita, you do know, forgive me." "No, I know nothing," replied Ramona. "But if you know anything, it is all forgiven. I am not going to die, Margarita. I am going away," she added after a second's pause. Her inmost instinct told her that she could trust Margarita now. Alessandro being dead, Margarita would no longer be her enemy, and Margarita could perhaps help her. "I am going away, Margarita, as soon as I feel a little stronger. I am going to a convent, but the Signora does not know. You will not tell?" "No, Señorita," whispered Margarita, thinking in her heart. "Yes, she is going away, but it will be with the angels." "No, Señorita, I will not tell. I will do anything you want me to." "Thanks, Margarita mia," replied Ramona. "I thought you would." And she lay back on her pillow and closed her eyes, looking so much more like death than like life that Margarita's tears flowed faster than before. And she ran to her mother, sobbing out, "Mother, mother, the Señorita is ill to death. I'm sure she is. She has taken to her bed, and she is as white as Señor Felipe was at the worst of the fever." "Aye," said old Marta, who had seen all this for days back. "Aye, she has wasted away this last week, like one in a fever, sure enough. I have seen it. It must be she is starving herself to death. Indeed, she has not eaten for 10 days. Hardly since that day," and Margarita and her mother exchanged looks. It was not necessary to further define the day. "Juan Can says he thinks he will never be seen here again," continued Margarita. "The saints grant it, then," said Marta hotly, "if it is he has cost the Señorita all this. I am that turned about in my head with it all, that I've no thoughts to think, But plain enough it is, he is mixed up with whatever 'tis has gone wrong." "I could tell what it is," said Margarita, her old pertness coming uppermost for a moment. "But I've got no more to say. Now the señorita's lying on her bed, with the face she's got. It's enough to break your heart to look at her. I could just go down on my knees to her for all I've said, and I will, and to St. Francis too. She's going to be with him before long, I know she is." "No," said the wiser, older Marta. "She is not so ill as you think. She is young. It's the heart's gone out of her, that's all. I've been that way myself. People are when they're young." "I'm young," retorted Margarita. "I've never been that way." "There's many a mile to the end of the road, my girl," said Marta significantly, "and it's ill boasting the first day out, was a proverb when I was your age." Marta had never been much more than halfway fond of this own child of hers. Their natures were antagonistic, traits which, in Margarita's father, had embittered many a day of Marta's early married life, were perpetually cropping out in Margarita, making between the mother and daughter a barrier which even parental love was not always strong enough to surmount. And, as was inevitable, this antagonism was constantly leading to things which seemed to Margarita, and in fact were, unjust and ill-founded. "She's always flinging out at me, whatever I do," thought Margarita. "I know one thing. I'll never tell her what the señorita's told me. Never. Not till after she's gone." A sudden suspicion flashed into Margarita's mind. She seated herself on the bench outside the kitchen door, to wrestle with it. What if it were not to a convent at all, but to Alessandro, that the señorita meant to go? No, that was preposterous. If it had been that, she would have gone with him in the outset. Nobody who was plotting to run away with a lover ever wore such a look as the señorita wore now. Margarita dismissed the thought, yet it left its trace. She would be more observant for having had it. Her resuscitated affection for her young mistress was not yet so strong that it would resist the assaults of jealousy if that passion were to be again aroused in her fiery soul. Though she had never been deeply in love with Alessandro herself, she had been enough so, and she remembered him vividly enough, to feel yet a sharp emotion of displeasure at the recollection of his devotion to the señorita. Now that the señorita seemed to be deserted, unhappy, prostrated, she had no room for anything but pity for her. But let Alessandro come on the stage again, and all would be changed. The old hostility would return. It was but a dubious sort of ally, after all, that Ramona had so unexpectedly secured in Margarita. She might prove the sharpest of broken reeds. It was sunset of the 18th day since Alessandro's departure. Ramona had lain for 4 days well-nigh motionless on her bed. She herself began to think she must be going to die. Her mind seemed to be vacant of all thought. She did not even sorrow for Alessandro's death. She seemed torpid, body and soul. Such prostrations as these are nature's enforced rests. It is often only by help of them that our bodies tide over crises, strains, in which, if we continued to battle, we should be slain. As Ramona lay half unconscious, neither awake nor yet asleep, on this evening, she was suddenly aware of a vivid impression produced upon her. It was not sound, it was not sight. She was alone. The house was still as death. The warm September twilight silence reigned outside. She sat up in her bed, intent, half alarmed, half glad, bewildered alive. What had happened? Still there was no sound, no stir. The twilight was fast deepening, not a breath of air moving. Gradually her bewildered senses and faculties awoke from their long dormant condition. She looked around the room. Even the walls seemed revivified. She clasped her hands and leaped from the bed. "Alessandro is not dead," she said aloud, and she laughed hysterically. "He is not dead," she repeated. "He is not dead. He is somewhere near." With quivering hands she dressed and stole out of the house. After the first few seconds she found herself strangely strong. She did not tremble. Her feet trod firm on the ground. "Oh, miracle," she thought, as she hastened down the garden walk. "I am well again. Alessandro is near." So vivid was the impression that when she reached the willows and found the spot silent, vacant, as when she had last sat there, hopeless, broken-hearted, she experienced a revulsion of disappointment. "Not here," she cried, "not here," and a swift fear shook her. "Am I mad? Is it this way, perhaps? People lose their senses when they are as I have been. But the young, strong blood was running swift in her veins. No, this was no madness, rather a newly discovered power, a fullness of sense, a revelation. Alessandro was near. Swiftly she walked down the river road. The farther she went, the keener grew her expectation, her sense of Alessandro's nearness. In her present mood she would have walked on, even to Temecula itself, sure that she was at each step drawing nearer to Alessandro. As she approached the second willow copse, which lay perhaps a quarter of a mile west of the first, she saw the figure of a man, standing, leaning against one of the trees. She halted. It could not be Alessandro. He would not have paused for a moment so near the house where he was to find her. She was afraid to go on. It was late to meet a stranger in this lonely spot. The figure was strangely still, so still that, as she peered through the dusk, she half fancied it might be an optical illusion. She advanced a few steps, hesitatingly, then stopped. As she did so, the man advanced a few steps, then stopped. As he came out from the shadows of the trees, she saw that he was of Alessandro's height. She quickened her steps, then suddenly stopped again. What did this mean? It could not be Alessandro. Ramona wrung her hands in agony of suspense. An almost unconquerable instinct urged her forward, but terror held her back. After standing irresolute for some minutes, she turned to walk back to the house, saying, I must not run the risk of its being a stranger. If it is Alessandro, he will come. But her feet seemed to refuse to move in the opposite direction. Slower and slower she walked for a few paces, then turned again. The man had returned to his former place, and stood as at first, leaning against the tree. It may be a messenger from him, she said. A messenger who has been told not to come to the house until after dark. Her mind was made up. She quickened her pace to a run. A few moments more brought her so near that she could see distinctly. It was Alessandro. He did not see her. His face was turned partially away, his head resting against the tree. He must be ill. Ramona flew rather than ran. In a moment more, Alessandro had heard the light steps, turned, saw Ramona, and, with a cry, bounded forward, and they were clasped in each other's arms before they had looked in each other's faces. Ramona spoke first. Disengaging herself gently and looking up, she began, Alessandro. But at the first sight of his face she shrieked. Was this Alessandro, this haggard, emaciated, speechless man, who gazed at her with hollow eyes full of misery and no joy? Oh God, cried Ramona, you have been ill. You are ill, my God, Alessandro, what is it? Alessandro passed his hands slowly over his forehead, as if trying to collect his thoughts before speaking, all the while keeping his eyes fixed on Ramona, with the same anguished look, convulsively holding both her hands in his. Señorita, he said, my señorita? Then he stopped. His tongue seemed to refuse him utterance, and this voice, this strange, hard, unresonant voice, whose voice was it? Not Alessandro's. My señorita, he began again. I could not go without one sight of your face. But when I was here, I had not courage to go near the house. If you had not come, I should have gone back without seeing you. Ramona heard these words in fast deepening terror. What did they mean? Her look seemed to suggest a new thought to Alessandro. Heavens, señorita, he cried. Have you not heard? Do you not know what has happened? I know nothing, love, answered Ramona. I have heard nothing since you went away. For 10 days I have been sure you were dead, but tonight something told me that you were near, and I came to meet you. At the first words of Ramona's sentence, Alessandro threw his arms around her again. As she said love, his whole frame shook with emotion. My señorita, he whispered. My señorita, how shall I tell you? How shall I tell you? What is there to tell, Alessandro? She said. I am afraid of nothing now that you are here, and not dead as I thought. But Alessandro did not speak. It seemed impossible. At last, straining her closer to his breast, he cried, Dearest señorita, I feel as if I should die when I tell you. I have no home. My father is dead. My people are driven out of their village. I am only a beggar now, señorita, like those you used to feed in pity in Los Angeles convent. As he spoke the last words, he reeled, and supporting himself against the tree, added, "I am not strong, señorita. We have been starving." Ramona's face did not reassure him. Even in the dusk he could see its look of incredulous horror. He misread it. "I only came to look at you once more," he continued. "I will go now. May the saints bless you, my señorita, always. I think the Virgin sent you to me tonight. I should never have seen your face if you had not come." While he was speaking, Ramona had buried her face in his bosom. Lifting it now, she said, "Did you mean to leave me to think you were dead, Alessandro?" "I thought that the news about our village must have reached you," he said, "and that you would know I had no home, and could not come, to seem to remind you of what you had said. Oh, señorita, it was little enough I had before to give you. I don't know how I dared to believe that you could come to be with me, but I loved you so much. I had thought of many things I could do, and," lowering his voice and speaking almost sullenly, "it is the saints, I believe, who have punished me thus for having resolved to leave my people, and take all I had for myself and you. Now they have left me nothing," and he groaned. "Who?" cried Ramona. "Was there a battle? Was your father killed?" She was trembling with horror. "No," answered Alessandro. "There was no battle. There would have been if I had had my way, but my father implored me not to resist. He said it would only make it worse for us in the end. The sheriff too, he begged me to let it all go on peaceably and help him keep the people quiet. He felt terribly to have to do it. It was Mr. Rothsaker from San Diego. We had often worked for him on his ranch. He knew all about us. Don't you recollect, señorita? I told you about him, how fair he always was and kind too? He has the biggest wheat ranch in Cajon. We've harvested miles and miles of wheat for him. He said he would have rather died almost than have had it to do, but if we resisted, he would have to order his men to shoot. He had 20 men with him. They thought there would be trouble, and well they might, turning a whole village full of men and women and children out of their houses and driving them off like foxes. If it had been any man but Mr. Rothsaker, I would have shot him dead, if I had hung for it. But I knew if he thought we must go, there was no help for us." "But Alessandro," interrupted Ramona, "I can't understand. Who was it made Mr. Rothsaker do it? Who has the land now?" "I don't know who they are," Alessandro replied, his voice full of anger and scorn. "They're Americans, 8 or 10 of them. They all got together and brought a suit, they call it, up in San Francisco, and it was decided in the court that they owned all our land. That was all Mr. Rothsaker could tell about it. It was the law, he said, and nobody could go against the law." "Oh," said Ramona. "That's the way the Americans took so much of the señora's land away from her. It was in the court up in San Francisco, and they decided that miles and miles of her land, which the general had always had, was not hers at all. They said it belonged to the United States government. They are a pack of thieves and liars, every one of them," cried Alessandro. "They are going to steal all the land in this country. We might all just as well throw ourselves into the sea and let them have it. My father had been telling me this for years. He saw it coming, but I did not believe him. I did not think men could be so wicked, but he was right. I am glad he is dead. That is the only thing I have to be thankful for now. One day I thought he was going to get well, and I prayed to the Virgin not to let him. I did not want him to live. He never knew anything clear after they took him out of his house. That was before I got there. I found him sitting on the ground outside. They said it was the sun that had turned him crazy, but it was not. It was his heart breaking in his bosom. He would not come out of his house, and the men lifted him up and carried him out by force and threw him on the ground, and then they threw out all the furniture we had, and when he saw them doing that, he put his hands up to his head and called out, 'Alessandro, Alessandro,' and I was not there. Señorita, they said it was a voice to make the dead hear, that he called with, and nobody could stop him. All that day and all the night he kept on calling. God, señorita, I wonder I did not die when they told me. When I got there, someone had built up a little booth of tule over his head to keep the sun off. He did not call any more, only for water, water. That was what made them think the sun had done it. They did all they could, but it was such a dreadful time nobody could do much. The sheriff's men were in great hurry. They gave no time. They said the people must all be off in 2 days. Everybody was running hither and thither, everything out of the houses in piles on the ground. The people took all the roofs off their houses too. They were made of the tule reeds, so they would do again. Oh, señorita, don't ask me to tell you any more. It is like death. I can't. Ramona was crying bitterly. She did not know what to say. What was love in face of such calamity? What had she to give to a man stricken like this? Don't weep, señorita, said Alessandro drearily. Tears kill one and do no good. How long did your father live? Asked Ramona, clasping her arms closer around his neck. They were sitting on the ground now, and Ramona yearning over Alessandro, as if she were the strong one and he the one to be sheltered, had drawn his head to her bosom, caressing him as if he had been hers for years. Nothing could have so clearly shown his enfeebled and benumbed condition as the manner in which he received these caresses, which once would have made him beside himself with joy. He leaned against her breast as a child might. He died only 4 days ago. I stayed to bury him, and then I came away. I have been 3 days on the way. The horse, poor beast, is almost weaker than I. The Americans took my horse, Alessandro said. Took your horse? Cried Ramona, aghast. Is that the law too? So Mr. Rothsaker told me. He said the judge had said he must take enough of our cattle and horses to pay all it had cost for the suit-up in San Francisco. They didn't reckon the cattle at what they were worth, I thought. But they said cattle were selling very low now. There were not enough in all the village to pay it, so we had to make it up in horses, and they took mine. I was not there the day they drove the cattle away, or I would have put a ball into Benito's head before any American should ever have had him to ride. But I was over in Pachanga with my father. He would not stir a step for anybody but me, so I led him all the way, and then after he got there he was so ill I never left him a minute. He did not know me any more, nor know anything that had happened. I built a little hut of tule, and he lay on the ground till he died. When I put him in his grave, I was glad. In Temecula? Asked Ramona. In Temecula, exclaimed Alessandro fiercely. You don't seem to understand, señorita. We have no right in Temecula, not even to our graveyard full of the dead. Mr. Rothsaker warned us all not to be hanging about there, for he said the men who were coming in were a rough set, and they would shoot any Indian at sight if they saw him trespassing on their property. Their property? Ejaculated Ramona. Yes, it is theirs, said Alessandro doggedly. That is the law. They've got all the papers to show it. That is what my father always said, if the Señor Valdez had only given him a paper. But they never did in those days. Nobody had papers. The American law is different. It's a law of thieves, cried Ramona. Yes, and of murderers too, said Alessandro. Don't you call my father murdered just as much as if they had shot him? I do, and, oh señorita, my señorita, there was José. You recollect José who went for my violin? But, my beloved one, I am killing you with these terrible things. I will speak no more. No, no, Alessandro, tell me all. You must have no grief I do not share. Tell me about José, cried Ramona breathlessly. Señorita, it will break your heart to hear. José was married a year ago. He had the best house in Temecula, next to my father's. It was the only other one that had a shingled roof. And he had a barn too, and that splendid horse he rode, and oxen, and a flock of sheep. He was at home when the sheriff came. A great many of the men were away grape-picking. That made it worse. But José was at home, for his wife had a little baby only a few weeks old, and the child seemed sickly and not like to live, and José would not leave it. José was the first one that saw the sheriff riding into the village, and the band of armed men behind him, and José knew what it meant. He had often talked it over with me and with my father, and now he saw that it had come, and he went crazy in 1 minute, and fell on the ground all froth at his mouth. He had had a fit like that once before, and the doctor said if he had another, he would die. But he did not. They picked him up, and presently he was better, and Mr. Rothsaker said nobody worked so well in the moving the first day as José did. Most of the men would not lift a hand. They sat on the ground with the women, and covered up their faces and would not see. But José worked, and, Señorita, one of the first things he did was to run with my father's violin to the store to Mrs. Hartzell and ask her to hide it for us. Jose knew it was worth money. But before noon the second day he had another fit, and died in it. Died right in his own door, carrying out some of the things. And after Carmena, that's his wife's name, saw he was dead, she never spoke, but sat rocking back and forth on the ground, with the baby in her arms. She went over to Pachanga at the same time I did with my father. It was a long procession of us. "Where is Pachanga?" asked Ramona. "About 3 miles from Temecula, a little sort of cannon. I told the people they'd better move over there. The land did not belong to anybody, and perhaps they could make a living there. There isn't any water. That's the worst of it." "No water," cried Ramona. "No running water. There is one little spring, and they dug a well by it as soon as they got there, so there was water to drink, but that is all. I saw Carmena could hardly keep up, and I carried the baby for her on one arm, while I led my father with the other hand, but the baby cried, so she took it back. I thought then it wouldn't live the day out, but it did live till the morning of the day my father died. Just a few hours before he died, Carmena came along with the baby rolled up in her shawl, and sat down by me on the ground, and did not speak. When I said, "How is the little one?" she opened her shawl and showed it to me. "Dead." "Good, Carmena," said I. "It is good. My father is dying too. We will bury them together." So she sat by me all that morning, and at night she helped me dig the graves. I wanted to put the baby on my father's breast, but she said no, it must have a little grave. So she dug it herself, and we put them in, and she never spoke, except that once. She was sitting there by the grave when I came away. I made a cross of 2 little trees with the boughs chopped off, and set it up by the graves. So that is the way our new graveyard was begun, my father and the little baby. It is the very young and the very old that have the blessed fortune to die. I cannot die, it seems. "Where did they bury Jose?" gasped Ramona. "In Temecula," said Alessandro. "Mr. Rothsaker made 2 of his men dig a grave in our old graveyard for Jose. But I think Carmena will go at night and bring his body away. I would, but, my señorita, it is very dark, I can hardly see your beloved eyes. I think you must not stay longer. Can I go as far as the brook with you, safely, without being seen? The saints bless you, beloved, for coming." I could not have lived, I think, without one more sight of your face. And springing to his feet, Alessandro stood waiting for Ramona to move. She remained still. She was in a sore strait. Her heart held but one impulse, one desire, to go with Alessandro. Nothing was apparently farther from his thoughts than this. Could she offer to go? Should she risk laying a burden on him greater than he could bear? If he were indeed a beggar, as he said, would his life be hindered or helped by her? She felt herself strong and able. Work had no terrors for her, privations she knew nothing of, but she felt no fear of them. "Alessandro," she said, in a tone which startled him. "My señorita," he said tenderly. "You have never once called me Ramona." "I cannot, señorita," he replied. "Why not?" "I do not know. I sometimes think Ramona," he added faintly, "but not often. If I think of you by any other name than as my señorita, it is usually by a name you never heard." "What is it?" exclaimed Ramona, wonderingly. "An Indian word, my dearest one. The name of the bird you are like. The wood dove. In the Louisiano tongue that is Majel. That was what I thought my people would have called you, if you had come to dwell among us. It is a beautiful name, señorita, and is like you." Alessandro was still standing. Ramona rose, coming close to him. She laid both her hands on his breast, and her head on her hands, and said, "Alessandro, I have something to tell you. I am an Indian. I belong to your people." Alessandro's silence astonished her. "You are surprised," she said. "I thought you would be glad." "The gladness of it came to me long ago, my señorita," he said. "I knew it." "How?" cried Ramona. "And you never told me, Alessandro?" "How could I?" he replied. "I dared not. Juan Canito, it was told me." "Juan Canito," said Ramona, musingly. "How could he have known?" Then in a few rapid words she told Alessandro all that the señora had told her. Is that what Juan said? She asked. All except the father's name, stammered Alessandro. Who did he say was my father? She asked. Alessandro was silent. It matters not, said Ramona. He was wrong. The Signora, of course, knew. He was a friend of hers, and of the Signora Ortegna to whom he gave me. But I think, Alessandro, I have more of my mother than of my father. Yes, you have, my señorita, replied Alessandro tenderly. After I knew it, I then saw what it was in your face had always seemed to me like the faces of my own people. Are you not glad, Alessandro? Yes, my señorita. What more should Ramona say? Suddenly her heart gave way, and without premeditation, without resolve, almost without consciousness of what she was doing, she flung herself on Alessandro's breast and cried, "Oh, Alessandro, take me with you. Take me with you. I would rather die than have you leave me again." 15. Alessandro's first answer to this cry of Ramona's was a tightening of his arms around her. Closer and closer he held her, till it was almost pain. She could hear the throbs of his heart, but he did not speak. Then, letting his arms fall, taking her hand in his, he laid it on his forehead reverently, and said, in a voice which was so husky and trembling she could barely understand his words, "My señorita knows that my life is hers. She can ask me to go into the fire or into the sea, and neither the fire nor the sea would frighten me. They would but make me glad for her sake. But I cannot take my señorita's life to throw it away. She is tender. She would die. She cannot lie on the earth for a bed, and have no food to eat. My señorita does not know what she says." His solemn tone, this third-person designation, as if he were speaking of her, not with her, almost as if he were thinking aloud to God rather than speaking to her, merely calmed and strengthened, did not deter Ramona. "I am strong, I can work too, Alessandro. You do not know, we can both work. I am not afraid to lie on the earth, and God will give us food," she said. "That was what I thought, my señorita, until now. When I rode away that morning I had it in my thoughts, as you say, that if you were not afraid I would not be, and that there would at least always be food, and I could make it that you should never suffer. But, señorita, the saints are displeased. They do not pray for us any more. It is as my father said, they have forsaken us. These Americans will destroy us all. I do not know, but they will presently begin to shoot us and poison us, to get us all out of the country, as they do the rabbits and the gophers. It would not be any worse than what they have done. Would not you rather be dead, señorita, than be as I am today?" Each word he spoke but intensified Ramona's determination to share his lot. "Alessandro," she interrupted, "there are many men among your people who have wives, are there not?" "Yes, señorita," replied Alessandro wonderingly. "Have their wives left them and gone away, now that this trouble has come?" "No, señorita." Still more wonderingly, "How could they?" "They are going to stay with them, help them to earn money, try to make them happier, are they not?" "Yes, señorita." Alessandro began to see whither these questions tended. It was not unlike the señora's tactics, the way in which Ramona narrowed in her lines of interrogation. "Do the women of your people love their husbands very much?" "Very much, señorita." A pause. It was very dark now. Alessandro could not see the hot currents running swift and red over Ramona's face. Even her neck changed color as she asked her last question. "Do you think any one of them loves her husband more than I love you, Alessandro?" Alessandro's arms were again around her, before the words were done. Were not such words enough to make a dead man live? Almost, but not enough to make such a love as Alessandro's selfish. Alessandro was silent. "You know there is not one," said Ramona, impetuously. "Oh, it is too much," cried Alessandro, throwing his arms up wildly. Then, drawing her to him again, he said, the words pouring out breathless, "My señorita, you take me to the door of heaven, but I dare not go in. I know it would kill you, señorita, to live the life we must live. Let me go, dearest señorita, let me go. It had been better if you had never seen me." "Do you know what I was going to do, Alessandro, if you had not come?" said Ramona. "I was going to run away from the señora's house, all alone, and walk all the way to Santa Barbara, to Father Salvierderra, and ask him to put me in the convent at San Juan Bautista. And that is what I will do now if you leave me." "Oh, no, no, señorita, my señorita, you will not do that. My beautiful señorita in the convent." "No, no," cried Alessandro, greatly agitated. "Yes, if you do not let me come with you, I shall do it. I shall set out tomorrow." Her words carried conviction to Alessandro's soul. He knew she would do as she said. "Even that would not be so dreadful as to be hunted like a wild beast, señorita, as you may be if you come with me. When I thought you were dead, Alessandro, I did not think the convent would be dreadful at all. I thought it would be peace and I could do good, teaching the children. But if I knew you were alive, I could never have peace, not for 1 minute have peace, Alessandro. I would rather die than not be where you are. Oh, Alessandro, take me with you." Alessandro was conquered. "I will take you, my most beloved señorita," he said gravely, no lover's gladness in his tone, and his voice was hollow. "I will take you. Perhaps the saints will have mercy on you, even if they have forsaken me and my people." "Your people are my people, dearest, and the saints never forsake anyone who does not forsake them." "You will be glad all our lives long, Alessandro," cried Ramona, and she laid her head on his breast in solemn silence for a moment, as if registering a vow. Well might Felipe have said that he would hold himself fortunate if any woman ever loved him as Ramona loved Alessandro. When she lifted her head, she said timidly, now that she was sure, "Then you will take your Ramona with you, Alessandro?" "I will take you with me till I die, and may the Madonna guard you, my Ramona," replied Alessandro, clasping her to his breast and bowing his head upon hers. But there were tears in his eyes, and they were not tears of joy, and in his heart he said, as in his rapturous delight when he first saw Ramona bending over the brook under the willows, he had said aloud, "My God, what shall I do?" It was not easy to decide on the best plan of procedure now. Alessandro wished to go boldly to the house, see Señor Felipe, and if need be the Señora. Ramona quivered with terror at the bare mention of it. "You do not know the Señora, Alessandro," she cried, "or you would never think of it. She has been terrible all this time. She hates me so that she would kill me if she dared. She pretends that she will do nothing to prevent my going away. But I believe at the last minute she would throw me in the well in the courtyard rather than have me go with you." "I would never let her harm you," said Alessandro. "Neither would Señor Felipe." "She turns Felipe round her finger as if he were soft wax," answered Ramona. "She makes him of 100 minds in a minute, and he can't help himself. Oh, I think she is in league with the fiends, Alessandro. Don't dare to come near the house. I will come here as soon as everyone is asleep. We must go at once." Ramona's terrors overruled Alessandro's judgment, and he consented to wait for her at the spot where they now stood. She turned back twice to embrace him again. "Oh, my Alessandro, promise me that you will not stir from this place till I come," she said. "I will be here when you come," he said. "It will not be more than 2 hours," she said, "or 3, at the utmost. It must be 9 o'clock now." She did not observe that Alessandro had evaded the promise not to leave the spot. That promise Alessandro would not have given. He had something to do in preparation for this unexpected flight of Ramona. In her innocence, her absorption in her thoughts of Alessandro and of love, she had never seemed to consider how she would make this long journey. As Alessandro had ridden towards Temecula 18 days ago, he had pictured himself riding back on his fleet, strong Benito, and bringing Antonio's matchless little dun mare for Ramona to ride. Only 18 short days ago, and as he was dreaming that very dream, he had looked up and seen Antonio on the little dun mare, galloping towards him like the wind, the overridden creature's breath coming from her like pants of a steam engine, and her sides dripping blood where Antonio, who loved her, had not spared the cruel spurs, and Antonio, seeing him, had uttered a cry, and flinging himself off, came with a bound to his side and with gasps between his words told him. Alessandro could not remember the words, only that after them he set his teeth and, dropping the bridle, laid his head down between Benito's ears and whispered to him, and Benito never stopped but galloped on all that day till he came into Temecula, and there Alessandro saw the roofless houses, and the wagons being loaded, and the people running about, the women and children wailing, and then they showed him the place where his father lay on the ground, under the tule, and jumping off Benito he let him go, and that was the last he ever saw of him. only 18 days ago. And now here he was under the willows, the same copse where he first halted, at his first sight of Ramona, and it was night, dark night, and Ramona had been there in his arms. She was his, and she was going back presently to go away with him. Where? He had no home in the wide world to which to take her, and this poor beast he had ridden from Temecula, had it strength enough left to carry her? Alessandro doubted. He had himself walked more than half the distance, to spare the creature, and yet there had been good pasture all the way, but the animal had been too long starved to recover quickly. In the Pachanga Canon, where they had found refuge, the grass was burned up by the sun, and the few horses taken over there had suffered wretchedly. Some had died. But Alessandro, even while his arms were around Ramona, had revolved in his mind a project he would not have dared to confide to her. If Baba, Ramona's own horse, was still in the corral, Alessandro could without difficulty lure him out. He thought it would be no sin. At any rate, if it were, it could not be avoided. The señorita must have a horse, and Baba had always been her own, had followed her about like a dog ever since he could run. In fact, the only taming he had ever had been done by Ramona, with bread and honey. He was intractable to others, but Ramona could guide him by a wisp of his silky mane. Alessandro also had nearly as complete control over him, for it had been one of his greatest pleasures, during the summer, when he could not see Ramona, to caress and fondle her horse, till Baba knew and loved him next to his young mistress. If only Baba were in the corral, all would be well. As soon as the sound of Ramona's footsteps had died away, Alessandro followed with quick but stealthy steps, keeping well down in the bottom. Below the willows, he skirted the terrace where the artichoke patch and the sheepfolds lay, and then turned up to approach the corral from the farther side. There was no light in any of the herdsmen's huts. They were all asleep. That was good. Well, Alessandro knew how sound they slept. Many a night while he slept there with them, he had walked twice over their bodies as they lay stretched on skins on the floor, out and in without rousing them. If only Baba would not give a loud whinny. Leaning on the corral fence, Alessandro gave a low, hardly audible whistle. The horses were all in a group together at the farther end of the corral. At the sound there was a slight movement in the group, and one of them turned and came a pace or two toward Alessandro. "I believe that is Baba himself," thought Alessandro, and he made another low sound. The horse quickened his steps, then halted, as if he suspected some mischief. "Baba," whispered Alessandro. The horse knew his name as well as any dog, knew Alessandro's voice too, but the sagacious creature seemed instinctively to know that here was an occasion for secrecy and caution. If Alessandro whispered, he, Baba, would whisper back, and it was little more than a whispered whinny which he gave, as he trotted quickly to the fence and put his nose to Alessandro's face, rubbing and kissing and giving soft whinnying sighs. "Hush, hush, Baba," whispered Alessandro, as if he were speaking to a human being. "Hush," and he proceeded cautiously to lift off the upper rails and bushes of the fence. The horse understood instantly, and as soon as the fence was a little lowered, leaped over it and stood still by Alessandro's side, while he replaced the rails, smiling to himself, spite of his grave anxiety, to think of Juan Can's wonder in the morning, as to how Baba had managed to get out of the corral. This had taken only a few moments. It was better luck than Alessandro had hoped for. Emboldened by it, he began to wonder if he could not get the saddle too. The saddles, harnesses, bridles, and all such things hung on pegs in an open barn, such as is constantly to be seen in Southern California, as significant a testimony, in matter of climate, as any signal service report could be. A floor and a roof, no walls, only corner posts to hold the roof. Nothing but summer houses on a large scale are the South California barns. Alessandro stood musing. The longer he thought, the greater grew his desire for that saddle. "Baba, if only you knew what I wanted of you, you'd lie down on the ground here and wait while I got the saddle. But I dare not risk leaving you. Come, Baba." And he struck down the hill again, the horse following him softly. When he got down below the terrace, he broke into a run, with his hand in Baba's mane as if it were a frolic, and in a few moments they were safe in the willow copse, where Alessandro's poor pony was tethered. Fastening Baba with the same lariat, Alessandro patted him on the neck, pressed his face to his nose, and said aloud, "Good Baba, stay here till the señorita comes." Baba whinnied. "Why shouldn't he know the señorita's name?" "I believe he does," thought Alessandro, as he turned and again ran swiftly back to the corral. He felt strong now, felt like a new man. Spite of all the terror, joy thrilled him. When he reached the corral, all was yet still. The horses had not moved from their former position. Throwing himself flat on the ground, Alessandro crept on his breast from the corral to the barn, several rods distance. This was the most hazardous part of his adventure. Every other moment he paused, lay motionless for some seconds, then crept a few paces more. As he neared the corner where Ramona's saddle always hung, his heart beat. Sometimes of a warm night, Luigo slept on the barn floor. If he were there tonight, all was lost. Groping in the darkness, Alessandro pulled himself up on the post, felt for the saddle, found it, lifted it, and in a trice was flat on the ground again, drawing the saddle along after him. Not a sound had he made that the most watchful of sheepdogs could hear. "Ha, old Capitan, caught you napping this time?" said Alessandro to himself, as at last he got safe to the bottom of the terrace, and springing to his feet, bounded away with the saddle on his shoulders. It was a weight for a starving man to carry, but he felt it not, for the rejoicing he had in its possession. Now his señorita would go in comfort. To ride Baba was to be rocked in a cradle. If need be, Baba would carry them both, and never know it. And it might come to that, Alessandro thought, as he knelt by the side of his poor beast, which was stretched out on the ground exhausted, Baba standing by, looking down in scornful wonder at this strange new associate. "The saints be praised," thought Alessandro, as he seated himself to wait. "This looks as if they would not desert my señorita." Thoughts whirled in his brain. Where should they go first? What would be best? Would they be pursued? Where could they hide? Where should he seek a new home? It was bootless thinking until Ramona was by his side. He must lay each plan before her. She must decide. The first thing was to get to San Diego, to the priest, to be married. That would be 3 days' hard ride, 5 for the exhausted Indian pony. What should they eat on the ways? Alessandro bethought him of the violin at Hartzell's. Mr. Hartzell would give him money on that. Perhaps buy it. Then Alessandro remembered his own violin. He had not once thought of it before. It lay in its case on a table in Señor Felipe's room when he came away. Was it possible? No, of course it could not be possible that the señorita would think to bring it. What would she bring? She would be wise, Alessandro was sure. How long the hours seemed as he sat thus plotting and conjecturing, more and more thankful as each hour went by to see the sky still clouded, the darkness dense. It must have been the saints too that brought me on a night when there was no moon, he thought. And then he said again, devout and simple-minded man that he was, "They mean to protect my señorita, they will let me take care of her." Ramona was threading a perilous way, through great difficulties. She had reached her room unobserved, so far as she could judge. Luckily for her, Margarita was in bed with a terrible toothache, for which her mother had given her a strong sleeping draught. Margarita was disposed of. If she had not been, Ramona would never have got away. For Margarita would have known that she had been out of the house for 2 hours, and would have watched to see what it meant. Ramona came in through the courtyard. She dared not go by the veranda, sure that Felipe and his mother were sitting there still, for it was not late. As she entered her room, she heard them talking. She closed one of her windows to let them know she was there. Then she knelt at the Madonna's feet, and in an inaudible whisper told her all she was going to do and prayed that she would watch over her and Alessandro and show them where to go. "I know she will. I am sure she will," whispered Ramona to herself as she rose from her knees. Then she threw herself on her bed, to wait till the Señora and Felipe should be asleep. Her brain was alert, clear. She knew exactly what she wished to do. She had thought that all out, more than 2 weeks ago, when she was looking for Alessandro hour by hour. Early in the summer, Alessandro had given to her, as curiosities, 2 of the large nets which the Indian women use for carrying all sorts of burdens. They are woven out of the fibers of a flax-like plant, and are strong as iron. The meshes being large, they are very light, are gathered at each end, and fastened to a band which goes around the forehead. In these can be carried on the back with comparative ease, heavier loads than could be lifted in any other way. Until Ramona recollected these, she had been perplexed to know how she should carry the things which she had made up her mind it would be right for her to take. Only a few, simply necessaries, one stuff gown and her shawls, the new altar cloth, and 2 changes of clothes. That would not be a great deal. She had a right to so much, she thought. Now that she had seen the jewels in the Signora's keeping, I will tell Father Salvierderra exactly what I took, she thought, and ask him if it was too much. She did not like to think that all these clothes she must take had been paid for with the Signora Moreno's money. And Alessandro's violin. Whatever else she left, that must go. What would life be to Alessandro without a violin? And if they went to Los Angeles, he might earn money by playing at dances. Already Ramona had devised several ways by which they could both earn money. There must be also food for the journey, and it must be good food too. Wine for Alessandro. Anguish filled her heart as she recalled how gaunt he looked. Starving, he said they had been. Good God, starving. And she had sat down each day at loaded tables and seen, each day, good food thrown to the dogs to eat. It was long before the Signora went to her room, and long after that before Felipe's breathing had become so deep and regular that Ramona dared feel sure that he was asleep. At last she ventured out. All was dark, it was past midnight. The violin first, she said. And creeping into the dining room, and through the inner door to Felipe's room, she brought it out, rolled it in shawl after shawl, and put it in the net with her clothes. Then she stole out, with this net on her back, like a true Indian woman as I am, she said, almost gaily, to herself, through the courtyard, around the southeast corner of the house, past the garden, down to the willows, where she laid down her load and went back for the second. This was harder. Wine she was resolved to have, and bread and cold meat. She did not know so well where to put her hand on old Marta's possessions as on her own, and she dared not strike a light. She made several journeys to the kitchen and pantry before she had completed her store. Wine, luckily, she found in the dining room, 2 full bottles, also milk, which she poured into a leathern flask which hung on the wall in the veranda. Now all was ready. She leaned from her window and listened to Felipe's breathing. How can I go without bidding him goodbye, she said. How can I? And she stood irresolute. Dear Felipe, he has always been so good to me. He has done all he could for me. I wish I dared kiss him. I will leave a note for him. Taking a pencil and paper and a tiny wax taper, whose light would hardly be seen across a room, she slipped once more into the dining room, knelt on the floor behind the door, lighted her taper and wrote, Dear Felipe, Alessandro has come and I am going away with him tonight. Don't let anything be done to us, if you can help it. I don't know where we are going. I hope to Father Salvierderra, I shall love you always. Thank you, dear Felipe, for all your kindness. Ramona. It had not taken a moment. She blew out her taper and crept back into her room. Felipe's bed was now moved close to the wall of the house. From her window she could reach its foot. Slowly, cautiously, she stretched out her arm and dropped the little paper on the coverlet, just over Felipe's feet. There was a risk that the Signora would come out in the morning, before Felipe awaked, and see the note first. But that risk she would take. Farewell, dear Felipe, she whispered under her breath as she turned from the window. The delay had cost her dear. The watchful Capitan, from his bed at the upper end of the court, had half heard, half scented, something strange going on. As Ramona stepped out, he gave one short, quick bark and came bounding down. Holy Virgin, I am lost, thought Ramona. But crouching on the ground, she quickly opened her net, and as Capitan came towards her, gave him a piece of meat, fondling and caressing him. While he ate it, wagging his tail and making great demonstrations of joy, she picked up her load again, and still fondling him, said, Come on, Capitan. It was her last chance. If he barked again, somebody would be waked. If he went by her side quietly, she might escape. A cold sweat of terror burst on her forehead as she took her first step cautiously. The dog followed. She quickened her pace. He trotted along, still smelling the meat in the net. When she reached the willows, she halted, debating whether she should give him a large piece of meat, and try to run away while he was eating it, or whether she should let him go quietly along. She decided on the latter course, and picking up her other net, walked on. She was safe now. She turned and looked back towards the house. All was dark and still. She could hardly see its outline. A great wave of emotion swept over her. It was the only home she had ever known. All she had experienced of happiness, as well as of bitter pain, had been there. Felipe, Father Salvadera, the servants, the birds, the garden, the dear chapel. Ah, if she could have once more prayed in the chapel. Who would put fresh flowers and ferns in the chapel now? How Felipe would miss her when he knelt before the altar. For 14 years she had knelt by his side, and the señora, the hard, cold señora. She would alone be glad, everybody else would be sorry. They will all be sorry I have gone, all but the señora. I wish it had been so that I could have bidden them all goodbye, and had them all bid me goodbye and wish us good fortune, thought the gentle, loving girl as she drew a long sigh, and turning her back on her home, went forward in the path she had chosen. She stooped and patted Capitan on the head. "Will you come with me, Capitan?" she said, and Capitan leaped up joyfully, giving 2 or 3 short, sharp notes of delight. "Good Capitan, come. They will not miss him out of so many," she thought, "and it will always seem like something from home, as long as I have Capitan." When Alessandro first saw Ramona's figure dimly in the gloom, drawing slowly nearer, he did not recognize it, and he was full of apprehension at the sight. What stranger could it be abroad in these lonely meadows at this hour of the night? Hastily he led the horses farther back into the copse, and hid himself behind a tree, to watch. In a few moments more he thought he recognized Capitan, bounding by the side of this bent and slow-moving figure. Yet this was surely an Indian woman toiling along under a heavy load. But what Indian woman would have so superb a collie as Capitan? Alessandro strained his eyes through the darkness. Presently he saw the figure halt, drop part of its burden. Alessandro came in a sweet, low call. He bounded like a deer, crying, my señorita, can that be you? To think that you have brought these heavy loads." Ramona laughed. "Do you remember the day you showed me how the Indian women carried so much on their backs, in these nets? I did not think then I would use it so soon. But it hurts my forehead, Alessandro. It isn't the weight, but the strings cut. I couldn't have carried them much farther." "Ah, you had no basket to cover the head," replied Alessandro, as he threw up the 2 nets on his shoulders as if they had been feathers. In doing so, he felt the violin case. "Is it the violin?" he cried. "My blessed one, where did you get it?" "Off the table in Felipe's room," she answered. "I knew you would rather have it than anything else. I brought very little, Alessandro. It seemed nothing while I was getting it, but it is very heavy to carry. Will it be too much for the poor tired horse? You and I can walk. And see, Alessandro, here is Capitan. He waked up and I had to bring him, to keep him still. Can't he go with us?" Capitan was leaping up, putting his paws on Alessandro's breast, licking his face, yelping, doing all a dog could do to show welcome and affection. Alessandro laughed aloud. Ramona had not more than 2 or 3 times heard him do this. It frightened her. "Why do you laugh, Alessandro?" she said. "To think what I have to show you, my señorita," he said. "Look here." And turning towards the willows, he gave 2 or 3 low whistles, at the first note of which Baba came trotting out of the copse to the end of his lariat, and began to snort and whinny with delight as soon as he perceived Ramona. Ramona burst into tears. The surprise was too great. "Are you not glad, señorita?" cried Alessandro, aghast. "Is it not your own horse? If you do not wish to take him, I will lead him back. My pony can carry you, if we journey very slowly. But I thought it would be joy to you to have Baba." "Oh, it is, sobbed Ramona, with her head on Baba's neck. "It is a miracle. A miracle. How did he come here? And the saddle too," she cried, for the first time observing that. Alessandro, in an awestruck whisper, "Did the saints send him? Did you find him here?" It would have seemed to Ramona's faith no strange thing, had this been so. I think the saints helped me to bring him, answered Alessandro, seriously, or else I had not done it so easily. I did but call, near the corral fence, and he came to my hand, and leaped over the rails at my word, as quickly as Capitan might have done. He is yours, señorita. It is no harm to take him? Oh no, answered Ramona. He is more mine than anything else I had, for it was Felipe gave him to me when he could but just stand on his legs. He was only 2 days old, and I have fed him out of my hand every day till now. And now he is 5. Dear Baba, we will never be parted. Never. And she took his head in both her hands, and laid her cheek against it lovingly. Alessandro was busy, fastening the 2 nets on either side of the saddle. Baba will never know he has a load at all. They are not so heavy as my señorita thought, he said. It was the weight on the forehead, with nothing to keep the strings from the skin, which gave her pain. Alessandro was making all haste. His hands trembled. We must make all the speed we can, dearest señorita, he said, for a few hours. Then we will rest, before light. We will be in a spot where we can hide safely all day. We will journey only by night, lest they pursue us. They will not, said Ramona. There is no danger. The señora said she should do nothing. Nothing, she repeated in a bitter tone. That is what she made Felipe say too. Felipe wanted to help us. He would have liked to have you stay with us, but all he could get was that she would do nothing. But they will not follow us. They will wish never to hear of me again. I mean, the señora will wish never to hear of me. Felipe will be sorry. Felipe is very good, Alessandro. They were all ready now. Ramona on Baba, the 2 packed nets swinging from her saddle, one on either side. Alessandro walking led his tired pony. It was a sad sort of procession for one going to be wed, but Ramona's heart was full of joy. I don't know why it is, Alessandro, she said. I should think I would be afraid, but I have not the least fear. Not the least. Not of anything that can come, Alessandro, she reiterated with emphasis. Is it not strange? Yes, señorita, he replied solemnly, laying his hand on hers as he walked close at her side. It is strange. I am afraid. Afraid for you, my señorita. But it is done, and we will not go back. And perhaps the saints will help you, and will let me take care of you. They must love you, señorita, but they do not love me, nor my people. Are you never going to call me by my name? Asked Ramona. I hate your calling me señorita. That was what the señora always called me when she was displeased. I will never speak the word again, cried Alessandro. The saints forbid I should speak to you in the words of that woman. Can't you say Ramona? She asked. Alessandro hesitated. He could not have told why it seemed to him difficult to say Ramona. What was that other name you said you always thought of me by? She continued. The Indian name? The name of the dove? Majel, he said. It is by that name I have oftenest thought of you since the night I watched all night for you. After you had kissed me, and 2 wood doves were calling and answering each other in the dark, and I said to myself, that is what my love is like. The wood dove's voice is low like hers, and sweeter than any other sound in the earth. And the wood dove is true to one mate always. He stopped. As I to you, Alessandro, said Ramona, leaning from her horse and resting her hand on Alessandro's shoulder. Baba stopped. He was used to knowing by the most trivial signs what his mistress wanted. He did not understand this new situation. No one had ever before, when Ramona was riding him, walked by his side so close that he touched his shoulders and rested his hand in his mane. If it had been anybody else than Alessandro, Baba would not have permitted it even now. But it must be all right, since Ramona was quiet, and now she had stretched out her hand and rested it on Alessandro's shoulder. Did that mean halt for a moment? Baba thought it might, and acted accordingly, turning his head round to the right and looking back to see what came of it. Alessandro's arms around Ramona, her head bent down to his, their lips together. What could Baba think? As mischievously as if he had been a human being or an elf, Baba bounded to one side and tore the lovers apart. They both laughed and cantered on, Alessandro running, the poor Indian pony feeling the contagion and loping as it had not done for many a day. Miguel is my name then, said Ramona. Is it? It is a sweet sound, but I would like it better, Magella. Call me Magella. That will be good, replied Alessandro, for the reason that never before had anyone the same name. It will not be hard for me to say Magella. I know not why your name of Ramona has always been hard to my tongue. Because it was to be that you should call me Magella, said Ramona. Remember, I am Ramona no longer. That also was the name the Signora called me by, and dear Felipe too, she added thoughtfully. He would not know me by my new name. I would like to have him always call me Ramona, but for all the rest of the world I am Magella now, Alessandro's Magel. Continued in the next part.
A whole galaxy to go.